Okay, sir. Good morning, sir. So I would like to hand over the technical session on climate change and health impacts to our chairpersons. Sir.
Good morning, everybody. A warm welcome to the first AHPICON Northeast 2 2025. Today, the 15th of February 2025. We'll start earnestly on time for this first session. Am I online with Dr. Jay Krishnan now? Technical support. Please connect me to Dr. Jay Krishnan, who is the first speaker with the topic Jay Krishnan.
Good morning, good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Audible.
wonderful, wonderful. Audience is there and we are ready. We'll start on time. And I must introduce Dr. Jay Krishnan. Dr. Jay Krishnan is actually my classmate in MBBS. And we studied together for MBBS in the same batch in Calicut Medical College. And he retired as the HOD of the Preventive and Social SPM, Social and Preventive Medicine in Calicut Medical College, one of the most well-known medical colleges of the country. And now he is heading another department of SPM in another medical college in Kerala. I'm very proud to have him here for this presentation. He has done extensively good job in Kerala for public health and research and recommendations to the government of Kerala and the nation for very many diseases which have come across in Kerala. And therefore, they are also working very strongly with regards to health impacts of climate change. I requested him to make his presentation of what are the preparations that are being done in Kerala so that we in Manipur can learn about this. I regret that he could not be here with us physically, which I would have loved very much to be here. But because of his busy schedule, he could not come here. But nevertheless, we are very thankful and grateful to him that he will join online and his presentation will be shared to all of us. So I think we can start with the presentation. Dr. Jayakrishnan, if you're ready or if you want to say something, otherwise we'll start with your presentation.
Thank you for the nice introduction. You can have the proceed to the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Please show the presentation.
Good morning to all. First of all, I express my thanks to the organization of Association of Healthcare Providers India for its conclave, especially Dr. Jogendra for inviting me to North India to deliver this talk. The topic given to me is Health Impacts of Climate Change, Kerala Perspectives. Since you are in the north part of India, and I am talking to you from the southern part of India, I had to familiarize the introduction about Kerala. So Kerala is a small state positioned in the southwest corner of India. It is positioned between the Arabian Sea in the west and Western Ghats in the east. North to south, in the western part, the coastline extends about 600 kilometers. and east to west, that is in between Arabian Sea and the Western Ghats, the width ranges from only 30 kilometers to 120 kilometers. And it is divided into three zones, west coastal, midland, and east highland. It's got a tropical monsoon with seasonally excessive rainfall and hot summer. On average, we are having yearly 3,000 millimeter of rain. And temperature ranges from 19 to 36 degrees centigrade and relative humidity of 73 to 80%. We are having a population of 3.4 crore and density is 860 square kilometer, which is twice than the national average. And we are having a decadal growth rate of 4.4%. That's about Kerala physiography. And due to these features, the western side sea and the eastern side is the Western Ghats and a narrow strip and a tropical climate. Kerala, we believe it is ecological hotspots. And because of the weather events, Kerala became a multi-weather events hazards hotspot. We have increased rainfall, increased landslides, and we are having cyclones, and we are having sea level rise. And due to this, there is saline intrusion, and the saline intrusion is disturbing our ecology as well as economic system, as well as agriculture system, as well as flora and fauna. We have got thunders, we have got droughts, and we have got forest fire. So these natural events, in extreme events, we are experiencing an increased frequency, an increased intensity, and increased exposure, and increased vulnerability. So we consider ourselves as ecological hotspot due to climate change. Let us see what are the impacts of climate change, especially health impacts. You know that 1 degree rise of temperature, the global warming, the climate change is mainly due to global warming. And it is estimated that 1 degree, the temperature rise will lead to 7% increase of water vapor. So the cloud will be getting more deeper. It will lead to more downpours. So mainly the climate change effect is on human as well as all the health effects due to rise in temperature. Rise in temperature leads to rise in rain, and it will increase the rise in sea level. And mainly it will contribute to changes in hydrological cycle, leads to weather events, water change, air change, and ecosystem. And due to this, we experience changes in ecosystem, changes in biodiversity, changes in agriculture and food, changes in forest, changes in water, and changes in all over. We experience changes in health, and it will lead to disaster also. My point is about health. Mainly, we can see what are the health outcomes. Probably the next during the session, I think it will be discussed in detail. Mainly, the health outcome is one due to global warming, heat-related illness and death, cardiovascular illness and death, asthma, allergies, and respiratory illness, water-related infections, drowning, injury, vector-borne infections, blood-related, food-related infections, stress-related mental health problems. And first is about the rain. I had told you we are having average 3,000 millimeter rain per year. But we are now, during the last few years, we are having rainfall departure. The seasonality is changing. And previously we are having, uniformly we are getting, we are having two monsoon seasons. One is southwestern, another is northeastern. And now it is departure. It is according to the seasonality. Now after 2017, the departure of rainfall is more than 10%. Previously, we are having more rain in June, July. Now we are getting, it is delayed August and September. departure and leading to the disasters. So due to this rain, increased precipitation in different seasons, irregular time, we are having flooding, and flooding leads to contaminated water, and we are having waterborne diseases. Now currently we are having a 2008-15 millimeter bulk of rain yearly, and we have got a great flood in 2018, and 5.4 million were affected and 450 deaths. In 2019 August and 2020 August, 2021 October, we experienced massive flooding in Kerala. So we are having water logging. And following flood, along with we are having, it's a fragile ecological zone, we are having landslides also. The details are given here, 2018 landslides, 2019, 20, 21. We are having deaths due to landslides as well as flooding. In 2024, July 30, we have a massive landslide attempt. One night that last day, a single landslide in 8 square kilometer area in Wayanad reached more than 300 deaths. And also, we are having 44 rivers in Kerala, and we are having drowning death. Every day, average during the last 5 years, we are experiencing 3 deaths per day due to drowning alone. And all around the world, as far as mapping the cyclonic storm, it is reported that the Southeast Asian Arabian Sea emerges as the hotspots of severe cyclonic storms in changing climate. So we are the victim. We are in the banks of Arabian Sea. So climate, we are experiencing cyclones frequently. And about the temperature rise, this is the minimum and maximum temperature during 1958 to 1978 and 79 to 2018. Comparison, you can say the maximum temperature. This is one district of Kerala, mid Kerala. You can say that is increasing. That color is increasing. First increasing from the west to east due to the forest. So minimum temperature and maximum temperature, it is increasing. And another feature is Kerala. We are having the phenomenon of urban heat islands. In 2021 census, we are having only 25% of the area are urbanized. Now it is more than 40% of areas urbanized. So we are having the experience of urban heat island phenomena. And this is a plotting of land surface temperature analysis. This century, 2021, 5-year interval. The x-axis shows the average daytime temperature, so nighttime temperature from west to east longitudinally. You can see that the daytime temperature it is just in coastal area and in the eastern hilly area, midland area they are experiencing more temperature, and in the night hours in the right side you can see that those living in the sea area, coastal area have high temperature because the sea water is getting hot in the night hours and low temperature at the hilly area. But as year goes, the temperature is increasing. There is a trend of increasing temperature, global warming. Also, our peculiarities, we have got a high heat index. It is especially we are having ambient temperature, humidity is high. So if even though the temperature is 35, we experience 50 degrees centigrade. So due to this, we are experiencing more sunburn, heat stroke, and during the last decade, the 8 of the 10 warmest years are recorded in the last decade, and the first in the history of our state, the heat wave was officially declared in 2016, and in 2019, Kerala State Disaster Management Authority declared heat wave, sunstroke, and sunburns as a specific disasters. And this is the slide showing air quality and air pollution index. This is the Kerala cities, small cities. air quality index is compared with the big cities of northern India, you can say it is comparable. Even though the small cities are having air quality index similar to the big cities. And also air pollution index, right side the blue color, it is increasing. Temporal based, it is increasing. And another indicator of global warming is air pollution, chronic respiratory. Out of the deaths, more than 7% is due to air pollution, estimated. And COPD prevalence and asthma prevalence is higher in India compared to national average. And another effect is vector-borne diseases. Kerala, the dengue fever we are experiencing in 1980s. And now all the districts are endemic in dengue. And the Aedes aegypti, or Aedes albopictus is the vector. The vector is previously breeding area is in the eastern Western Ghats. Now is shifted to peri-domestic breeding place. Breeding places are changing. And recent studies show that the dengue, more than 50% of the adults in Kerala are already infected with the dengue, with the antibodies. In chikungunya, the chikungunya is an emerging disease, and it was first recently reported after 2004 tsunami. It originated in the remote islands of Arabian Sea following the tsunami, and now the genotype is changing. Previously, here the genotype is Asian genotype. Now it is East African genotype, and all the people, majority of the people are getting infected. So we are having immunity. Most of the people are having immunity against chikungunya. And due to chikungunya outbreak, we had to deploy military in 2007 outbreak. And about malaria, we are proud to be controlled malaria in early 1970s. Now, due to the population movement and mixing of population, the climatic condition, we are having malaria. Now, the disturbing trend is that falciparum malaria is increasing. Also, in certain districts, especially in coastal areas as in the map, the indigenous malaria is also reported. So, mainly you can see that in the coastal area there is malaria is spreading due to the movement of fishermen along the coastal area. Another vector-borne disease we experience is Japanese encephalitis. So, though the number is less, the impact is high because we are having paddy fields, unused, uncultivated paddy fields. Along with the heavy rain, we are having waterlogged areas as well as curious mosquitoes. And the migratory birds is another culprit for spreading Japanese encephalitis. We are having first experience in 1996 in Alleppey in paddy cultivated areas. And another is increases waterborne disease due to drought, due to scarcity of water, and rainy season due to concentration of water, due to contamination of water sources. We are experiencing waterborne diseases. Main waterborne diseases are hepatitis A, typhoid, and also nowadays the shigellosis is also reappearing in Kerala. And cholera is reported sporadically, as it is also related with the global warming. And per capita, water availability is also declined 1/3 compared to 1950s. Mainly waterborne, the hepatitis. Now, hepatitis is as a development paradox. The hepatitis is affecting adults or young adults. So we are having more hospitalized cases and complicated cases. Hepatitis is now increasing trend, showing increases in number of the outbreaks involving increasing number of people are also increasing in Kerala. And also, as per the statistics, you can see the typhoid cases are also reporting along with Kerala. And another is leptospirosis, zoonotic disease. Leptospirosis is another public health problem. It is mainly spread through urine of the rats. Due to flooding, this displaces rats from their burrows. And flooding, waterlogging, moisture of environment factors are responsible. Now, over the years, it is reported that many of the domestic animals, cows, dogs, pigs, are also the reservoirs of the leptospirosis. So it now become an occupational disease in Kerala. Also, this is about the scrub typhus and the zoonotic disease. 2010 onwards, we are experiencing script types. All the districts reported few cases in every year, and even it is reported. We have studied in test tubes in MBBS days. It was in World War, and after 2000 it was reported in the Kargil area. 2010 it appeared in Kerala, and mice and rodents are responsible for this. Now, another disease is Casener forest disease. This previously restricted to the southern part of Karnataka. This is our neighbor, northern neighbor of Kerala. But during 1913, following the wildfire, it is reported in Kerala, Wayanad districts and Malappuram districts, we are getting cases, Casener forest disease. This may be due to migration of ticks as well as migration of the monkeys. And recently, we are having human-animal conflicts are increasing due to the climate change leads to biodiversity. So there will be migration. The forest area is reduced, and we are having once in 3 days we are having one human death following human-animal conflicts. And along with that, we are having emerging diseases. Few emerging diseases, most of the diseases are reporting first in Kerala. For example, Lyme disease was reported in 2013 in Kerala. And there is visceral leishmaniasis. Visceral leishmaniasis is commonly reported northeastern states like the Bihar and Bengal. Kerala reported few cases in few areas as depicted in the graph. We are having visceral leishmaniasis, and another is a Nipah virus. Nipah virus is reported from the Siliguri and West Bengal only in 2000s first decades. We are having first reported in South India Nipah virus 2018, killing 19 out of 23 affected. 2019 we experienced 21, 23 we experience outbreaks, and also 24. So yearly we are experiencing Nipah virus outbreaks. The another is rare diseases, amoebic encephalitis. During the last 2 years, Kerala is reporting amoebic encephalitis, primary amoebic encephalitis, meningitis, or granular amoebic encephalitis. Both are reported from Kerala. It is supposed to be due to global warming. And along with these diseases, climate change, we are having public health issues, flooding, and anxiety disorders, depression, psychological effect we are experiencing. These are all brief about the effects of impacts of climate change in Kerala. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jayakrishan. It was an excellent talk. It was an excellent talk and very comprehensive. In such a short time, you have given us a total view of all the problems due to climate change that is happening in Kerala. And the first talk in the morning, and you have at least 500 in the audience who are giving a big applause to you. So thank you so much for your talk. My co-chairperson, may please ask some questions.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very excellent talk, very systematic talk. The graphics were excellent. Anyway, firstly, I will open up to the House. Any query from the House may kindly be clarified. Any questions? From my side, let me just clarify one point. Yours being a coastal state and also rainfall quite a significant level. As you have spelled out, the humidity level is also very high. So how is the incidence of this thing, allergic reactions like asthma, sinusitis, respiratory tract infections with a higher humidity level?
Yes, in seasonality wise, Kerala fever cases are increasing. Fever case and hospitalization increasing. All respiratory infections are increasing. And also along with having diarrhea disease are increasing as per the seasonality.
Okay. I think
Dr. Jayakrishan, we are very thankful to you and the health care in Kerala to lead the country with so many activities and policies. I just want to know, how is the government prepared with the climate change effects of climate change on health? How well is the Kerala government prepared, and what are the government and the healthcare personnel are doing about this in Kerala?
Kerala, as I have shown, it is very different. It's a narrow strip of land to 30 to 120 kilometer width and 600 length, tucked in between the Western Ghats and Arabian Sea. And historically also, from the formation 1950s, we are a much more good health system. As called by Niti Aayog, we are having the first rank in India. We are having a government health system as well as private health system.
Okay.
So we are the state who first introduced to One Health program to deal the climate change. And because we are detecting the new emerging diseases, the Nipah and meningitis, we are picking up fast. That indicate we are surveillance system is very good. That is one reason why we are getting diseases on detecting early. And here the private health system as well as the government health system go in hand, and we are working together.
So that's
all.
really wonderful. I think we have to learn a big lesson from Kerala. Yes, sir. Dr. Rajendra here, who is a urologist in Manipur, but he did his MBBS and MS and MCH in Kerala, in Trivandrum. He wants to ask you a question.
While I was in Kerala in the 70s, I found that filariasis was very common disease there. What is the present status of that particular disease, along with the climate change, and the Kerala government is putting all effort to control that disease? How is the status of that disease right now in your state?
Filariasis was endemic in Kerala historically. So the East India people named this as a Cochin leg or Malabar leg, connected with the place in Kerala. Now, by the last century, it is coming reducing due to the standard of life increasing. The failure is very less important. Now, no districts in Kerala is endemic. It is almost eliminated because we have conducted a mass DEC campaign, diethyl carbomethyl citrate mass campaign since 1997. Now, only it confined to small districts, Alapi districts in small area only. Others, the failure indices are very less. Microfailure indices are very indices as per the statistics available.
Thank you, Dr. Jayakrishan. For want of time, we will close here for the discussion. And I invite you once again to Manipur and
Thank you.
Jayakrishan, just a minute. One question. Is there a question?
Yes, please.
This will be the last question. I'm sorry, but we have to chair this session and then get on time. So this will be the last question, and Jayakrishan's answer will be very short. Yes.
Thank you so much. In spite of the adverse climatic conditions in Kerala, many of them are adverse. Even then, Kerala has been wonderful for having some of the best health indicators in the country, like maternal mortality ratio, infant mortality under 5 states, and also how is the healthcare system in the peripheral healthcare areas, because Kerala is considered as one of the role models for healthcare in the country.
Sir, is this question related to climate change, or you are asking about healthcare facilities in the periphery?
But the climate is also related with this.
Okay, Jayakrishan, you will relate those two questions.
So the question is clear. The doctor is asking about the healthcare indicators. The indicators due to social measures. Whatever who is ruling what political party, they give more support to the health and education, social sectors, and allocation more funding to that. And also we are having a decentralized system. Local government are very active. These are the answers for it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jayakrishan. Again, once again, I invite you to Manipur and then to lead us with our activities here. for impacts of climate change on health. So thank you once again for joining. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
We'll go for the
Okay,
next.
now we come to the second paper. The topic will be climate change and cancer. This will be presented by an eminent speaker, Dr. Tessas Jayakrishnan. He is gastrointestinal oncologist at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute and Brigham and Women's Hospital, and also instructor in medicine, Harvard Medical School. So may I request Dr. Tessas to kindly make the presentation.
Dr. Tejas, are you with us?
Yeah, he is already there.
We cannot hear you as yet. We'll just check this sound, please.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize
Right.
I was muted.
Thank you once again for joining us. It is very late there for you over there, but it is early morning for us. Good morning to you. Dr. Tejas is son of Dr. Jayakrishnan and now working in the US. So we are very happy to have him also for this topic. Please, Dr. Tejas, if you want to say something, otherwise we'll play your video.
So I just want to thank the HPI organizing committee for inviting me to present on this topic. It's something which is like very much of a interest to me, apart from the cancer treatment and research that I do, and also lucky to share the platform with my dad, who inspired me to pursue like medicine and research. So it's really an honor. Thank you.
Thank you. You have an audience of nearly 500 plus in the audience. So we'll play your video, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Tejas Jayakrishnan. I am a gastrointestinal oncologist at Dana-Farber Cancer Institute in Harvard Medical School in Boston. I'm really excited to give this talk, which is one of my areas of interest related to climate change and cancer. And I want to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to give this presentation. Here is a brief outline of my presentation. I will start with giving a brief overview of the cancer epidemiology, go through the topics pertaining to the relationship between climate change and cancer, and conclude by briefly discussing some mitigation opportunities. When we talk about climate change and health, cancer is not usually the first thing that we talk about. And that is because some of the climate change related impacts on health are very visible, and they are immediate and relatively well documented. For instance, heat wave-related illnesses, which has increased by, the mortality has increased by about 85% in the last 20 years. Wildfire exposures increased in 60% of the countries in the last 20 years. Food and water insecurity, infections, including COVID-19, increasing number of these outbreaks have been traced to climate change, at least partially. However, the complex impacts of climate change on oncology care are less well elucidated. And that is because studying health, the climate impacts on health as it pertains to cancer has been challenging. And these are some of the challenges that are present. Include the time lag of the impact, meaning the lag between the exposures that may lead to cancer to the development of cancer, the geographical variability across the globe, confounding factors, and the relationship between climate change and other exposures that influence the risk of cancer. And then ultimately, limited number of sustained studies that look at the impact of climate change on cancer. Indeed, when you look at the global trends, we can see that the cancer cases are increasing, increased by about 4 million cases between 2008 and 2017. Cancer-related deaths are also increasing, and it is likely to become the leading cause of death in the 21st century, virtually in every country in the world. And we also see increasing disparity based on the socioeconomic status or socio-demographic indices of different countries. Another trend that we are noticing is the increasing incidence of early onset cancers or cancers arising in younger individuals. And we see that this is a global map of early onset colorectal cancer as indicated by the dark blue shades. These are countries with increasing incidence of young onset or early onset colorectal cancer. We also have been seeing similar trends in pancreatic cancer, and the median age of pancreatic cancer is 70, but about 5 to 15% are early onset and increasing in incidence. Studies have suggested multiple factors, such as physical activity, diet, and other exposures that could be contributing to this, but a big question remains as whether this could be related to climate change. We do not know yet. So the key findings from the cancer epidemiology are that the number of cases and deaths from cancer are increasing. We are seeing increasing number of early onset cases, which, as I mentioned, are the cases in younger individuals. The question is, how does climate change contribute? I'll move to the next session, looking at the climate change, how it impacts cancer risks. Most of the literature on the health effects of climate change has come within the past 10 to 15 years and is steadily increasing in volume. There are several mechanisms by which climate change and the proximal factors causing climate change can cause cancer. These include pollution, ultraviolet radiation exposure related changes, nutritional alterations brought about by climate change, heat and temperature effects that have been shown to alter certain pathogens, such as the fungi producing aflatoxins that are associated with cancer. Now, cancer-associated pathogens such as schistosomiasis parasite is also affected by heat and temperature effects and can have alterations in their prevalences by different climate change-related events such as flooding and droughts that can influence the global patterns for cancer incidence. An important thing to keep in mind here is that there is geographic variation. So the same effects can lead to increasing incidence in certain parts of the world, while it causes decreasing incidence of that particular cancer in other parts of the world by the variations in the type of climate change related effects. To dive a little deeper, the Lancet Commission on Pollution and Health established that all forms of pollution cause 43% of lung cancer deaths, and it is increasing. Air pollution is actually classified as a carcinogen. The carcinogenic elements that comprise air pollution include nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, ozone, particulate matter 10 and 2.5. So these refer to the diameters of the particulate matter, which is less than 10 or 2.5 microns, that are emitted as pollutants. The carcinogenic elements that comprise air pollution include nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxide, ozone, particulate matter 10 and 2.5. So these refer to the diameters of the particulate matter, which is less than 10 or 2.5 microns, that are emitted as pollutants and recognized as the most useful indicators of for monitoring air pollution. The polyaromatic hydrocarbons that cause cancer can bind to the PM2.5 particles and reach deep into the lungs, causing the carcinogenic effects. Particulate air pollution related lung cancer incidence and deaths have steadily increased, as can be seen on that graph, over the last 3 decades. Ultraviolet exposure is also a risk factor for cancers, predominantly melanoma, and there has been a 33% increase since 2007. Exposure to ultraviolet radiation over extended lifetimes is the underlying mechanism, and 76% of the new melanoma cases are attributed to UV radiation, primarily in high-income countries. Ozone depletion resulting from the use of aerosols has contributed to increasing UV light exposure and skin cancer. Climate change is also affecting the quality and quantity of the food production in multiple ways. And there is good evidence that healthy diet with whole grains, fruits, and vegetables are protective, while unhealthy foods leading to obesity can also be a risk factor for cancer. Therefore, decreased access to healthy diet combined with increased access to unhealthy diet, component factors such as socioeconomic disparities can contribute to increasing incidence. Now, I've outlined how the different effects of climate change can, lead to increasing incidence of cancer. But it's also important to know that the climate change can impact cancer outcomes. And for that, it is important to also keep in mind that the treatment of cancer is very complex. It's multidisciplinary, involving, physicians, oncologists, radiation oncologists, surgeons, nurses, dietitians, social workers, pharmacists. So there's a big team that is involved in treatment of cancer. The treatment itself is resource intensive. As you know, people have to go to the hospital regularly for receiving their treatments. It's a longitudinal care. It's oftentimes lifelong treatments. And ultimately, the treatments are toxic. Whether it's chemotherapy or radiation, immunotherapy or surgery, there are toxicity associated with cancer-related treatments. And therefore, the climate change related effects can have profound impacts on the outcomes too. And when you talk about outcomes, we are referring to mostly the adverse outcomes such as hospitalizations or deaths from cancer. For instance, extreme temperatures and heat waves. Many people with cancer need to have surgery, and it is reported that there could be a 2.1% increase in post-surgical infection rates for every 3 degrees Celsius increase in average monthly temperature. Extreme weather events such as hurricane can impact the supply chain, the health records, or cancer screening efforts, thereby having impacts on cancer outcomes. Studies have explored how climate change related effects can also alter the prevalences of invasive mold or infection causing pathogens in patients who are immunocompromised, leading to adverse outcomes. An important thing to also keep in mind is the harvesting effect, where most people who may have adverse effects such as hospitalization and death from these extreme events are people who are vulnerable and who may have a short life expectancy for up to a year in the United States, with 15% increase in mortality among those with breast and lung cancer. Superstorm Sandy, this is a picture on the right side outside of Cancer Hospital in Texas, MD Anderson Cancer Center, which is the #1 cancer center in the world, which is engulfed by a storm requiring treatment cancellations. And it was documented that there was a 3.5-month delay in getting back on the foot, and resulting in 3.5 months delay in the time to treatments. The impact is also compounded by disparities within the society and across the world. Therefore, the impact could be higher in Black, Latino, or Indigenous people in the US, or people who are subjected to caste-based discrimination in countries like in India. Often, they're exposed to urban heat islands, live in proximity to polluting industries, or in the outskirts of the village, more prone to disasters. So this is a picture of Cleveland, which is where I used to live before moving to Boston. And the area which is lighter in green, that is areas which have less density of tree cover, are the areas with higher populations of Black communities. So addressing these challenges would, of course, need eradication of such disparities or climate injustice that are long-standing. Now, again, as I mentioned, cancer treatment is complex, but that also means that cancer treatment itself can contribute to climate change. And it includes transportation, patients, workers, drug shipments, carbon footprint of facilities and treatments, treatment manufacturing, and it has even been found at professional meetings such as what you're doing. It does contribute to carbon footprint. So in the United States, for instance, about 10% of the greenhouse gas emissions are from healthcare sector. So it's important to be mindful of that, and mindful of not just the fact that the climate change can impact cancer outcomes, but also as care providers, our activities and cancer treatment also contribute to climate change. And so there needs to be an awareness to mitigate the proximal causes of climate change. I just want to briefly mention about some of the mitigation opportunities. This is a study when I was in Cleveland Clinic where we looked at the carbon footprint of health system commutes. We documented that the commute of the employees contributed to about 1,800 to 3,300 kilogram of CO2 greenhouse gas emissions, which is equivalent to carbon sequestered annually by 2 to 4 acres of United States forests. And there are several health system level interventions happening in the United States to address the commute-related carbon footprint in healthcare sector, and these include use of energy-efficient vehicles, shuttle to public transit stations, providing commuter advantage programs, discounted parking rates for carpooling to prevent people from driving alone. And then technology-enabled remote working and telehealth as feasible. The mitigation efforts also involve several other efforts, such as decarbonization, research into the causes and efforts to prevent it, building resilience against climate change-related effects. I'm actually proud to be part of two organizations, Cleveland Clinic and Harvard, which has prioritized sustainability and has taken efforts to decrease the carbon footprint. This is the statement from the organization that I'm part of, the American Society of Clinical Oncology, that has issued a policy statement recognizing climate change as an important causative factor for cancer, and also understanding the contribution of cancer treatments towards climate change and discussing efforts by which we can mitigate some of these. So to conclude, climate change contributes to the risk of developing cancer and also impacts the outcomes. Cancer treatment itself contributes to climate change risks, and so the relationship is bidirectional. Ongoing efforts to mitigate the carbon footprint of cancer treatments and promoting sustainable practices would be mutually beneficial. Several of the topics that I discussed are part of a review that I've written with my colleagues, and which is in the final stages of publish, and hope to share that with you soon. These are my, and once again, I want to thank the committee for inviting me to do this presentation, and thank you everyone for listening. I'm happy to take any questions.
Dr. Tejas, thank you so much for that excellent talk. Really very nice to hear all those things. I'll hand over to Dr. T.H. Tomcha Singh, who is one of the most senior-most oncologists in Imphal in Manipur, and he will discuss with you. Please.
Anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was excellent talk. Firstly, I must compliment. Yeah, before I make my own comment, I think I'll open up to the House, whether there's any question from the floor or not. Okay, so climate change has affected every aspect of health, including cancer, the most dreaded disease, which the speaker has nicely highlighted, is affecting almost all the cancer types. Certain types are more prone to, of course, because of heat wave, this ultraviolet ray is more, and he's telling melanoma, skin cancer is much increased. That is very true, which also can be seen in Manipur also. And because of the fossil fire, those pollutants, lots of chemicals, carcinogens are being emitted into the atmosphere, like formaldehyde, benzene, polycyclic aromatase hydrocarbons, etc., and which are very known causes of cancer, any type of cancer. That is happening. So he has spelled out everything. I need to go too much elaborately again. So I think with this, we'll close up here. And it's good that ESCO has taken up certain guidelines, to mitigate on this thing, the cancer causes activities of this climate change. There's a good step forward. So with this, I would like to thank you, Dr. Tejas.
Just one last comment from me, sir, if you'll allow me. Dr. Tejas, thank you so much. Continuing with our last discussion when we met last, the GI cancers increase due to microbiome change. I'm still interested because we in Manipur here use a lot of fermented food for our gut microbiome. So will those microbiome change, the genetics change and cause more increased cancer? It is a concern for us. So is there any research in that direction, and could you highlight on that?
Yeah, so the microbiome and impact on cancer is a very active area of research. I think we are still at an early stage in identifying, what food type, if we can modify food, including, say, some of the fermented food, how it impacts cancer risk. We certainly know certain food like red meat consumption in higher quantities, pickled or salted food, there is association with gastric cancer, red meat consumption with colon cancer. So these are associations, and we are still, finding out if we can change the diet to decrease or alter someone's risk for developing cancer, because there is host genomics that interacts with the microbiome and dietary exposures that influence one's risk for developing cancer.
Thank you once again, Dr. Tejas. We invite you to Imphal next time so that you be here physically and we interact with you. Thank you so much, and thank you the audience.
Actually,
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me.
With the end of the first technical session, I would like to thank our eminent speakers and our chairpersons. I would request our volunteer to please guide the chairpersons to the felicitation area. For our next technical session, I would like to invite our esteemed chairpersons, Dr. Chanbo Gonmai, Dr. N. Hemantakumar, and Dr. Longjam Usharani Devi, who will be joining in a short while. Dr. Chonbo Gonmai is the Director of Manipur Health Services, Government of Manipur. And Dr. N. Hemantakumar is the Director of Family Welfare Services, Government of Manipur. And Dr. Longjam Usharani Devi is the Director of Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Medical Sciences, Imphal. Sir, I would like to request our chairpersons to please chair the session. I would like to request our chairpersons to please come up on the dais. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to hand over our next technical session on climate change and health impact to our chairpersons. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Well, it's a great privilege for me to chair this August session, the first AHPICON Northeast 2 2025, Impact of Climate Change in Human Health. Well, today's heat-related illnesses mortality topic will be taken up by Dr. Shalija Titali, Dean Research and Policy Support, Indian Institute of Public Health, Public Health Foundation of India, PHFI. I welcome all the dignitaries, all the participants of this first AHPICON in the Northeast. I hope you all enjoyed the previous sessions, and I'd like to call on Dr. Shailaja Titali. Okay. Hello, Dr. Shailaja, the speaker of today's topic on heat-related illnesses and mortality.
Yeah, good morning, sir. I'm here. Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Respected chairs
Okay.
and the audience, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to be present here. And I thank the AHPI Manipur chapter for the kind invitation, and also Dr. Alex Thomas for introducing me to AHPI. I would like to start by saying that some of these points that will be covered in my session are perhaps already referred to in the previous two presentations. So I will be quick whenever those topics or points are mentioned. So I'll just start by saying that that little orange is where I'm coming from. That's a place called Hyderabad in south central India, and I'm coming from the Indian Institute of Public Health, which is part of the Public Health Foundation of India. So which means that my talk will also be following the public health kind of perspective. And in simple terms, it's not going to look at an individual, but to look at populations or the communities as our point of reference. So that's one of the buildings from our institute. We have a nice almost 50-acre campus that's coming up, going to be developed and built more in Hyderabad. So we'll take a look at we'll basically look at what is the understanding of the link between climate change and heat. And some of it has been covered in the previous two presentations. We'll also discuss the impact of heat on human health. We'll look at who the vulnerable groups are, why are they affected, and how. We'll also take a look at measurements. Again, measurements are very important because that have implications for policy, that has implications for planning of resources, and that has implications for accurate numbers of people who are impacted by climate change, especially heat. And then we'll take a look at what is the adaptation that's currently there, what is recommended, and what are the policy responses, or what else can be added in terms of the policy responses. We know from the previous presentations that climate change is present, but climate change is not new. We know that it's been happening because of long-term shifts in temperature as well as weather patterns. It's been happening, it's continuous over decades, and of course it is influenced by changes in temperature as well as rainfall, and it has both natural as well as anthropogenic, that is the human causes for climate change. And we know that since 1800s, the concept or the phenomenon of climate change has been increasing or accelerating at a crazy pace. That's because of most of the human activities in terms of burning of fossil fuels, etc., which generate certain kind of greenhouse gases, which harm the atmosphere by trapping the sun's heat, and then that leads to increasing temperature. But the point here is that although climate change is continuous, it's been happening, it's not new, but it's accelerated. So how does it impact our own health? We know that it impacts, the global impact is there as well as the regional impact. We know that there have been rising temperatures, there have been extreme heat events, weather events, and a lot of degradation of the environment. That means that it impacts what we eat, what we do, how we are able to live our daily lives, and it also, leads to flooding and many other phenomena that we saw, including vector-borne diseases and things like that from the previous presentations. So the impact of climate change, if we see, this is a very nice diagram that I like to use in my slides. It's a comprehensive picture that shows that climate change it affects various spheres of our lives, leading to air pollution, water quality, vector-borne diseases, etc., as our immediate circle, but it also leads to very indirect and long-term implications in terms of injuries and deaths, waterborne diseases, and migration that we'll take a look at in the next couple of slides. So this shows that it has both immediate individual effects, but long-term and very large impacts on human health, atmosphere, environment, etc. So if we narrow down now in terms of climate change, which has of course air pollution and all other things, but if we look at heat as one of the things that climate change is leading to, we know beyond doubt now that heat is a huge hazard for us. It's a major environmental and occupational health risk. It's leading to many, many deaths, and it impacts human health in every possible way if we look at various organs of human beings. So it leads to cardiovascular conditions, diabetes, lung-related conditions, and accidents, and also leads to vector-borne disease transmission, which is increasing. So if you look at heat stroke itself, we know that it can have a start to finish time of just a couple of days, and it can lead to mortality even after the person is discharged from the hospital. So very rapid progress and high fatality rate, unfortunately. So we need to recognize heat as a killer as soon as possible. And we know that heat and its impact is increasing. The heat waves themselves are increasing in frequency, duration, etc. That's again driven by climate change. And we have various estimates showing that, especially in the elderly, there have been a huge increase in mortality, as well as in different parts of the world. And needless to say that in India itself, it's already getting very, very hot. I'm coming from Hyderabad, and the temperature there is already 36 degrees, and we are talking about early February. And it can go up to about 48, 49 degrees in Hyderabad. So if you look at impacts of heat, one is of course the physiological impacts. It's very difficult to concentrate. It's difficult to have cognition, which means that school children are also affected. When we have classes during summer for school children in the heat, which is something that can be immediately discontinued. I feel that when temperatures are so high, there is no need to have classes in April under tin roofs or metal roofs for children, which is very much the case in many parts of Hyderabad. So it's difficult to complete work and learning. They're associated with accidents because it's difficult to focus. They have hazardous air pollution events also. It triggers various health emergencies and cascading socioeconomic impacts because people could be forced to be out of work due to heat-related illnesses. So there is labor productivity which takes a dip. So there's also a huge impact on health delivery system because there might be absenteeism, there might be changes in the water quality as well as quantity, and needless to say that we have huge power cuts during the summertime, which means that health services are also impacted. Moving on to the specific impacts of heat, especially extreme heat, as I mentioned, there are both direct as well as indirect impacts of heat, and you're all medical professionals, so I'm not going to go into the details of this. Just to say that please remember that it has very immediate as well as indirect impacts that could lead to hospitalizations, both OP visits as well as inpatient visits. So who is impacted? What are the factors that fuel this impact? We know that heat depends on the timing, the duration, the intensity, as well as what is our own innate capacity to adapt. What is our acclimatization level to this particular heat wave that's going on? And coupled with what is the infrastructure that we have, both at home as well as in hospitals. Because if you remember the heat wave in Ahmedabad, which started actually the heat action plan, writing up of the document of the first heat action plan, that was more or less triggered by several babies dying in the intensive care unit of hospitals in Ahmedabad because of the heat in the summer. And that led to hospitals in Ahmedabad looking at their own infrastructure and how they can cool or made hospitals more green. As I mentioned, there are lots of vulnerabilities that are associated with impacts of heat, which increases how you're going to survive the heat. And that depends on age, of course, the existing health conditions, what occupations that we are involved currently. For example, those who are working outside, unprotected or without a shelter, get impacted more. The socioeconomic status makes them vulnerable to begin with, and access to health care might also be limited, or they might choose to go for work that day because they're a daily wage laborer instead of going to the hospital for care. So that will, increase their risk even more. We must remember that even low intensity heat can be fatal if we have certain pre-existing conditions. So heat leads to very severe cumulative stress on various parts of the body, which we will see in a couple of slides from now, which leads to a rapid downhill kind of spiraling down condition that requires immediate hospitalization, which might be out of reach for several people who are working outdoors. So which means that the urban poor and those who are already displaced and marginalized, they take the impact more disproportionately when compared to those who are more protected. People who have lack of access to cooling devices inside the house are obviously more impacted. But we must also remember that they may or may not have the right awareness. For example, the most common thing in India when it's hot is to turn on the fan. Now, it's important to know that after about 42 degrees or something like that, the fan circulates the hot air, leading to even more increase in the core temperature of the human bodies. So that is something that is discouraged. Instead, they say that they should cool themselves with water and then wear much lighter clothes. And there are, of course, many other adaptation techniques. But my point is that it's important for us as physicians to convey to the people that turning on the fan at this temperature is not the right thing, and it could lead to even more dehydration and down spiral of impact of heat. We know that the marginalized populations are even more impacted, and gender and heat, there have been various studies to show that women who are outside, who have to carry water or who have to do daily wage labor, because of their innate physiological as well as gender-based conditions or issues, they might be even more disproportionately impacted by heat. So just to summarize, the vulnerable groups could be the age extremes, could be males and females depending on the kind of work and the pre-existing conditions that are there. So what will happen if heat continues and we have seen that, and all this is backed by evidence, that for every 1 degree increase in temperature, the chance of internal migration, I believe, is 50%. And there is a huge number of people who are already displaced, and they keep doing that every year because of extreme shortages of water and continuing rising temperatures, the ambient temperatures. So the number of people exposed globally and projected to be exposed as well as vulnerable to heat is going to increase for every half degree increase in ambient temperatures. So these are mind-boggling numbers to show that, or to reiterate that the problem is only going to get compounded going further. So this, as I mentioned, physiological changes due to heat on the human body, which I will not go into because you're all doctors, you would know this. Just to say that, the body tries to push the blood from the central area, from the brain as well as the heart, onto the skin. So there's vasodilation, there could be increased heart rate and changes in the cardiac functioning, which will put us more susceptible to heat. So coming to why is it so hard to accurately measure the impact of heat? That's because we do not have any universally accepted standard for defining heat waves, because they vary according to the communities, according to the regions, and that is a huge problem. Generally, there are various criteria that are used in terms of departure from the normal temperature for that area, as well as change in the absolute temperature of any area. So this is the IMD definitions, and then we should also realize that there is a definition for extreme heat wave. What I mean by heat wave is more days instead of a single point. I'll be quick in a couple of minutes, please. So looking at the morbidity and mortality, we have seen that again, there are lack of reporting practices for morbidity. It's very difficult to estimate that. There are various working definitions, and we must remember that there is a variability in clinical presentations also. So there is a huge underreporting that leads to, because of misdiagnosis. Mortality is in some ways easier to calculate because people are dying, but they could be misclassified as snake bite or something instead of a heat-related death, because there is also the revenue department which is involved, and there is a payout for each person who dies due to heat. So strategies for mitigation, if you see, as I mentioned, awareness, education, very important. We should encourage the sustainable practices and healthcare adaptation itself in terms of green hospitals, which I will not go into. But it's very important to have a multi-sectoral collaboration and funding. If we look at action plans, they should be short-term as well as long-term action plans, including conducting regional assessments to inform policy. This is one of the examples of a regional assessment that can be done, a CDC checklist in terms of are hospitals involved and to what extent are the findings going back to healthcare providers. We know the WHO is also very actively involved, and it has various guidelines, technical policy resources for how to combat heat and its impact. Coming to the adaptation itself, it's very important to strengthen governance, etc., to have heat action plans, which are many in India. Various states have already started it, including having district action plans. Early warning systems, again, very important, and emergency response plans. In terms of, having good city designs, as well as low-cost interventions at various levels and sharing of best practices. So if we look at the focus areas, it's very important to have funding for it, to have multi-sectoral engagement and having digital tools to track progress. I will just leave you with two questions. One, do we need more evidence for decisions? We have a lot of evidence to show that heat impacts health. We know how it impacts health. I believe we do need more evidence because they could be local. For example, do we know if a 1 degree increase in temperature in that local area leads to X number of hospitalizations or X number of OP visits? that correlation, and that is important to have to plan for resources for that particular region. The second thing, we know that the physiological limits could be reached even with adaptation measures. Do we need to do just self-protection? Because it comes down to individual level also. So the policy is on one side, the state actions are on one side, but the individual onus becomes very high when it's heat. So does it make sense to have someone like heat guides, which are local people who are trained, who are non-medicos, for early detection and quick referral? So something for us to consider, but I will leave with just these two questions for us to think about, and here are some of the references. Thank you so much again. Sorry for going over time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shailaja, for your excellent, talk on this health impacts due to climate change. And I wish you all the best. In the coming days also, we'll keep in touch, and then we'll go forward with all the suggestions that they have given about the action plans, how to go about. Thank you so much once again, and time is running out.
Thank you.
So I'll just pass it on to the next session.
Thank you, Madam, for your very illuminating talk. The next topic of this this technical session 2, the speaker is none other than our renowned psychiatrist, Professor, Head of Department of Psychiatry in the Institute of Medical Sciences, RIMS Imphal. I call upon Dr. R.K. Lenin Singh. In this particular soil, we don't need much introductions. So in the interest of the time, I will directly hand over the mic to the speaker. Thank you, sir, please.
Good morning, and welcome all the delegates from outside in our state as one of the partner organizer, Indian Medical Association, Manipur State Branch, and I am the president of this state branch. So welcome to this AHPICON NE2 and to Imphal. Today I am coming here to plead to the delegates, through the delegates and to the general public, that the climate action has reached to this far corner of the country or small dot in the globe, and we should not leave behind the impact of climate change on mental health. That is very, very important, and I will be sharing some of the thoughts from the national policy on climate change and mental health. As it was described before also, the climate change refers to gradual changes in the meteorological parameters like temperature, humidity, atmospheric composition, etc. in the world. The effects of this phenomenon may not be visible on day-to-day basis, as the cause and effect are distinct in terms of space and time. Impact of climate change on mental health is the area I'm going to dwell on. The natural factors such as temperature, humidity, wind, storms, droughts, these are natural, as well as our human activities in this modern advanced society, industrialization, construction, vehicular pollutions, and sometimes the crop residue burning, very common in Delhi and Punjab, Haryana area, leading to air pollution. The previous speaker has rightly pointed out, have consequences on mental health, not only in physical health, in terms of depression, anxiety disorders, and suicide, etc. There is a schematic representation of the impact of climate change on mental health. Climate change will impact on the mental health in two different ways, direct and indirect. As it was also mentioned that heat, the global warming, is leading to many physical morbidity and even mortality. And before that, there are lots of discomfort we have to adopt. And also, through indirect, there are lots of disasters. For example, we can take up flood as one of the example, drought as one of the example. And it will lead to displacement and the migration. It was also, Madam has highlighted nicely. And loss of loved ones. In the disaster, many loss happen. Permanently handicapped, disabled, and inability to earn livelihood. They become independent. And long-lasting economic problems are there. Displacement also carries from the culture and traditional values of that particular person, and he has to adapt in a new place. And all these things collectively will be very prone to increase the chronic stress level of the individuals, and which will ultimately lead to mental disorders like anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorders, substance abuse, domestic violence, and of course, suicide. I would need not describe all these disorders. Many of us might have at least some idea of this. And there is increasing evidence that extreme weather events can trigger post-traumatic stress disorder, major depressive disorder, anxiety, and of course, increased substance abuse. In order to cope with the increased stress, many people have adapted or misadapted to substance abuse as a means to adapt the stress from time to time. And complicated grief means grief, prolonged pathological grief, and it cripples the life of that individual. Survival guilt, my children, my spouse unfortunately expired, and then the survivor will have the guilt that if I do that, if I did that, if I come back early, and she could have been saved like that. It's called survival guilt. It's also really a torture. Recovery fatigue. After a struggle, the person has recovered, and that causes lots of fatigue after that, recovery fatigue, and suicidal ideas, and ultimately suicide. These are related to climate change. Globally, the prevalence of mental health issues is extremely high, and it is estimated to be around 1 in 10. And it is without considering the added mental health consequences of changing climate conditions. That means it will have an increased burden on mental health. Coming to our country, it is about 11% in the point prevalence. Today, when we look at it, will be around 11. And then in Manipur, it is around 13%, and we estimate that 1 in 8. And this is before COVID and before this conflict, and now the climate change. So how resilient we are to resist all these onslaughts on our mental health? That is the big question. The lack of attention to mental health is of particular concern in the field of climate change. Mental health, given the evidence that psychological impacts from any form of disaster exceed physical injury by 40%. I love to repeat again the impact on physical health and the impact on mental health. Mental health impact is 40% more than the physical health. In fact, every change in our stages, and every change in our ambience, environment, will impact on the mind and the mental well-being. So it is no surprise that in the case of climate change leading to disasters, the impact on mental health will be very, very heavy. Heat-related mental health morbidities, ma'am has rightly said, described in detail, and it will save me some time. But people with mental illness are 3 times more likely to risk death from a heat wave than those without mental health, ma'am. Hot temperature increases discomfort, hostility, aggression, and possible violence. This is the mental health aspect of heat wave. And hotter cities were found to be more violent than cooler cities. The increased heat-related violence is more significant in the hot summers and shows increased rates in the hotter years. Wildfires became the extreme heat directly impact mental health. Studies in communities at risk of bushfires found higher incidence of depression and post-traumatic stress disorder. So this is the mental health aspect. Heat waves, Madam has described about the physical activity, physical changes. Heat stress directly caused by heat waves has been associated with mood disorders, anxiety, and the related consequences. Extreme heat events and humidity have increased hospital admissions for mood and the behavioral disorders, including schizophrenia, mania, and neurotic disorders. These are the direct health consequences. I would like to describe that climate change can range from mild stress, sleep disturbances to clinical disorders, which I have mentioned before. During pregnancy, exposure to heat waves has been related to low birth weight, increased incidence of preterm birth. Effects during childhood and adulthood comprised behavioral and motor problems and reduced IQ, intelligence quotient, reduced schooling and economic activities. That ma'am also said school has to be shut down. Disasters in India are plenty in the last 1 or 2 decades. So all of these has been, or many of them has been studied from mental health impact point of view, and I will not be having the luxury of presenting all of them because of paucity of time, but in general, I will be representing how it happens, how it impacts the mental health. Drought is one of the most well-documented climate hazards, indirectly influencing mental health. Long-term effects of drought include scarcity of food, water supplies, affect land-based workers' economy, and ultimately the mental well-being. There is evidence indicating increased numbers of farmer suicides in India in areas of prolonged droughts. At least 1,12,000 people working in the agricultural sector have committed suicide in the past decade in India. So it's not a small number. Migration challenges the identity, sovereignty, and heritage of people who have to leave their homesteads and homelands. It also challenges the integrity and continuity of people's traditional ways of life. And there is a threat to community health. For example, increased criminal behavior, violence, aggression in response to stressors related to climate change. Okay. This is a little congested slide. I would just summarize. Mental health disorders like PTSD, depression, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder will lead to behavioral sign symptoms like anxiety, annoyance, poor sleep quality, cognitive impairment, distress, and nostalgia, and which will ultimately lead to individual consequences and the collective consequences in the community. Stress is the main impact, and through stress, all those mental health disorders will come. And heightened social instability, increased levels of interpersonal aggression, interpersonal relationship will be impaired, and increased rates of crime and violence will be significantly increased. That was the highlight. Now coming to what we can do in an individual level. If we adopt measures which are safe for the environment, this will give us a sense of satisfaction, pride, which will in turn enhance our positive well-being. If we take part in the climate action, take part in the local activities which will help in the climate change management, that will give us some credibility and pride that will give us positive well-being, sense of positive well-being. If feeling overwhelmed due to adverse effects of climate change, talk to someone you trust and see how the situation can be handled in different way. Keeping contact with family members, friends, and organizations handy in case you need to reach out. Means disasters comes without warning. So if you have some context, we can fall to them. And for example, we call it emotional reserve. If we have some problem, you can contact with some close friends, relatives, or confidential people like professionals, that we always have an advantage on the others who do not have. Similarly, we will have a plan that in case of such an eventuality, I will fall into this, I will call this and that. 4, keep a journal of your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors if you are facing a mental health concern, like anxiety, depression, stress, etc. It might come in a somatic form, like physical symptoms like breathlessness, restlessness, mild giddiness, chronic headache, aches and pains, tingling numbness, and difficulty in breathing, shortness of breath, like this. It might also indicate some chronic stress, which are leading to just physical symptoms. Seek treatment if you and someone you know is battling with mental health crisis. Don't delay, please. Proper rest, exercise, eating healthy food, as and when possible, is also beneficial, means healthy lifestyle. And yoga is also recommended by many. Meditation is also very important. It's the only thing we cannot do regularly. Consider non-traditional form of care such as travel, spirituality, community-based program, etc. Keep an eye out for symptoms of behavioral and psychological changes in your kids' inability to kids as well as the extreme of ages, differently abled and pregnant women, etc. Inability to talk, bedwetting, worry or panic while not in danger, self-harm behaviors, and some examples of such changes amongst the children are significant telltale signs. Look out for authentic information issued by the government. Engage in active listening with those who would like to talk to you. Online platforms and peer support groups can help in the management of mental health issues. Take-home message will be climate change is an urgent global challenge. We should not ignore the mental health aspects of impacts of climate change on human health along with the other concerns. While the challenge is significant, we have the knowledge and capability to address it if we act decisively. These are the references. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for your very illuminating talk on the mental health impact in respect to the climate change. So in the interest of the time, the discussions, comments will be accommodated at the end of the technical sessions after
Thank you very
last
much.
speaker. Now the next topic will be on the vector-borne diseases in changing climate. It's a fact that the climate change is changing the landscape of the infectious diseases, especially the vector-borne diseases. So the topic will be delivered by none other than Professor Ranjana Khuraizam, Head of Research and Development and the Laboratory Director, Mother's Care Children Hospitals and Research Centers. So, Madam, in the interest of time, I will directly hand over the mic to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you to the organizers of the AHPICON for giving me this platform to interact on an important topic related to climate change. Because we all are healthcare workers, we need this platform, we need this conclave, because as health professionals, we have a duty to be a part of the solution. So what is to be expected in climate change? So there is a long list which has been, listed by in the Indian Journal of Medical Research by a group of researchers way back in 2013, and there it is clearly mentioned that there will be a change in the range, distribution, and incidence of the outbreaks of vector-borne diseases as a result of climate change. There are others topics which we need to cover and which we need to consider because of the climate change, and these topics, some of it have been covered and some will be covered later in today's event. So, what is vector-borne diseases? Infectious diseases which are caused by the microbes, which can be parasites, virus, or the bacteria, which are transmitted by the vectors. These are known as vector-borne diseases. And if we say what is a vector is an arthropod, mostly the blood-sucking arthropods such as mosquitoes, mites, ticks, fleas, and sandflies, which are responsible for transmission of this pathogen from one host to another. This can be from human to animals, from animals to mostly animals to human. So, what is expected is that with a warmer average temperature, we expect a longer warm season, earlier spring season, a milder winters, and hotter summers, which creates a condition which is hospitable for the vectors as well as the pathogens which is there in the vector. So WHO estimates that more than 7 lakhs deaths occur every year because of these vector-borne diseases, and this accounts for nearly 20% of the infectious diseases. So earlier we thought that this is confined to the tropical and subtropical countries, but what we are seeing today is that it is expanding its horizon. And this has, why is it so? Because the way we act, our way influence the local environment where we stay, which is a critical driver for the disease risks. So, with such climatic changes, what affects is that some of the characteristics of the vector-borne diseases which is affected is that their survival and the reproduction rate increases, and also there is expansion and increase in the intensity and the temporal pattern of the vector activity. And not only that, even the pathogen which is there inside the vector, their rates of development, their survival and reproduction of these pathogens inside the vectors, this is also enhanced. So there is a long list of important vector-borne diseases. You know, I should say this is a long list, but still then there are some more which are missing from this list also, along with the vector. So I'll just mention some of the important ones. Just let us try to see what exactly is the scenario. Because malaria, we all know malaria, this is something which we haven't been able to eradicate as yet. This is the most deadly and most studied climate-sensitive vector-borne disease. Africa is suffering most, contributing 95% of the cases and 97% of mortality due to malaria. But then, as for our country, the World Malaria Report in 2024, published by WHO, it celebrates India's significant progress. Because from 2015 to 2023, there has been a drastic decline in malaria cases and malaria death, about 80% decline. And in the year 2023, death due to malaria, which was reported officially, was only just 83. And with this progress, we expect that the government of India's vision to eliminate malaria by 2030, it seems to be achievable. But then in Africa, what is happening is that, I'll just mention something, a study which has been conducted in Kruger National Park. There they have studied, considering the anthropogenic pressure, 5 important anthropogenic pressure, human pressure, which was creating a problem in 2 areas. One is the rural, which is not touched by the human population. One in the park area, where there is human habitat. And then the studies reveal that all the 5 pressures which they have studied, these were much more higher in those places where human habitat is, that is outside or in the fringe of the national park. And then they try to study it and quantify whether this high level of disturbance in this park is linked to change in the community of the mosquitoes. So there was abundance of mosquito parasite in that area, which was approximately about 3 times much more higher in the human-dominated areas compared to the natural inhabited area. But then, what is worrying to a microbiologist like me is the emergence of the 5th malarial parasites, that is the Plasmodium knowlesi, which was earlier considered just to be a simian malarial parasite. That means the malarial parasite causing infection in monkeys. But then this is emerging, and then it was first detected in a cluster of cases in 2004 in Malaysia, but by now it has spread to almost all the Southeast Asian countries. It's been reported from all over the Southeast Asian countries except the Timor-Leste, which is the earlier East Timor country. So what is happening is that the deforestation trigger a cascade effect on the mosquito epidemiology, and also there is alteration in the breeding habitats for good, and the species composition with more species involving, and their predation pattern, and also the survival rate of this mosquito is also changing. So these facilitate the transmission of this simian malarial parasite, P. knowlesi, from macaques to humans. So is this going to be a game changer in malaria eradication? This remains a question. Because along with this deforestation, the monkey population also, they shift their habitat, from the forest patches to those areas where human settlements are there. So there is a closer contact between these monkeys and the human population. In India, there is no case detected so far. No cases has been detected, human cases, but then what is worrying is that a group of researchers, they have conducted a study in the Andaman Nicobar Island. They were studying for some other malarial parasites as well. And there what they found is that P. knowlesi specific gene sequence has been detected in 11.9% of that studied samples, stored studied samples. And then again, worrying impression is that though P. knowlesi was detected to be a human pathogen in Malaysia, the first detection of this species of malarial parasite happened in the Kolkata School of Tropical Medicine way back in 1932. And there, in the next year, they have experimented on humans, and that time they have carried out and they have done an experimental infection in human, and it was found to have been to be capable of causing the disease. That time itself, that was way back in early 1930s. So the question is, though we are on the way, India is on the way, whether this P. knowlesi will have a role, whether it will remain a game changer or not, that remains to be seen. And for the dengue we all know goes by the dengue virus. Because, with the warmer temperature is making more places suitable for these monkeys to spread for their survival, with a longer transmission season, and also behavior of the Aedes mosquito. Way back in about 15-20 years back, whenever we detect a case of dengue, when I was working in RIMS, then we used to think that this is the important, the patient must have traveled, must have come from Delhi. That was the impression. But what happened, we have seen in the last 3-4 years, what is happening in Manipur as far as dengue is concerned. So earlier, when about 3 years back, we were seeing it only in the valley area. But last year, it was very surprising that there were many cases from the hilly region as well. That means they have expanded, they have expanded their population. They have expanded their geographical population. It was very surprising to see cases of Senapati, cases from Senapati. Because this warmer temperature, because this mosquito, the Aedes mosquito, they are considered to be, they are ectotrophic. Ectotrophic means, when the temperature rises, they adjust so well. They adjust so well, and their metabolic activity of the vector, it enhances. So that interprets to they grow more faster growth. They effectively replicate the virus which is inside that Aedes mosquito, and even their biting habits, it becomes more aggressive, and also with the milder climate, last year we have seen cases in December, Manipur. So it is no longer confined to summer, the usual summer, that the way we used to think, few years back. So then another important one is tick-borne disease. Though we don't consider it as an important vector-borne disease in Indian scenario, this is of public health importance in the northeast part of the America. So this is the increasing trend of this thing, Lyme's disease, which was happening in the USA. But then, is there cases in India? Because we feel that in India, the vector is there, the agent is there, and there is report of only about 500 cases, reported cases, but then we feel that this is something which is underestimated. Because, as a microbiologist, I haven't come across a disease which is considered to be, which is suspected to be Lyme's disease here. But then, if we look back, in a study which was conducted by our army fraternity, medical doctors, they have done a seroprevalence of this Lyme's disease in northeast India, and there Arunachal Pradesh has shown to be. They have conducted in the entire northeast states, but it was higher in the Arunachal Pradesh, and by now that was in 2011, but by 2022 it has been detected. Seroprevalence has also been observed in the Sikkim, and that time in 2011 itself, they have predicted that this could extend to the Himalayan foothills. So we have other diseases like this, which I will not ponder on. But then, what is important is that predicting the relative impact of sustained climate change on vector-borne diseases is difficult, because it is not only the climate change, it is not only the vectors and that we need to concern about. We need to have studies that look not only the effect of the climate change, but also on other factors like tribal, migration, demographics, for all this. So what are the control strategies? Can you just give me one more minute? Thank you. So One Health is an important approach for tackling this climate change. Of course, this is part of the change. So what is One Health? One Health is a multi-sectoral approach that aims to balance and optimize the health of the people, animal, plants, and our shared environments, recognizing the interconnectedness that is within these stakeholders. So we need to involve. What is important is that for us health professionals, we need to involve, we need to act as a community along with the veterinary fraternity, environmentalists, forest department, individuals, community, so that we have a good, strategy to tackle the complex health threats in an integrated manner. So these are the adaptation strategies for responding to the vector-borne disease. We all know this, but the last one, this is what we have been doing: public awareness and engagement campaign. This is what the AHPICON organizers have been doing for the last 2 years, organizing many events in colleges and in university, and that is the aim. We are fulfilling this strategy so that we are aware, we are engaged to control this, not only the vector-borne disease, but the climate change in whole. So let us all be aware, let us be engaged, let us be proactive, and at the same time, the youngsters, you need to avoid eco-anxiety. Let us try to preserve this good Mother Earth for our children, for our grandchildren, and for our great-great-grandchildren. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam, for your very enlightening speech with the note that the best possible solution to this climate change will be One Health concept. Now I hand over the mic to my co-chair, Professor Longzam Usarani Devi, who is serving as the Director, Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Medical Sciences, Forum Parts. Madam, please take on.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hemanta, and thank you, Dr. Ranjana, for the enlightening speech on the vector-borne diseases in this changing climate. I, first of all, would like to apologize for my late arrival at this hall because of some communication in the program schedule and all. I was verbally told it is at 11:30, that's why I was. Anyway, the two topics already before this session, heat-related illness and mortality by Dr. Shailaja Tetali, and climate change and mental health by Dr. R.K. Lenin, and vector-borne diseases in the changing climate by Dr. Ranjana Khuraijam. All these three topics are open for discussion, and I request the participants who would like to clarify or ask some questions on these three topics. You can ask the questions, and please indicate to whom your question is being asked.
Yeah, I am Dr. Navkishore from CISA. I'm a plastic surgeon. Yeah, I'll start with the question to Madam Shailaja. There is already that we have crossed 1.5 degrees Celsius from pre-industrial era. It's a prediction that we'll be crossing probably 2 degrees Celsius within few years, probably post to 2030 or so. And I really like you have put an impetus on the heat, and especially regarding the heat wave. I'm more interested in that because India is also currently having, from last few years, we have been having heat waves. Do you feel there could be, obviously, there will be increase of heat waves, right? In a sense, in what way we can prepare institutional wise and as a policy wise, how to cope with these kind of heat waves? Because that is the actual problem that we're going to face in a few years, or rather we have started facing it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. I'll just stand here and answer. Just to be very brief, how can institutions, I'm thinking hospitals from your side, how can they cope or how can they prepare more importantly? So I think 2 points there. How they can prepare is one, they have to assess themselves using some checklists that are available, and many of them are available from CDC, from WHO, as well as we have a lot of local checklists. If we don't have, we should prepare based on whatever is available, because regional contexts are very important. So that is one thing. So planning, one is assessment. Using that assessment tool and whatever findings we get, it's better to plan for that particular region and for that particular hospital. And planning in the ways of, how do we prepare for increased number of cases? Because with every degree increase in temperature, there are certain hospitalizations as well as OP visits that will increase. So planning for that in terms of human resources from your side, as well as the training and capacity building for those human resources. That's another thing that will be very important. The third thing is to look at it in a more general way. One is climate change and heat, but also in terms of assessments of your hospitals, which will look at systems from the hospital perspective. If you start doing that kind of exercise, I feel that the hospital will be prepared not only for heat and climate change, but also for other emergencies, health emergencies that are there, whether it is due to disasters or pandemics or something like that. So, in short, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam, I would like to observe, my observation, one thing, under the umbrella of the National Program for this climate change and human health, now the climate resilient health facility, this concept has come up. So whenever we prepare our facility in futures, we should think of this. So under this program from our government of Manipur, Health and Family Welfare, we are planning to develop one climate resilient or disaster resilient facilities in every district. Okay, please.
Thank you.
Can I continue with my questions? I will ask one question to Dr. Lenin also. Oh, he's not here, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, one more question I have. Actually, I'm not a physician. I'm a general layman. And my question is to all the 4 guest speakers. And my question is, the kind of economy growth India wants, that means India cannot escape from using the fossil fuels at least for another 2-3 decades. As we know that green hydrogen is the future fuel, but this kind of project is at the stage of dreaming in India. So my question is, in this situation, is there any R&D with some kind of simulation in healthcare sector with respect to the critical climate conditions, so that we can proactive before coming out any disaster? This is my question.
I think your question is on the research surveillance. Yes. So yes, there are the strategy in the as I have mentioned. In the strategy is the enhancement of the surveillance system and also the control measures. And in surveillance, the idea, the suggestion is to have more research and using all the technologies, available technologies and the techniques, including mathematical modeling, simulations. These are the things. This is an ongoing process. This is ongoing, and this is, I must say that this is already implemented with many modern research techniques.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there any more questions from the participants?
Yes, ma'am. I am Longsam Herojit Singh, ma'am, My question is to Shailaja ma'am. Ma'am, the climate change and even the heat waves are a global issue. So no doubt it's a collective effort for each country. So, and even Sir Lenin sir has mentioned about the at a individual level, so what should we do it? So kindly reflect on the issue. Even indeed recently, even the USA, the President Donald Trump withdraw party agreement to the Paris climate agreement. So kindly reflect on this issue, ma'am. How, at what level, as an individual, so can we do, especially from our home? So at the national level and even in our country level, so we have many initiatives from different dimensions and from different disciplines. So kindly reflect on the something kind of the solutions and the remedies we can offer, especially as an individual. So can you reflect on this, ma'am?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I would like to say that this is almost like a parallel to air pollution, because there are lots of policies that are in place for air pollution, but ultimately it seems to be more of an individual kind of onus that we have to protect ourselves from air pollution. So similarly with heat, for that, I think the health professionals at various levels, not just the doctors, but all allied health professionals should be, first of all, aware of what they can tell or advise to the persons, the patients, or even patient attenders. That's a good opportunity. So basically taking every opportunity to inform people, to make them aware that it's important to have individual precautions, and that is more or less a common sense kind of thing, to not heat up too much, which is the core body temperature, and for that wearing lighter, looser clothes which enable heat exchange from the skin. The second thing is that when people have pre-existing conditions, they should not be exposed outside, they should take more care. The third thing is, in areas where there is no access to cooling inside the house, they say that it is better to be under the tree in the evenings, instead of being in the house, because the house heats up based on whatever building material that we use. So it's better to be outside during that time, especially after 5 o'clock, not before, of course. So I think regional kind of things is what we need to take a look at, and then individual level. The other thing is, of course, cooling mechanisms for the skin, pouring a lot of water on ourselves. Again, water scarcity could be an issue there, and not turning on the fans after 42 degrees. So these are some of the things, but I think all of us also need to be aware in terms of what are those small pictorial ways which can be stuck in hospitals to make people aware. So it's a responsibility of both the policy level as well as the institute or the hospital level, and then at the individual level. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Now this will be the last. So now all any queries, further queries can be clarified during the tea and the lunch time. So thank you all the eminent speakers and the delegates. And in the interest of time, we want to wind up this technical session to AHPICON Northeast. Thank you so much.
At the end of the technical session 2, I'd like to thank our esteemed chairpersons and speakers. Volunteers may please guide the chairpersons and speakers towards the valedictory area. As we move ahead, may I request Dr. Alexander Thomas, Dr. Palin Khundongbam, and Dr. Sanserio to chair the technical session on mitigation and adaptation strategies. Respected Dr. Alexander Thomas is the founder and patron API, KAHO, and ANVAI. Dr. Palin Khundongbam is the Chairman and Managing Director, Caesar Hospital and Research Institution, Imphal, and Dr. Simpson Serio is the Vice President, Manipur Medical Council. Sir Simpson Serio will join us in a while. Felicitation will be done at the end of the session. I hand over the session to the chairpersons. Sir, please.
Good morning to all of you. It's a real pleasure to be here in Imphal, and I want to thank Dr. Palin and his team for a wonderfully organized conclave. Incidentally, one of the first conclaves on health and climate change that AHPI is concluding, so I must congratulate you for that. Thank you for this. So, thank you for permitting me to chair this session. And this session is on mitigation and adaptation strategies in healthcare. That has become very, very central to our discussions in building a sustainable, resilient future. And as we confront the realities of climate change, we as the healthcare sector, we're very uniquely placed at the intersections of vulnerability and opportunity. This session is designed to explore key adaptation and mitigation strategies with insights from leading experts. We've got people from all over the country, experts in climate resilient infrastructure, community-based adaptation, and government initiatives. We have three speakers today. Dr. Jeet Patwari from the Northeast, he's from this side of the country. Then we have Dr. Sushil Jatana from down south. He's leading the initiative in his hospital. And we have Dr. Niveda Devi, State Nodal Officer. We have representations from both the public and the private. So these topics, I think it's important to understand that these are just not about mitigating damage. They are about actually creating proactive solutions that protect our communities and make healthcare systems stronger, even in the case of disasters, even in the case of adversity. And I'd request all of you to engage in the session. We will try and I request the speakers to stick to their time, so we have a little more time for interaction, because among the healthcare providers, as was mentioned earlier, awareness is not a very strong point, and that is the first step. So I'll request the speakers to be crisp and try and spend a little more time and answers and questions, and request all of you to engage with us. So with that, I'll request our first speaker, Jeet Patwari, to take on. And thank you to my co-chair. Any comments from you, Dr. Palin?
Nothing much.
Can I have the slides, please?
You have a presentation? So, okay. No, but we need the presentations, no, from all three.
I gave it to a seat.
So is it
It's not here because the folder is empty.
Okay, yours is empty.
Yes.
Dr. Sushil is there, so maybe I'll request Dr. Sushil to come up, and we can please start off with Dr. Sushil. You can sort out this one.
I'll
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, just sort it out with him. Sort out with him. Yeah. This is Dr. Sushil Jatana.
My presentation.
आपका ना? yours.
We'll go ahead with this, and then you can sort out this. Come. Order owner. Doing this one. Order owner. Sir, now is Rachita. Now it's Dr. Sushil. Okay. So we'll start with Sushil. But in the meantime, please sort out this. Dr. Sushil Jantanagida. Yeah. So this one? Yeah. Is it correct? Yeah. Dr. Sushil Jantana. So Sushil Jantanagida. Takalo. Boris? Jeet will request you to just coordinate after this with your, and after that we'll have Dr. Niveda.
Can I start? Please. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the audience. Good morning again. I think you're lacking in a little bit of caffeine or coffee. Good morning.
Good morning.
Wonderful. I would have, lack of time, otherwise I would have asked you to stand up for a minute because I'm sure you've been sitting for a long time. I'm Dr. Sushil Jatana. I'm the director of CSI Lombard Memorial Mission Hospital. People here in the Northeast may well know about mission hospitals. It's a small 100-bedded hospital and it's a charitable hospital run by the church and I'm working there. My background is I'm a doctor by profession. I trained as a physician, general physician, then migrated into public health medicine and health policy, and then finally into management. Now, I'm going to tell you the story of a very small hospital, 100-bedded hospital, as I said. It's a small hospital, but with big dreams. So, what we are about to see is actually what most of you would probably have done. There are little things and little adjustments and adaptations which most of the hospitals have done. So why am I standing here? The only reason I'm standing here and you're sitting there is because, one, we've adopted an integrated approach. Somebody mentioned earlier on, maximizing and optimizing the various work streams as such. Secondly, we have done a baseline measurement of the carbon footprint of the hospital. Now, the reason for that is we want to be a champion for other small and medium-sized hospitals. The corporate hospitals, 20% of the hospitals in India, can do a lot because they have plenty of resources and plenty of team, human resources, financial resources, but it's a small and medium-sized hospitals which actually struggle. And therefore, we want to show the evidence behind some of these strategies to make you and inspire you to also make those changes. So, what have we done? Our mission is to achieve climate resilience and carbon neutrality. Our purpose is to address climate change and global warming and reduce the hospital's carbon footprint. What we have committed to is race to zero. That means we will reduce our carbon footprint by 50% by 2030 and to zero level by 2050. That's our commitment. Community impact, we all have heard of the health impacts we've seen in earlier sessions, and therefore we need to mitigate the health impact and community impact. And alignment with other sustainable goals. You've all heard about COP28, COP26, all those sustainable goals, we need to be aligned. So what did we launch? We launched the INSPIRE project. The INSPIRE project is an acronym because we want to inspire other small and medium-sized hospitals like yourselves. I stands for an integrated approach. N stands for nurturing biodiversity and greening of hospitals. S is about harnessing solar power. P is about promoting comprehensive bio-waste and medical waste management. I is for implementing measures to reduce air pollution. Having said that, air pollution is one of our weakest work streams. R is for reinvigorating groundwater resources because of water scarcity and water scarcity management. And finally, E is about empowering our communities and engaging and enabling our communities to make small changes, because we believe small changes made by many people or by many hospitals will have a much bigger impact than big changes made by only a few people or a few hospitals. So the key themes, you've seen all this: energy management, water security management, waste management, air pollution, biodiversity, and of course in the heart of all this is community awareness and community education. We must involve our communities even though we are bound within the four walls of the hospitals. We should always aim to be a hospital without borders. So first one is this harnessing the solar power. There are two aspects to this. One is the renewable energy. We've used solar, but of course there is wind, water, etc. And then the second one is about improving the efficiency of our energy resources. We focused on solar panels, fans, lights, air conditioners, and electric vehicles. We made two mistakes though, I must confess, because sometimes we learn more from our failures than our successes. And the two mistakes we made was, when we got the solar panel, our maximum load was 110 kilowatt, so we got 110 kilowatt of solar panel generation. What we didn't realize is the hospital is a growing hospital. So we did not plan for the increase in other equipment, etc. Already, we have increased the maximum load to 140. That's a mistake we did, and we're now going to increase our solar, but we could have done much earlier as well. The second one is excess energy that we produce during the daytime is fed into the online grid, the electricity system. The problem is, nighttime, we don't generate electricity. We don't have battery storage. And the reason we haven't gone for battery storage, because we learned that actually the battery technology in India is not so robust, it's expensive, and it is subject to failures. However, we've had a French team from France come and look at our storage systems and have suggested, because the Indian battery system looks at lithium-ion storage, and they have come out with another concept of hydrogen-ion storage. I don't know if that will work, but we are keeping touch with them. The solar energy is a low-hanging fruit, ladies and gentlemen. You can look at the thing in here. We produce at least 41% in the monsoon season, up to 48% of our solar for electricity output came from solar energy. And operational carbon emission, carbon savings is about 95,000 kilograms of carbon emission. That is equivalent to having 4,310 average trees, because each tree sort of absorbs about 20 kilograms of carbon dioxide emission. And our cost savings is every month we've saved about 1.25 lakhs. And we spent about 50 lakhs for the solar system. So within 4 to 5 years, we will make a return on our investment, complete return on our investment. So the efficiency of a solar system is excellent, to be honest. Second is energy efficient. As I said, the fans. Just give you an example of the fan. The old fans we were having used to consume 75 kilowatts. The new eco-friendly fans we are using consumes only 25 kilowatts, and that is 66.7% reduction and savings over the 75 kilowatt. We've also made some starts in the electric mobility. We've got an electric scooter to start with, but that was a symbolic gesture. Following that, we've also placed an order for an electric vehicle when our next electric vehicle we needed a next electric vehicle. In addition to that, all our air conditioning, we are now purchasing. The old ones are still there. We need to phase out in a gradual way. The new ones, we are purchasing eco-friendly air conditioners, and lights are all LED lights, and I'm sure you also do LED lights. Waste management. The waste management is biomedical waste, there is dry waste, there is wet waste, and of course there is plastics. Our intentions are twofold. How can we reduce waste? generation, because we generate a huge amount of waste. And the second one is, if we can't reduce waste, how can we recycle waste? And what we've done, the three key things in waste management is about segregation, it's about collection, and it's about disposal. I'll tell you a story. When few years ago, the waste were collected in bins, and the bins were collected early in the morning and kept out for the municipality to take. But what used to happen, we have a stray dog menace. And the dogs used to get into the bins and spread it all over, and the waste collectors wouldn't collect it. So what we have done is now made sure that we collect it in proper bin bags, and we actually keep it in storage house, so the collectors come and take it up, and no waste is wasted, to be honest, pardon the pun. So segregation is very, very important. Biomedical waste, we've got a very good system. We barcode all the biomedical waste and we measure all the biomedical waste. So we know exactly how much biomedical waste in different categories that we are actually producing. The food waste, we have about 450 students, nursing and paramedical college students. We have a mess and we have a canteen. So there's a lot of food that is wasted. Currently, what we're doing is, we are giving the food away to the local piggery, the one who raise pigs. That, okay, is a fairly decent way of disposal, but now what we are considering is a bio-waste converter, biogas, to use the waste, food waste, into bio electricity as such. So we are looking at the big challenge has been plastics, because one, pharmacies, we've switched over to paper bags. Mineral water, we use a lot of mineral waters, meetings and conferences and people. We used to buy local bottles mineral water because they were very cheap. Now we've gone to bottles containing PET, polyethylene terephthalate. Now the benefit of that is actually they're all recyclable, and actually those, we have a local recycling plant, so the bottles are sent there to be recycled. The problem we still have is patients. Patients bringing waste of food to their patients in plastic bags. We insist on steel containers, etc., but they pick a fight with us. So that's been a challenge. And a local canteen is weighing up the cost factor, to eliminate plastic completely. So it's a challenge that we are facing. Nevertheless, I think we are making progress on that as well. Water consumption. I come from a place called Udupi, which is on the coast. It's near Manipur. We have the Arabian Sea next to us. People ask me, you have so much water, so what the hell are you doing with water scarcity management? The fact is, we have less than 30% rainfall, pre-monsoon rainfall last year. And every year, we have about 200 students in the hostel. They have showers during the summer twice a day. As somebody said, for heat, having cold water showers is the best one. And they make liberal use of the water. Every day, we used to have 5 to 6 tanker loads of water. We don't know the quality of the water. We don't know where it comes from. However, having said that, with some of the measures we've taken, last year, we did not order a single tanker load of water. You can see the annual water savings. How did we do that? One is stop water wastage. It's a 102-year-old hospital, very old hospital. The pipes were all leaking. So we fixed all the leaks, so the wastage stopped. Taps. The taps had those rotating sort of things at the top because they are all old hospitals. We put them into spring push button, because what students and patients used to do is to open the tap and then forget about it, and the water would just be wasted. So we've used the spring taps. In future, we plan to go into sensor monitor taps as well. So wells, we have a lot of wells, 7 wells, and we desilted the wells, deepened the wells, and we put concrete rings around so that the muds don't fall off. So we've done all that. But in addition to that, what we have done is rainwater harvesting. 2 campuses are completely filled with rainwater harvesting. You can see the pipes all coming from there, and that's rainwater. All the rooftop water is collected in pipes, filtered, and then let into our wells. So we have 4 campuses, 2 campuses are done. In this coming year, we will do the other 2 campuses as well. In addition to that, we will also harvest grey water. And grey water is the rainfall that falls on the ground, which can also be taken and then filtered and then let through. In addition to that, we have several recharge ponds for water to soak through. So all these things that we have done has really made a huge effect on our water usage as such. As you said, as you see, we probably saved about nearly 5.5 lakhs of rupees by just these simple measures. And the annual water savings will be enough for about 86 residential home consumption for a year or so. Biodiversity. Now, this is in the heart of the city. We have 20 acres of land in the heart of the city. It is 100, as I said, 102 years old. If you look at that, you'll probably think you're in the center of Manipur. You know, lush green gardens, plenty of trees, etc. But what we have done is developed vegetable patches. Most of the vegetables for our hostel comes from the vegetable gardens. And in addition to that, that's my wife calling, by the way. Sorry. So we have vegetable, and the excess vegetables, we sell it to the others, to the staff, etc. We have a herbal garden with Ayurvedic medicines, plants, old ancient medicinal plants, etc. And we have got lots of fruits and trees. No time, but some of the trees and flowers and plants that we plant attract wild birds and butterflies and other things which help in pollination. And this is the same thing with the students being involved as well. Community awareness. This is the heart of the program. I mean, here you see it's the first training session for the press. We involved and engaged the press because they will communicate much better than any one of us can do. We had the launch of the Inspire program, which was covered very well. And then we said we should train all our staff and students, because if we don't know and we are not aware, then how can we communicate this to others? So, and as you see, 67% of our staff and students were not aware of the impact of climate change. A couple of minutes, sir. This is the Inspired team structure. You need to have a structure. The leadership goes right at the top, and then to come down to, we need to have leaders at every level of our hospital and educational institutions. And then, of course, the monitoring. Remember I said baseline measurement? And we monitor all this every month. The consumption of energy, water, waste, biodiversity, and community awareness. And there are indicators for that, and you can see some of the scopes that we have in that. And there's the implementation strategy. We have a dashboard which allows us to monitor the waste generated and all the other things, solar generated. And as I said, we are saving about 1.25 lakhs of money in just solar, and the other things have been and these are all just the dashboards. And we are, as I said, committed to race to zero. We are only a few hospitals committed to sign, and I've committed in blood that I will deliver on the race to zero. 2030, 50% reduction, 2050 whole, and every year, by using the climate tool, we need to submit our data every year to them. Right, I think I'm towards the end. But the most important thing is to tell thank you to you. Thank you to all of you. First of all, thank you to the chair. I have to make two mentions. One is the Lombard Foundation of Switzerland, who have helped us with this sustainability project, and I'm grateful to them. And two leaders who have helped me. One is Dr. Maria Guevara, who is the Senior Vice President of Medicine Sans Frontiers, who've been very, very instrumental in taking me along the journey. And of course, Dr. Alexander Thomas from HELP. I mean, he's been an inspirational leader here and has always helped to try and, make sure that we did the right thing. So I'm really grateful to them. And thank you for inviting me for this conference. And thank you so much. And have a wonderful rest of the day. And I know lunch is coming, so please don't worry. It will be there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, Dr. Sushil Jatana. Wonderful talk, and we have learned a lot, and we need to learn more. But because of the economy of time, we will not entertain any questions now. And another information is, I would like to request Jid for the third speaker, because we have the first speaker, Rashita Mishra, Associate Director, Selco Foundation. She will be online. She will be speaking on renewable energy and healthcare. So, Rashida Mishra. So thank you. Thank you. Are you online now? Can you hear us? Rashida Mishra?
Yes, sir, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, please.
It's my
please.
pleasure. Yeah, thank you so much, sir, and thank you, Dr. Alex, as well. It's my pleasure to be here. I just wanted to do a bit of a check with the organizers. Should I share my screen, or I had shared my presentation earlier, so will you be sharing that? If I could get that confirmation, please.
Yeah, they are going to share from outside, from technical session.
I think they're sharing the screen.
Okay, great. Sounds good. So I hope my screen is visible, and I will go into, just give me a second, please. Yes, so I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, yes.
Perfect. I think I can screen it now. Yes. So thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to be able to join online. I apologize again that I couldn't join in person, but it's been a great learning experience to just hear and learn from all the speakers today. What I wanted to share was actually to build upon the previous speaker of our experience of working on how do we look at climate resilient health facilities, particularly from the perspective of using sustainable energy as a way, as a catalyst to be able to achieve that. So just a little bit on the problem statement, and I know that many of the speakers earlier might have positioned this already, but I do want to bring it in a different light. So for example, when we actually look at where our health system lies currently, and I've looked at some of the data which is across the globe, but of course this is something that is very, very similar, whether you look at India as a country, whether you look at region as Northeastern region, or you look at a state as Manipur. But more than half of the world's population right now, which is about 4.5 billion people, are actually not covered by the essential health services that they should have access to. That is a really, really high number. On the other hand, in the previous panel, we spoke about, and we heard from many of these esteemed panelists and speakers, that in addition to what our public health system is able to respond to right now, we are going to have new types of diseases, whether it's new types of diseases or frequency of diseases that is going to increase because of climate change related issues. And because of that, on one hand, you don't have people who are able to access health services today. But on the other hand, the current public health system that we have, the exposure that we have to certain diseases, the vulnerability factors because of inequity and because of inequity of the health system being able to serve in certain regions is also going to be a factor in how we reimagine the health facilities or the health system itself. This is one part of the problem statement. I want to present another part of the problem statement as well. That today, actually, when many of the people go to access healthcare facility, those health facilities do not have access to reliable electricity. Close to 1 billion people, that is, when they go to a health facility today, are not able to access services. Unreliability is a very weird thing when it comes to health facilities. You know, we in Manipur, from our experience as well, we have worked with close to 250 health facilities which now run on solar. But when we had gone and done an assessment there, we realized that health facilities were actually not getting electricity for days altogether. Now imagine you are a mother who is trying to deliver in a health facility. Imagine you are an NCD patient who has to go regularly for monitoring and lab and testing in health facilities. A small power cut or a small disruption in health facility can actually increase anxiety both for the patient as well as the medical staff as well. So this is a serious concern for the energy sector. 1 billion people go to the health facility and have energy issues there. A third problem statement comes in, and we're all here to discuss climate change and repercussions of that. And the third problem statement is, and Dr. Alex, with his work with Healthcare Without Harm, has been propagating this as well. But currently, the health sector is responsible for about 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions. That is really, really high. This is also equivalent to the 5th most polluting country in the world today. So let's kind of, imagine these three problem statements together. And this is what I wanted to present to the audience today, that on one hand, you don't have people who are able to access basic healthcare facilities. With climate change, we have growing number of diseases, frequency of diseases that are going to come in. When people go to health facilities, they don't have energy access, which reduces their trust on the health systems sometimes. And on the other hand, it's already responsible for 5% of global health emissions. When we reimagine this health system itself on how do we really look at these three problem statements together, what you see here is what is it structured right now? What is our health system currently structured as? You have your district hospitals, your secondary hospitals, but also, very importantly, the first mile healthcare, as I would refer to, is the sub-centers, the primary health centers, the health posts that might be there, and the mobile health unit that seems to be there. We all know, and many of the speakers spoke about this earlier before me as well, that when we have more non-communicable diseases coming up, when we have more pandemics and endemics coming up, vector-borne diseases coming up, we need lab services, we need monitoring services, surveillance services to go closer to people. And that means that we need to figure out a way to reimagine our health system, which is going closer to people, expanding the number of services and quality and reliable of services as well. And this is where our role of bringing in an energy infrastructure or energy as a catalyst to drive new innovations comes in. How do we respond to the growing need for a decentralized health system? How do we actually improve more access to quality health services closer to people? And is there a way that we can actually optimize our public health system for energy utilization in this manner as well? A few years back during COVID, we had a great partnership with Manipur government. We continue to do that. And we launched on this program where we said, let's look at 25,000 health facilities that are going to transition to solar energy systems. What is important for us is not that they transition to solar energy systems, but that problem statement. How do we actually upgrade the health systems in that manner that it's able to be more resilient as a whole? Why 25,000 health facilities? The only reason we took this number is because actually it's a small number. It's only about 10% of the total public health systems, public health facilities that are run by the government across the states of India. But 25,000 is still a big number to be able to showcase at scale. It's equivalent to 12 health facilities in 12 states in the country. So we're able to show at scale what processes are required to reimagine public health system in this manner. And that's why it's important for us. What are some of the aspects of the program? I know the speaker before me went into so much detail around the aspects that have been already taken up in a particular hospital. And of course, what I'll do here is try to build upon that rather than repeat some of the points that were said there. So there are three aspects that are very important to us when we're trying to prove this at scale. One aspect is that we don't want to look at just energy or electrification of health facilities. The problem in the last mile health facilities is not that they don't have energy. The problem is that we are not able to deliver health services. And so when we look at our assessments, when we detail our plan, when we speak to public health professionals, when we speak to state health departments, the idea is that how do we improve health while actually improving energy infrastructure as well. The second aspect has been that how do you really look at energy as a part of health system upgradation? Can we really imagine a health facility working today if it does not have resilient energy infrastructure? Will any of us actually be able to go confidently into a hospital or health center if we know that they don't have energy there, reliable energy there? So that's another vision that we have. And the third piece is that honestly, solar energy has been around for a long, long time. Many people have burnt their hands. Many people have tried to solar power public health infrastructure or public infrastructure in general, but it does not work. It's not sustainable, and we need to acknowledge that. The reason that it's not been sustainable is because local capacities to own and maintain the systems have not been developed. And that's also the third really important part of how we're designing this program. So when it comes to health before energy, the starting point really becomes in our assessments of what are the disease burdens? Why are people coming to that health facilities? What are the reasons why the medical staff are referring people to another health facility? Where is there more crowding happening? So the imagination is to really look at that as a need and solve for that through the energy infrastructure as well. So of course, with many of the national programs running currently, MCH and immunization become one of the points of focus. Delivery points, immunization value chain that we need to develop in terms of cold chain as well. But also increasingly slowly, screening and diagnostics, telemedicine, telediagnostics, these are emerging aspects that are coming in as well. How do we, with solar energy, it's distributed energy. We can make it mobile. We can make it portable. And that actually helps us reimagine the way services will be delivered in the future. Manipur and Northeastern region in general has beautiful terrain. We have to look at decentralized, distributed ways of being able to deliver services, and that means that energy or portable energy through solar can help us reimagine on how we're able to provide for that as well. Second aspect, as I mentioned, was really making it part of health system upgradation. And what does that mean? When we speak about the health system, there is an aspect of technology, medical equipment, etc. I think there were some beautiful case studies shared earlier, and our experience has been similar. When we bring in energy efficient equipments, the demand for solar or the need for solar goes down by as much as 60%. When you actually build an energy efficient building, add another 15% of energy reduction because of just an energy efficient building environment come in. Heat stress ma'am spoke about earlier, efficient fans sir spoke about earlier, just natural lighting being part of the building itself can actually reduce your energy need by about 65%. Why is that important when we're trying to optimize health infrastructure? Is because overall our state departments are then able to power 2 or 3 health facilities at the cost of 1. You require less energy to run. 30% of energy is now you can use that to run a health facility. We need to start saying not that I need 2 kilowatts, but how do I make the use of 2 kilowatt the most efficient? Other aspect that becomes really important for health departments is that usually for operations and maintenance, we need to allocate about 2 to 5% of the total capital expenditure on an yearly basis. If we're looking at energy efficiency measures and lowering our energy needs right in the beginning, the cost of maintenance of the panels, of the batteries, of the inverters naturally goes down. So it's an overall resource optimization that leads to. But in addition to technology, of course, what is important more from an O&M perspective is that we have the staff which is trained. We have financing, procurement guidelines, who is going to pay for what clearly laid out as well. We can't have people coming in from far away to actually maintain these systems as well. We need our staff trained, we need local technicians trained, and we need spare parts in local areas as well to be able to rectify smaller issues that with our experience of over 8,000 health facilities across different states which are on solar right now, we have more and more data, and we will be really happy to invite any of you to come and visit us to get an understanding of what are the kind of issues that come up often. And because of that, how do you really budget and build for this local capacity that is needed in different states to be able to operate and maintain these systems? Lastly, as I mentioned, what is really important is local capacities for operations and maintenance. And this means that this is a program which is not about install and forget, but it's really about saying, how do I create the right mechanisms for financial allocation, for technical capacity, and decision making to be able to look at maintenance over a long period of time? This is something that we've been working with the state departments to say, how do you really budget for it in your PIPs, but also how do you have monitoring systems where health facility staff can actually report an issue easily, and local vendor capacity who's able to reach on time and actually able to repair on time. I'd like to remind everyone in the audience again that for us the program is about health first, which means that reliability of energy infrastructure is more important because that is going to result in reliability of health service delivery itself. A little bit, and just the last 2 minutes, in terms of how we have seen the impact of this going in different regions when we have implemented it. The first thing that we hear is actually that patients, because of the services being on time, a lot of patients show impact by saying that I have more trust and faith in this hospital because I know that I will get the service delivery on time. I'm more comfortable in coming and delivering in this health facility because I know there will be safety, there will be comfort when I'm there and when I'm staying there overnight as well. the first thing that we hear actually the moment the installation happens is actually staff morale that goes higher. Imagine you're a medical staff who's working in these remote health facilities. You are equipped well, you know your job well, but what you don't have a microscope that is working properly. What you don't have a light so you're able to help and support the pregnant mothers who are delivering in the health facility. That is the adequacy that we need in our public health system today. And that is the first feedback that we get from the health staff, where they feel, when a pregnant woman is coming into the hospital, they don't need to think about, is the generator there? Is the diesel there? Is the kerosene there? Do I have, do I have hot water? But what they need to be really worried about protocols that they need to follow, and they have a safe working environment to actually deliver health services as well. We also realized that many of the health facilities, if we implemented with that local capacity of operations and maintenance, were actually saying that they are able to deliver more reliable services because of reliable energy. I would like to point out here that energy is not the only piece of the puzzle. We need good doctors, we need medicines, we need other service delivery providers as well. We need health seeking behavior to be improved in regions as well. It is a combination of all of this which will actually improve our health system. But energy is a significant part of it, which actually has a contribution in all of the aspects that I mentioned earlier. Lastly, what we have also seen in many of the states is that when we actually develop a foundational energy, optimized energy, resilient, reliable infrastructure, it actually gives motivation and gives confidence to a lot of the health departments to actually say, now I can actually decentralize a lot of the services. With many of the states, they have spoken about how this program has given them the confidence to say sub-centers will now have labor rooms as well. Sub-centers will now have immunization as well. Because we need to be thinking about how can people access healthcare quickly, without traveling for long, without paying for public transportation to get to the health facilities. All of those are barriers. And with growing disease burdens, with climate change, we need people to be able to access good quality health services and healthcare facilities easily. For many of the health departments to take that decision on how would I decentralize more health services, the first step really is to make sure that energy is there and that confidence is there amongst them to really take that decision. Lastly, what we have also seen in many of the health facilities is that you have, over a period of time, not instantaneously, but over a period of time, people coming in more and more into the health facilities. The number of deliveries, the number of tests, the number of immunization increases, especially if that has been a challenge. Again, what I'd like to point out is this is not a factor on its own. It has to be complemented with the presence of doctors being there and the presence of outreach programs being there as well. What I really want to end with is that it is possible to really build and collaborate to, it is really possible to collaborate with the data that is coming in on the new types of disease patterns, with the policymakers sitting in this audience who are motivated to build a climate resilient health infrastructure. But energy has to be a core part of it. It is a solution which is a low-hanging fruit. It's there already. A lot of the pieces of the puzzle are proven already. And once again, Manipur itself has 250 health facilities which are currently on solar and implemented in this manner. But if any one of you would like to visit other states and learn from other state officials as well, we'll be happy to do that. With specifically the beautiful terrain of northeastern region, as I mentioned earlier, we need to celebrate that, look at that as an opportunity, but rethink the way that we are solutioning. We're designing more distributed health systems, and energy has to be a core part of that innovation or that solutioning. So with that, I will close my presentation, and once again, I apologize that I couldn't be there in person. I look forward to any questions coming up as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachita. It was an excellent presentation. I think all of us really enjoyed it. We are a little stretched for time, so there won't be questions, but I've taken parents' permission to request CELCO. All of us know the great work that CELCO is doing, especially with the government. They've been, last night we were discussing how we could help our colleagues in Manipur and in the Northeast. So wanted to request CELCO if we can partner with the private, you're doing it with the government, can we partner with the private healthcare institutions in Manipur and the Northeast? So that it is sustainable for you and sustainable for our colleagues here. Do you think that we could explore that, Rachita?
Absolutely, Dr.
Okay, so thank you. Yeah.
With the
Thank you. So I'll request Dr. Pal. He's taken a lot of initiatives, and I think that he will, along with you, take this forward. And we'll next year when we meet, I'm sure that there will be a lot of progress in this. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Pal.
Yeah. Ma'am, we will communicate with you. In fact, we were waiting for you in this conference. And physically, it's okay. We'll communicate with you. Thank you. And next speaker is Jit Patwari, Managing Partner, Pinnacle Health Care Consultant. Chairman is John Kaho also. He will be speaking on climate resilient healthcare infrastructure. Please. This is the topic I think most of the hospitals are interested also. Please.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, thanks to the organizers for inviting me here to share my views on a completely different topic here. Special thanks to the chairman and Dr. Palin. Sir, one of them is my guru, Alexander Thomas. It's a bit difficult to speak in front of the guru, but I consider myself to be lucky. The time allotted for me was from 11 to 11:15 and a little bit of discussion on after the presentation. This presentation is just to give an overview on the climate resilient healthcare infrastructure, not intended to hurt anybody, to provide and share the information. Please accept my apologies if at all I end up doing that. Due to paucity of time, detailed discussion won't be possible. You can reach me definitely. This is my number. Before we begin, and another thing, because the crowd, there's a mix of doctors, nurses, paramedics, and many other people. So I have tried to keep it as simple as possible. Before we begin, we need to understand what is sustainability and resilient infrastructure. So the sustainability is the ability to maintain, conserve natural resources, well-being of current and future generations. Resilient infrastructure is a system or structure that can withstand and adapt to these changes. Now, defining climate resilience in healthcare, what is it? Basically, it is to anticipate, respond to, and recover to the changes. And ensuring why it matters is ensuring continuous and effective healthcare delivery. Other departments, if they stop functioning, that will affect. But if a healthcare system gets affected, definitely it will end up in a disaster. And now, what are the direct health impacts of climate change? Number one is heat waves. Previous speakers have already discussed about that. The natural disasters and the air pollution. Indirect health impacts of this change would be your disease spread, communicable, the non-communicable, then water scarcity, and the food insecurity. The entire food chain will be disrupted. Now, introduction, a call to action, why we actually need this is climate-related disasters are increasing. The frequency is increasing. We really need to adapt to the changing environment and also maintain the functionality of the healthcare organizations. Defining climate resilience, number one, there are three factors. One is the adaptation. The number two is resilience, capacity to recover quickly from the difficulties. And the third one is the sustainability. Now, if we look at the conventional healthcare infrastructure, it is designed by, in the Northeast, we do consultancy services, and when we interact with the hospital owners, we find out that most of the hospitals are designed by the doctors and the general engineers or architects. What happens is, in that case, your energy efficiency is not there. Your energy usage is high. Your water systems, that is on the higher side, the usage, and also the materials that are used in the hospitals. An engineer or an architect without knowledge of hospital designing might, design a very good hospital building, but not necessarily a patient-friendly and a doctor-friendly hospital. So the energy use is higher, water system, the usage is higher, and the traditional materials may be unsustainable. Now, key vulnerabilities of the conventional hospital, it is, relying on the fossil fuels, poor disaster preparedness, and efficient resource management is not there, and healthcare needs to adapt to the changing environment. If we look at the comparative analysis between the conventional and climate resilient, these are the parameters: energy efficient, this is on the fossil fuels, the water usage is high, waste disposal is poorly managed, and the disaster readiness is limited. If we look at the climate resilient healthcare infrastructure, it is renewable energy that they use, the efficient and recycled water usage, and the waste disposal is sustainable, and the disaster readiness is robust. Now, these are the limitations. We have witnessed the Kerala floods was a glaring example, where most of the hospitals, or many of the hospitals, I would say, could not function or cope up with the changing environment. Few hospitals like Apollo and then Esther DM, they survived and that became the major point where the patients or the people were given treatment. Now, principles of climate resilient design: one, it has to be flexible. Number is redundancy. When we talk about the processes in the hospital, we always try to avoid redundancies, but when we are discussing about resilient infrastructure, we are talking about redundancy and sustainability. Now, energy efficiency, the number one would be your solar, number two would be your wind, and the third would be your geothermal. Water conservation is rainwater harvesting. My previous speaker has already discussed about this: water efficient landscaping and grey water recycling. Now, how do we recycle this? There are technologies where even the water from the STP, sewage treatment plant, can be used to the extent that we can use it as for drinking water. But because of the social taboo, we do not use it. We use it for gardening or flushing and some other activities. With water management strategies, we can decrease it up to 25%. 50% can be recycled and secure supply, ensuring 100% water supply in the hospital without any disruptions. Now, sustainable building materials can be your natural light, your ventilation, and eco-friendliness. When we design hospitals, we give emphasis on these three aspects, that we illuminate the hospital during the daytime with the natural light to the maximum extent possible. Now, this is the structural integrity. How do we enhance it? Weather event, structural adaptation, hurricane, reinforced structure, flood barriers, fire resistant materials. Now, many hospitals we see, because of the cost factor, they use substandard kind of materials while designing. And emergency preparedness, this is as per the different standards that are there. 72 hours of power backup systems should be there, and 100% critical supplies that we cannot compromise on. This was a case study where showed that energy usage before and after. Hospital B experienced failures due to lack of resilience. A major flood shut down the facility. Subsequent improvements, these are the steps that they had taken. Comparative analysis that the conventional hospitals, they were more vulnerable to the lower performance index, and the resilient that had a very robust system. Efficiency is low in the conventional, and resilient, it was on the higher side. The cost is conventional on the high, and the resilient infrastructure that was on the lower side. Now, benefits of climate resilience: number one is your patient safety, that we speak volumes about patient safety with accreditation and other aspects. Cost savings in the long term, in my subsequent slide I'll discuss about the cost impact. and continuity of care. The government of India has come up with this guidelines for green and climate resilient healthcare facilities. They look into these 5 aspects. One is the energy savings. Number 2, the water management. The number 3 is the smart building, green healthcare facilities, and the waste management, especially the biomedical waste management. These are case studies done by Narayana Health, where they used solar power adoption, rooftop solar panels, reduced the electricity cost, and also the carbon footprint. This is by another hospital from the United States, carbon neutral health system. This is something which is coming up in India also, but we have got very limited resources and awareness. What are the challenges? These are the 3 challenges. Number 1, your high capital investment, and the lack of technical expertise and the resistance to change. Why should I be going away from the conventional method? Infrastructure and regulatory hurdles, building codes are there, national building codes are there, local municipal norms are there, and lack of incentives. We talk about a lot of incentives in these kind of seminars, but when we actually do that, we do not get those. Now, the cost burden, especially in the private hospitals, that is one of the major issues, and public-private partnerships, that is something which we can explore, like the way CELCO has done with many government organizations. These are few studies which, there are many in fact, which are there regarding the climate change and the resilient health infrastructure, healthcare facilities resilient to climate change, and its impact on the patient and the doctors and the caregivers. Now, these are again somebody doing in Switzerland and Singapore. AIMS Bhubaneswar took up this climate resilient kind of initiative, where they look into the flood resistance, the renewable energy, the water management, and the disaster preparedness. This was the impact, uninterrupted operations. It reduced the cost to 30% in the electricity. The benchmark was set a benchmark for government hospitals in disaster-prone areas. AIMS Bhubaneswar, this was done by the Tata Memorial Hospital, solar energy efficient HVAC, water and waste, and they adopted the LEED protocols. Impact, annual savings went out to 2.5 to 3 crores on the electricity bill. The power reliability was improved with a continuous supply, and the reputation strengthened the hospital reputation as a leader in the green healthcare infrastructure. Again, there's another hospital, Medanta, has taken up this again. Carbon footprint was reduced by 40%, 30% on the energy saving and quality of care. Now, these are the summaries. What happened there? There was a saving of 2.5 to 3 crores, 30% in the reduction in the energy savings. Overall impact was, the 30% reduction in the carbon footprint. Now, what are the challenges? Number 1 is the cost, initial cost. The second one is the regulations. The financial impact, initial cost is on the higher side. Upfront investment can be high. Long-term savings, reduce operational costs. The third is the government funding initiatives. This is something where we can compare. I'm not promoting Tata here, but this is something where we really need to decide whether we want to go for a conventional petrol or diesel vehicle or an EV, where the cost saving is on the higher side. Now, Government of India's role, there are programs and plans, and the National Action Plan on Climate Change that is there, and healthcare sector, we have the Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. Again, we have some benchmarks where we can follow the Indian Green Building Council and also the GRIHA, that is the Green Rating for Integrated Habitat Assessment. Talks are on, people are suggesting that why shouldn't we get an incentive if at all we have, can we tag it with the Ayushman Bharat and PMJY schemes. Steps, what are the steps to implement this? Number 1 is to do the assessment first, then plan it properly, and then prioritize. These are the steps which we can adopt. Number 1, prioritize, engage, and implement. The second one, once we implement, the very important aspect is the monitoring part, where we have to improve, evaluate, and monitor. Role of technology plays, the technology plays a major role where we have the smart grids where, that the benefit is that the power reliability is there. Artificial intelligence predict the weather events, and that way we can, take the necessary precautions or adapt to the changes. Then telehealth and the remote care. Community engagement is very, very important, where we partner with the community, we partner with the different NGOs and other organizations, collaborate with them and then engage them. And the three aspects where should come in together. Number one is your healthcare. Number two, the scientists or the people who are into the research activities, and the policymakers, because they are the ones who would dictate the terms at the end of the day. Role of the hospital owners and administrators, strategic investment need to be done and the financial planning needs to be done properly. And for that we need a lot of awareness amongst the healthcare owners and the decision makers. And the role of clinician is to reduce and the nurses, reduce the biomedical and the medical waste and efficiency in the resource management. Training and retraining to create the awareness and simulations and drills. Future trend would be, we would rely on more on the technology. The policies need to be friendly to the hospital and the other stakeholders, and the designs should be adaptive. Cost benefit, it definitely reduces the cost. We should mitigate the risk and improve the outcome. Final takeaways, action, the policy and the investment. Take immediate actions or the steps for resilience of your healthcare infrastructure. Implement climate smart policies in your hospital to the extent possible, and invest in the green upgrades. These are the references and the acknowledgements. A take-home message, whatever we do, whatever steps we do, whether we are from the clinical background or from the managerial, if at all we offer healthcare services, when the patient comes, I'll just take a minute, he might be the sole bread earner for the family, maybe the father of a newly born child, maybe the husband of a newly married lady, or maybe the only source of support for his or ailing father. There's no gender bias in this. I have mentioned only he. So when he comes to our hospital, let us give her the best of care, so when he walks away, he goes with a smiling face. Let us take care of him like our own brother or sister. This is not by me, this is by Dr. Lalu Joseph from CMC Vellore, a close friend of mine and my guide. So thank you for your patience, and these are the contact details. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jeet Atwari, for your nice presentation. Again, because of the economy of time, I will not entertain any other questions. Now, I would like to request Dr. Y. Niveda Devi, State Nodal Officer, National Program on Climate Change and Human Health. She will be presenting an overview of National Program on Climate Change and Human Health in Manipur. Please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, respected dignitaries on the chair, dignitaries of today's members of the organizing committee, delegates from different parts of the country, and friends from print and electronic media. Myself, Dr. Y. Niveda, State Nodal Officer, National Program on Climate Change and Human Health, NHM, Manipur. I'll be talking in short an overview of a program under the National Health Mission, that is the National Program on Climate Change and Human Health, NPCCHH, Manipur. This session includes Introduction on Climate Change, Climate Sensitive Health Issues, NPCCH's Vision, Goals and Objectives, the organizational structure at the national, state and district level, and some of the activities we have conducted under this program in the context of Manipur. Climate change, according to United Nations, refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns, mainly due to the human activities, especially the burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gases. Before the Industrial Revolution, it was the natural phenomena like volcanic eruptions, sun's output, Earth's orbit are some of the natural phenomena of climate change. But after the Industrial Revolution, human activities, mainly deforestation, emissions from vehicles, factories, industries, and burning of wood, coal, and trusses are the main contributory factors of this climate change. Basically, it affects the social and environmental determinants of health like clean air, safe drinking water, sufficient food, and social security. Between 2030 to 2050, climate change is expected to cause approximately 250,000 additional deaths per year from malnutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress. This is according to World Health Organization. Climate change is one of the biggest health threats facing humanity in this 21st century, a reality which we cannot escape. And the rich or poor, Asian or European, everyone in the nook and corner of this world is affected by climate change. And the implication of climate change cannot be ignored to the recently occurred devastating wildfire of Los Angeles, California, though there is no conclusive evidence. As an international response to climate change, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, was formulated in the year 1988, which is a scientific body to provide information for policy making. And this IPCC, in its sixth assessment report, has concluded to limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius in order to avert these catastrophic health impacts. And the Rio Convention of 1992 has decided to organize the Conference of Parties every year, and the 28th Conference of Parties, which was held in United Arab Emirates in 2023, has resolved to reduce carbon emission by 50% by 2030 and net zero carbon emission by 2050. And by net zero carbon emission, it is a balance between the carbon emission and the removal from the atmosphere. And the 29th Conference of Parties, which was held in Baku, Azerbaijan last year in November, the key focus was on climate finance, where the rich and developed nations should pay the developing nations to help them in their adaptation and mitigation measures of climate change. At the national level too, we have the National Action Plan on Climate Change drafted by the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change in the year 2008, and later 4 other missions, including the National Health Mission, was included, and the National Action Plan on Climate Change and Human Health was drafted in the year 2018. And this program, that is the National Program on Climate Change and Human Health, was launched in the year 2019, February. And all the 36 states and union territories were directed to draft their own state action plans, and accordingly our state, Manipur too, we have drafted the State Action Plan on Climate Change and Human Health, which was approved by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and launched by the then Chief Minister of Manipur on 29 October 2024. Now, this is a figure showing an overview of the climate-sensitive health risks, their exposure pathways, and vulnerability factors. Because of the climate change, we are exposed to the hazards of extreme weather events, heat stress, air quality, water quality and quantity, vector distribution, food security and safety. And we are all vulnerable to these extreme hazards of climate change, but some population, like children, women, those living with underlying health issues, marginalized group of population, and displaced persons are more vulnerable to these extreme events. And our healthcare delivery system is also strained in order to respond to the increased demand for these healthcare services if our healthcare workforce is not prepared and our healthcare facilities are not made climate resilient. And now, coming to some of the climate-sensitive health risks, injuries and death, heat-related illnesses, respiratory illnesses, water and foodborne diseases, zoonotic diseases, vector-borne diseases, malnutrition-related illnesses, non-communicable diseases, and mental health issues. Now, the natural greenhouse effect, it keeps the surface of the earth warm for the survival of the human beings and lives on this earth. But when these greenhouse gases, mainly the carbon dioxide, methane, chlorofluorocarbons, nitrogen dioxides, ground level ozones, and the pollutants like sulfur dioxide and black carbon consisting of PM2.5, PM10 are drastically increased in the environment, it leads to short-term and long-term impacts on human health. According to World Health Organization, out of 10 persons, 9 breathe in polluted air. And this air pollution kills about 7 million annually, and out of which 4.2 are contributed by ambient air pollution. And basically, these greenhouse gases, it absorbs the sun's radiation and leads to global warming and heat stress, leading to heat-related illnesses. And these heat-related illnesses is a spectrum of diseases ranging from mild form, like the prickly heat, to the severe form, that is heat stroke, which may cause the case fatality is around 60 to 80% if not treated in time. And because of the increased temperature and humidity, vectors like these mosquitoes and ticks and mites, etc., this survival, the distribution and feeding habits are increased and extending to the spread and transmission of these vector-borne diseases to higher elevations and new geographical areas, as already which has been explained by our previous speaker. And one such example is increase in the number of dengue cases during the last few years in our state, Manipur. And now basically the emergence and re-emergence of certain diseases like Lyme's disease, leptospirosis, and scrub typhus is also contributed by this climate change. And the food crops grown during flood and these droughts, it is found that it lacks in macronutrient like protein and micronutrient like zinc and iodine deficiency. And when this consumed over a period of time leads to malnutrition-related illnesses. And this extreme weather events, it might lead to these injuries and death, and also properties get lost, houses get destroyed, and people get displaced, leading to anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, and sometimes suicidal tendencies. And during a flood, food and water gets contaminated, increasing the number of gastrointestinal symptoms, and also increased temperature might lead to the enhanced growth of bacteria like Salmonella, and then Campylobacter jejuni, which might lead to foodborne diseases. So in a nutshell, the health impacts due to climate change may be direct like the injuries and death, indirect like waterborne diseases, vector-borne diseases, mental health issues, air pollution-related diseases, non-communicable diseases. And 17 climate-sensitive health issues are identified under this program, that is National Program on Climate Change and Human Health. And at present, the main focus is given on air pollution-related illnesses, heat-related illnesses, and development of green, environmentally friendly and sustainable measures, and climate-resilient healthcare facilities. Now this program, that is the National Program on Climate Change and Human Health, was launched as a flagship program by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And it has been implemented under the National Health Mission since February 2019 with a goal to reduce morbidity, mortality, injuries, and health vulnerability to climate variability and extreme weather events. And the key objectives under this program are awareness generation, capacity building, health sector preparedness and response, synchrony with other departments, and research and surveillance. Now, the organizational framework of this program, at the national level, we have the NCDC, NPCCHS division, with Prime Minister's Council of Climate Change, National Health Mission, and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And at the state level, we have the State Nodal Officer as the nodal point, with state governing body headed by the Honorable Minister Health and Family Welfare, state level task force, which is headed by the administrative head, and State Environmental Health Cell, which is headed by a senior public health expert. And at the district level, we have the District Nodal Officer, Climate Change, and we have the District Task Force and District Environmental Cell, which is headed by the Deputy Commissioner of the districts. And this District Nodal Officer is responsible for all the climate activities at the community and village level. Now, under these IEC activities, we have done IEC campaigns in the form of audio, the video, then social media platforms, and under certain community platforms. And we have utilized local TV channels, then radios, newspapers, and community platforms whenever feasible. And these advisories related to air pollution, heat, and cold waves are disseminated from the national level, and which has been forwarded to the districts so as to reach the community through the state after getting approval from competent authority. And the observation of international events like the World Environment Day on 5th June and International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies on 7th September is being observed every year at the state level and also in all the 16 districts. Now, capacity building and trainings, the SNO and a few district nodal officers, we have attended the national level capacity building trainings, and these trained personnel along with the identified master trainers, we train the we do the trainings for the medical officers, district nodal officers and block MOs, CMOs and DPMs at the state level. And these trained personnel further train the district level officers like the medical officers, ANM, CHOs, PRI members, and these trained personnel further reach out to the community. And now sensitization we have done in a phase-wise manner for the traffic police and municipal workers in all the 16 districts, and a few there's students of a few schools, and then in-service male health workers, then diploma public health nurses, and interns and PGTs who were posted in community medicine department, RIMS and GENIMS. A few of them we have done, and then there's street vendors of the 3 Imam markets of Imphal. And regarding this health sector preparedness and response, under the guidelines, these are the key focus area, that is energy auditing of the healthcare facilities, replacement of existing non-LED with LED, and then installation of solar panels in the healthcare facilities, solid waste and biomedical waste management, installation of effluent treatment plants, green landscape in and around the hospital premises, and cooling measures like heat corners and flood resilient measures. And in our state, 157 healthcare facilities has done the rainwater harvesting. This is as per report from Directorate of Health Services. And 3 healthcare facilities we have done from the program division, and 3 healthcare facilities we have proposed recently. And 98 healthcare facilities, 49 public and 49 private, installed effluent treatment plants. This is also a source from the DHS. And biomedical waste management is done by RIMS and GENIMS, and Caesar Hospital and Research Institute is carrying out from other healthcare facilities. And in hard-to-reach areas, 391 healthcare facilities have the deep burial system. And solid waste management by the Mahut in the urban area, RDPR in rural, and tribal agency and hills in the tribal areas. And 247 healthcare facilities has done solar panel installation by the Selco Foundation. And assessment of this GCR we have done for around 10-14 of the healthcare facilities. And now development of a model climate resilient healthcare facility in one of the CIC in Imphal West is we have the development is under process, and heat corners in all the healthcare facilities during summer season has been established. And research and surveillance, this acute respiratory, just 1 minute. In IHIP portal from 8 Sentinel hospitals, and heat-related illnesses reporting in the Integrated Health Information Platform is started from the 123 government health facilities, and recently Caesar Hospital and Research Institute and the Mother and Care Child Hospital and Research Institute have initiated reporting in this IHIP portal, and private sectors, RIMS and NIMS, are proposed to be included in HRI and ARI reporting in subsequent years. And synchrony with other departments, we have a task force where the members from Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Manipur Pollution Control Board, Relief and Disaster Management, Regional Director Health and Family Welfare, and Food Safety are all members. And to conclude, NPCCHS is in its initial phase of implementation. IEC activities, capacity building at state in all the 16 districts, health sector preparedness initiated, and the updated revised version of the State Action Plan on Climate Change and Human Health approved by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and was launched by the then Chief Minister of Manipur on 29 October 2024. And ARI reporting and heat reporting started. And way forward is to continue with the IEC activities and to involve the private sectors which are dealing with major chunk of the population. We are trying to include in the next trainings, sensitization and reportings and so on. And this is a quote from the 44th President of the United States. And here he has rightly pointed out that we are the generation who can do something to limit this climate change. And a few take-home messages. We all can contribute to limit this climate change, harness renewable energy, use energy-efficient appliances, and encourage public transport, carpool, and use clean fuels, walk or cycle whenever feasible, plant trees and motivate others to do so, reuse, recycle, and reduce waste, and sensitize others to do so. Every little activity really counts. Global participation and little activities which we do is the need of the hour to limit this climate change. And these are a few photos of the activities we have done under this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam. I think an excellent presentation. I only hoped that the words of Barack Obama and his actions continue. We are facing challenges in that area also. So thank you, and excellent presentation and very active department. We in Karnataka, along with Raj and his team, we are working with the government, so maybe I would suggest a little more public-private partnership. We are actually sensitizing the nodal officers, so I think on behalf of you, Palin, we offer our services to the government in any way that we can offer, because I've realized that public-private partnership actually maximizes the outcomes many fold. So just a thought for the government representative here to keep in mind. So thank you. We had an excellent session. Again, unfortunately, because of paucity of time, we will not be able to take questions. But on behalf of the organizing committee, on behalf of my Dr. Palin, I want to thank the speakers, Dr. Ms. Rachita, Jeet, Shushil, and Madam Devi, for excellent presentations. I think you have succeeded in the objectives, making people aware and seeding thoughts in their minds on how we can take things forward. So with that, thank you once again for the opportunity, Dr. Palin, and over to you. Yeah, I must thank the crowd. I think the hall has been full for all the 4 sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, respected chairpersons and speakers, for such enlightening technical session. Volunteers may please guide the chairperson and speakers towards the felicitation area. As we move ahead, I'll hand over to Master of Ceremony, Ma'am Priya Lakshmi, for the much awaited inaugural ceremony.
Hello. Thank you, Nilika. Thank you very much. and would like to request everyone that we will take just a few moments to rearrange the stage for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you so much.
Our world is changing. The climate crisis isn't just an environmental challenge, it's a healthcare emergency.
The 17 hottest years ever.
Extreme ocean temperature.
Mosquito-borne disease.
Manipur reported a fresh COVID cases in the last 24 hours.
From Arctic to Manipur, the signs are clear. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, and changing disease patterns are threatening lives across the globe.
Vector-borne diseases are on the rise. Dengue was a news some years back, but today we are facing it even in the state of Manipur.
Manipur become very high risk in drought and flood today. Desertification is very high. So act now or never.
But together, we can build resilient healthcare systems that protect our communities.
Collaboration is the key to health security in the face of climate change.
Ahanbada Lingshinbiriba Kwaipumna Mokpu, Ikoknona Kurumjeri, Namaskar, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the inaugural ceremony of the first AHPICON Northeast 2 2025. It is an honor to have our esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, and all of you with us today as we mark the beginning of this significant event. The first AHPICON Notice to 2025 brings together leading healthcare professionals, policymakers, and environmental experts from across the country to address the pressing issue of climate change and its impact on human health. With climate change contributing to heat-related illnesses, respiratory disorders, vector-borne diseases, and mental health challenges, these conclaves serve as a collaborative platform for experts to share insights, raise awareness, and explore sustainable healthcare strategies. Distinguished doctors and specialists from within and beyond the notice will join this initiative, fostering meaningful discussions and innovative solutions. The goal is to strengthen the healthcare ecosystem's resilience against environmental challenges, ensuring a healthier future for all. Before we invite our esteemed guests to the dais, let us first immerse ourselves in the soulful melody of the pena, a traditional bowed string instrument of Manipur, deeply rooted in its cultural and spiritual heritage. Played by skilled artists, its hauntingly beautiful melody carries a sense of devotion and history, often accompanying rituals, storytelling, and ceremonial events. The pena is more than just music. It is a symbol of Manipur's rich artistic legacy. May I now invite the talented pena artist Premkanta Koisam Pena Hidang to present a beautiful piece. His enchanting performance will set a serene and dignified tone as our dignitaries take their seats on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen. Now it is time to invite our esteemed dignitaries to the dais. We are honored to have distinguished leaders and experts among us today, whose contributions and insights will add immense value to this conclave. So first of all, may I request our respected chief guest, Shri Professor N.G. Bijoy Singh, former director of REAMS, former vice chancellor of Manipur University, and ex-MLA, Kurai Assembly constituency. May I have the privilege to invite on stage our respected President, Dr. Palin Khundongbam, President, API Notice 2, and Organizing Chairman, AHPICO 2025. And also would like to have the privilege to invite on stage our respected cases of honor, Dr. Alexander Thomas, founder and patron of API, KEHO, and ANBI. And also would like to request Professor G. Sunil Kumar Sharma, Director, Regional Institute of Medical Sciences, Imphal. May I have the privilege to invite on stage Dr. Taurangbam Brajakumar, Director, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur. And also would like to request our Organizing Secretary, AHPICON 2025, Dr. Kumanthim Ratan Kumar Singh, to be on the dais. And last but not the least, Dr. Sorokhaibam Jugindra, Chairperson, Reception Committee, AHPICON 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our respected dignitaries on the dais. And would like to request Joint Organizing Secretary, AHPICON 2025, Dr. James Elangbam. As a mark of respect and appreciation, we now proceed with the felicitation of our esteemed dignitaries. our dedicated Dr. Ashit Kumar Devnath, Chairman, Scientific Committee, will have the honor of presenting this token of gratitude to our distinguished guests. First of all, to our respected chief guest, Professor N.G. Bijoy Singh, former Director of RIMS, former Vice Chancellor of Manipur University, and ex-MLA, Kurai Assembly constituency. A replica of Pena. Thank you very much. Next to our respected President, Dr. Palin Khundongbam, President, API Notice 2 and Organizing Chairman, AHPICON 2025. Next to our respected guest of honor, Dr. Alexander Thomas, founder and patron of API, Kaho and Anbai. We welcome you, sir. Thank you so much for your gracious presence. Next to our respected guest of honor, Professor G. Sunil Kumar Sharma, Director, Regional Institute of Medical Sciences, Imphal. Next, we have our Organizing Secretary, Dr. Kumante Ratan Kumar Singh. Thank you very much. And next we have our respected guest of honor, Dr. Taurangbam Brajakumar, Director, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur. Thank you very much. We have our respected Chairperson, Reception Committee, AHPICON 2025, Dr. Sorokhaibam Jugendra. Presenting a token of appreciation, a traditional stole, lingyan, a bouquet, and a replica of Pena. Thank you very much. And last but not the least, we have our Joint Organizing Secretary, AHPICON 2025, Secretary, API, Dr. James Elangbam. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Dr. Ashit Kumar Devnath, Chairman, Scientific Committee, for doing the honor of felicitating our respected dignitaries on the dais. And also, thank you very much, Prem Kanta Akoisam, for that beautiful invocation. Thank you very much. Now, to officially welcome you all to this prestigious gathering, may I invite Dr. Jugendra Sorokhaibam, Chairperson of the Reception Committee, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Ms. Priya. The dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries and faculties of the dais, guests, delegates, media persons, students. It's a very warm feeling for me to welcome you all here to this first AHPICON 2025 on impacts of climate change on health. To do this, I would request the President to allow me to do it in a traditional way, which is by giving a bow. Traditionally, for all Manipuri functions, we bow down on the floor, and first to the east and then to the north to welcome all, and not only to welcome them, but also to invoke the universal forces to make the program a big, grand success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, respected Chairperson of the Reception Committee, Dr. Jogendra Sorokhaibam, for that heartfelt welcome address and for welcoming everyone in a very traditional way. Thank you very much. Now, in an effort to embrace sustainability and honor nature, we replace the traditional lamp lighting ceremony with something deeply symbolic, the watering of Tulsi plant. This simple yet profound act signifies growth, resilience, and our shared commitment to a greener future. I now invite our chief guests and other esteemed dignitaries to step forward and take part in this meaningful ritual. And let us also take a moment to acknowledge our talented Moibung artists, Chakram Narendra, Research Scholar, Manipur University, and Nongmaithim Sanamacha, whose resonant conch sounds add a sense of reverence to this occasion. Thank you very much for doing the honor, and thank you, Narendra and Sanamacha. As we step into the heart of this conclave, it is time to hear from a distinguished academic and visionary. May I now invite Dr. Kumanthim Ratan Kumar Singh, Organizing Secretary of the first AHPICON Notice 2, to deliver the keynote address.
Thank you very much, Priya Lakshmi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais, prolific academicians, dignified invitees, faculties, students, and my friends from media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big privilege for me to stand in your midst today and present my keynote address in this August gathering on the occasion of AHPICON NE2. Association of Healthcare Providers of India Notice Chapter 2, time and again, had taken up social responsibilities that had strong pertinence to the health and well-being of our community during the COVID-19 and during the present unfortunate strife. The fraternity stood alongside the people. We were committed to continue doing so in future. This is in the same line in this thinking that we are taking up this conclave to happen in this bad times, so to say, in our in this state in the state of Manipur. So the present generation needs to know about the health impacts of climate change, then understand the climate change strategies, action strategies, and then the positive impacts of such action. Then this is the need for acting now is important to impress upon our younger generations. Art is a system where everything is connected. Changes in one area can influence other areas. Climate disaster is highly susceptible in region is equally a problem for humanity, even in an area where climate is relatively good and you have very good environment and you cannot escape the climate ill effects of climate change. As we are aware, global warming, as we have seen, listened from all the speakers who had presented out previously in the sessions, is one aspect. Global warming is one aspect which we wish to contend for life on the earth to sustain. The aim is to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius at the end of the century. If we look at the scenario, 60% of the emissions are contributed by 10 countries with maximum emission, whereas only 3 is being contributed by least emitting countries, where the least emitting countries are getting the brunt of climate change and its ill effects. And if we remember, we have listened to speakers about the emissions. Now, the latest is China is contributing to the 30% of all the global emissions, and India has got the infamous position of getting the third by emitting about 7.8% of all global emissions. China is leading and the US is second. US has definitely come down in the global emission by about 10% since the last 3 years. At this juncture, I also want to mention the role of our fraternity that we need to play a significant role in this climate action. The healthcare industry contributes to 5% of total emissions globally, round-the-clock backup power, high number of air exchanges in ICUs, strict infection control protocols, huge volume of waste from disposables, high energy and water requirement per capita, need for cooling as well as warming in patient areas, as well as high equipments that we need to run to make the healthcare happen. This is a huge challenge to the conservation. Now, in this juncture, we have listened to the presenters also speaking about green hospital concept. This is something which is actually coming very big in India. Kohinoor Hospital in Mumbai has got the distinction of first hospital in Asia to get LEED certification of platinum status in the green hospital concept. Now, this is the second in the world which has got, Kohinoor Hospital has got the LEED certification of platinum status in the whole world as a second hospital. This is something to be we have to be very proud of in this country, and I'm sure that many hospitals will follow suit and they will go for green hospital and the institution of these innovative technologies. Water scarcity is major concern globally, while melting ice, glaciers threatens the coastal areas with flooding and frequent increase in the low pressure areas, making cyclones and storms happening very, very often. And this leads to a lot of population shifting from areas to safer places. And this has got very huge impact on the food scarcity as well as vector-borne diseases, which are very much increased. Evidence suggests that rainfall variability in the setting of long-term trend of increasing temperature leads to increased abundance of vectors, as Dr. Ranjana has already pointed out. It is quite significant that we have One Health India as a partner in this conclave to look at this the aspect very deeply, and then the emphasis the need of working together in terms of healthcare sector, veterinary, agriculture, and other allied disciplines to work on one subject, that vector-borne diseases needs to be decreased. Our country is often at the receiving end of climate change the effects. We have 1/6 population of the world population. We have got 1/6 of the world population we have in about 1/50 of world's land, and available water we have is 1/25 of the world available water. So this is water scarcity, then the living the space which is constrained. All these things double up or the ill effects of climate change. So as we have already seen that dengue, which was not known here, in Manipur, the dengue was not known some 10 years back, but now it is. The dengue deaths are increased 8 times in the last 5 years. So this is a huge impact which we are seeing. The importance of taking health as a core mitigation measure and adaptation strategy, and work together for a climate resilient, low carbon, sustainable health system should be the thought of the day. And the whole idea about this conclave is we have discussed all these, and then again, finally we want to bring up some actionable programs where we can suggest the governments, the stakeholders, and the people who are really interested in saving this art to work together. And then we want to put up, after the conclave, we want to put up some conclave summary where we can present those actionable plans for the further actions. So with this, I want to thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Organizing Secretary Dr. Kumantham Ratan Kumar, for your insightful address. Your words have set the tone for meaningful discussions ahead, and we truly appreciate your dedication and efforts in making this conclave a success. Thank you very much. A significant occasion like this deserves to be remembered, and what better way than through our official souvenir, Nongobi. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Shyam Kumar Laishram, editor of Nongobi, and Mr. Pramod, assistant editor, to join our chief guests and esteemed dignitaries on stage for the release of the souvenir Nongobi. Thank you very much, and it is our privilege to launch the NABH Guidebook for Climate Action and Sustainability in Healthcare, a vital resource to help healthcare institutions adopt sustainable practices and enhance climate resilience. With due permission, I request our dignitaries to officially unveil the guidebook. May this initiative pave the way for a greener, more sustainable future in healthcare. Thank you very much. We now move on to the prize distribution ceremony for the different competitions held on the topic climate change and human health. To present the awards, I request our respected chief guest, Professor N.G. Bijoy Singh, former director of REAMS, our respected chief guest, and also would like to request all our esteemed dignitaries to join the ceremony. First, we have the API Manipur Media Fellowship. The Media Fellow Certificate is being awarded to 4 selected media professionals from different organizations. Over the past 2 months, they have undergone a stipend-based training program, gaining extensive exposure to various healthcare facilities across Manipur. So I would like to request our fellows from different organizations. First of all, Ngangom Suraj Kumar Singh from People's Chronicle. Ladies and gentlemen. Next, we'd like to request Yaifaba Maitei Karibam, Sangai Express. Next, we'd like to request Elangbam Ojit Kumar Mushuk, Impact TV. First to Ngangom Suraj Kumar Singh, People's Chronicle. API Manipur Media Fellowship recipient. Thank you very much. Next we have Yaifaba Meitei Karibam, Sangai Express. And we have Elangbam Ojit Kumar Moshuk, Impact TV. And also would like to request Laima Pokpam Kavichandra Meitei, Impact TV. Anyone to represent him? Thank you very much. Next we have is the result of panting competition. Winner is M. Jackson Singh, and second position goes to H. Sanahal Singh, and third, Laitonjam Bankim Chandra. Mathang Lingshin Birak Naban Nolukcheri. For the competition category, panting, M. Jackson Singh, ladies and gentlemen. Second position, H. Sanahal Singh. And the third position of the panting competition, Laitonjam Bankim Chandra. Next category is essay competition. Winner, Moirangthem Kishan Singh, ladies and gentlemen. Winner of the essay competition from Manipur University, Moirangthem Kishan Singh, ladies and gentlemen. And second position, Nongthombam Anjali. And third position, Elizabeth Houghton, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we have extempore competition, and the winner is Ronaldo Ahong Sangpam. The first, please. Congratulations. And the second position, Prithvi Raj Huidrom. Ladies and gentlemen, extempore competition from Manipur University, Prithvi Raj Huidrom. And third place goes to Anobam Sanjana Devi, extempore competition from Manipur University. Anobam Sanjana Devi. And next is the debate competition, and the team winner is Caesar Academy of Health Sciences. Our winners are Konjengbam Swapna Chanu, Simran Laisham, Selina Moirangthim. Team winners, Caesar Academy of Health Sciences for the debate competition, Konjengbam Swapna Chanu, Simran Laisham, and Selina Moirangthim. And next category we have is extempore competition, held at Ima Hall Lumpfield, and the winner is P. Kairala Gracie from Jawaharlal Nehru Institute of Medical Sciences. Second place goes to Raj Kishore Ningombam from JNIMS. Ladies and gentlemen, Raj Kishore Ningombam. And the third place is tie between three participants, Nikita Hirom, Athena Ningthosum, and Sanjeevani Das. First, Nikita Hirom, the third place of the extempore competition. And next we have Athena Ningthosum from Churchandpur Medical College. And Sanjeevani Das from Caesar Academy of Health Sciences. And the last category, that is painting competition. First place, first position, Prinika Chongtham from JNIMS. Ladies and gentlemen. And next, Alex Kangobam from Churchandpur Medical College. Second place for the painting competition. And yes, third place goes to Potsungbam Richie, but she is not here. So thank you, our respected chief guests and all the esteemed dignitaries on the dais for doing the honor of presenting the prizes. Thank you so much. In continuation of this inaugural ceremony, may I have the privilege to request our respected guest of honor, Dr. Taurangbam Brajakumar, Director, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, to share your thoughts with us.
A very good afternoon to all. Respected dignitaries in the dais and the respected dignitaries of the dais and friends. Climate is changing with faster trains, and the composition of the atmosphere has been changed. 2024 has already confirmed that this is the warmest year since 1880. We all understand that climate change is a complex new science and becoming the most serious environmental problems. Many projections of climate factors though conventional, are now being observed. Extreme climate events are increasing in scale, frequency, and intensity. it is directly contributing to humanity's emergencies from different factors like heat wave, wildfire, floods, droughts, tropical storms, hurricanes, etc. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, on its 6th assessment report concluded that climate risks are appearing faster and will become more severe sooner than previously expected. And it will be harder to adapt with increased global heating. Between 2030 to 2050, climate change is expected to cause approximately 250,000 additional deaths per year from undernutrition, malaria, diarrhea, and heat stress alone. These climate-sensitive health risks are disproportionately felt by the most vulnerable and disadvantaged, including women, children, ethnic minorities, poor communities, migrant or displaced peoples, older populations, and other vulnerable peoples. Considering the urgency of sustaining the climate action, it is very urgently needed to have preparedness of health security, strategic knowledge networking, and emergent of all the stakeholders. Very fortunate to extend my gratitude to the state government, that the state government, being a northern sea by this government of Manipur for climate change, the Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, could bring out the action plan on climate change of the state during 2013. It is very fortunate again to extend my gratitude to all my colleagues, all the climate change scientists, all the nodal officers from the all 9 departments to work together to bring out the second version of this our SAPCC, that is State Action Plan on Climate Change, which is one of the dedicated chapter is for health sector. Now, all 9 departments working on their own respective actions, which is already identified in their own climate change action plan. Again, now I am just give the thrust towards our risk assessment, which is recently brought by the Government of India based on this drought and flood, which is severely affected to the state of Manipur and other rest states in the Himalayan states. Now, it is also fortunate to say that the Manipur state government is very much fast front liner in this among the Himalayan states to work together in climate research as well as the integrated approaches to have adaptation strategies. Now, the health sector, of course, it is very important to take up climate resilient activities to make sustain health and better health and this climate resilient activities. I am very confident that this first AHPICON NE2 2050 conclave will bridge the knowledge gap of stakeholders and health-related climate science. This conference will cater not only the present needs, but also to the future requirements to tackle climate change impacts and related vulnerabilities, especially health sector in the state. Wishing for grand success of the conference. Thank you all. Have a good day. Kurumjari.
Thank you very much, respected guest of honor, Dr. Taurangbam Brajakumar, Director, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur, for sharing your profound knowledge with us. And may I have the privilege to request our respected guest of honor, Professor G. Sunil Kumar Sharma, Director, Regional Institute of Medical Sciences, Imphal, to address this august gathering.
A very good afternoon to all. सबको नमस्कार, खुरमजरी, dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and also a greeting from Rimsimphal. It is an immense honor and privilege to stand before you all today at this inaugural ceremony of the first AHPICON NE 2025, which is a significant conference focusing on a theme that is of paramount importance of all of us, the impact of climate change on human health. The fact that we are gathered here today in this beautiful afternoon highlights the growing recognition that the intersection of climate change and human health is an issue that demands an urgent and collective attention. As we all know, our planet, the Mother Earth, is undergoing unprecedented changes in its climate, and these changes have far-reaching consequences, not just for the environment, but for the every health of our communities. Climate change is one of the greatest global challenges of our time, and its impacts are far-reaching, influencing weather patterns, the spread of infectious diseases, the food security, water availability, and air quality. Even in a state like Manipur, the northeast of this India, we are uniquely vulnerable to the effects of climate change, even our geographic locations and ecological diversity. The rise in temperatures, erratic rainfalls, increasing frequency of natural disasters, and rising air pollution levels are already beginning to take a toll in our health, particularly in vulnerable communities. The health impacts of climate change are diverse and complex. Rising temperatures and shifting weather patterns are contributing to the spread of vector-borne diseases such as malaria, dengue, as well as waterborne diseases. The changing climate is also exacerbating mental health conditions as communities face uncertainty of unpredictable environment events. Furthermore, the increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather events such as floods, landslides, and droughts can disrupt health infrastructure, displace populations, and put immense pressure on our healthcare systems. As healthcare professionals, we are at the forefront of addressing these challenges. We are called upon not only to treat illness, but also to prevent and mitigate the health impacts of climate change. This requires a multifaceted approach, the strengthening public health systems, investing in climate-resilient healthcare infrastructure, enhancing disease surveillance, and raising awareness about climate-related health risks. Our role as a healthcare provider, researchers, and policymakers is to advocate for solutions that integrate environment health into public health programs. This includes promoting sustainable practices, reducing carbon emissions, ensuring access to clean air, water, and nutrition for all. We must also empower communities to adapt to the changing climate by equipping them with the knowledge and resources they need to protect their health. This conclave of its first of its kind, being organized in a very crucial time, is a crucial platform for dialogue and collaborations, and I believe that the discussion, presentations, and exchanges that will take place here already started in the morning, but the half day is left, will go a long way in advancing our understanding to how climate change is affecting human health and how we can mitigate its impacts. It is heartening to see so many experts, scientists, the healthcare professionals, and the stakeholders, and especially the full pack house. We are very sure that this is going to be a very fruitful event. In conclusion, let us remember that the health of our communities is very closely linked to the health of our environment. If we are to build a healthier, more sustainable future, we must work together to address the causes and consequences of climate change. I am confident that through our collective efforts, we can rise to the challenges and ensure that the people of Manipur, the Northeast, and indeed the world are better equipped to face the health impacts of changing climate. Thank you all for your attention, and I wish you all productive and insightful conference. Let us continue to work together for a healthier, more resilient future. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor G. Sunil Kumar Sharma, Director, Regional Institute of Medical Sciences, Imphal, our respected guest of honor, for your heartfelt, insightful, and enlightening address to the gathering. Thank you very much. And may I now request our respected guest of honor, Dr. Alexander Thomas, founder and patron of AHPICON and ANBAI, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure once again to be here in Manipur at this conclave. Today, AHPI is a very robust organization, the largest hospital-based organization in the country. We have 20 state chapters, very strong state chapters. We have 15,000 hospitals as members. And I must say that at the state level and at the federal level, the government listens to us because we are credible. We have no hidden agenda, and we have been able to make progress in various ways. I think there's some matter on this and how we started. It's always good to go back and see how we started. HPI today is 12 years old, and I must briefly tell you how we started. There's an organization called the Association of National Board Accredited Institutions, ANBAI. So that had started before AHPI, and in one of the meetings of ANBAI, we felt at that time, Devi Shetty is the main person behind AHPI, ANBAI and CAHO. We had Dr. Rajshekharan of Ganga Hospital, Prem Nair, Babutosh Biswas. We were there at this ANBAI meeting. And there was a time that the government, unfortunately, was refusing to talk to anybody. Many of our member hospitals had dues from CGHS, and we went to meet the health secretary. We were made to wait and see the secretary of the undersecretary, and had to wait for 2-3 hours. We said, this is not good. This is our money which we asked for. We are doing a service to the government. So we decided we should get together as an organization. So that's how HPI was formed. Devi and myself, we reached out to Dr. Gyani. He was in the US at that time. He had just retired from the Quality Council and from NABH. So we reached out to him. We got him on board. And for the last 12 years, Dr. Gyani and me have been working to set up AHPI. Devi has been a solid influence, and we've been able to work together. Initially, I remember we reached out to non-friends. We set up a network in the country. And today that network is very strong, and we're very grateful to our colleagues for making AHPI happen. So in our last board meeting, we elected Dr. Sadhuallah as president. He'll be there for 2 years. Our Northeast branch with Dr. Palin has been a solid source of strength for us. A lot of activities. In fact, just give you an example. In most of the states, we have it's a sort of, the media is a challenge. They pick up one incident and blow it out of proportion, a bad incident. Whereas we do so many good things which is not actually reported. And I'm glad that Palin has thought of this, where we are getting the journalists in, seeing the system, see how healthcare is, and take it forward. So that's one of the many things that he has done, he and his team, and I must congratulate them for actually doing a wonderful job from the HPI point of things. Now coming to climate change, as has been mentioned again and again and again, the greatest threat to humanity is not the wars, it's not this, it is climate change. And if we don't care, don't take care, we're going to be in trouble soon. So through this network of AHPI, ANBA and KAO, PHFI stepped in, Raj is here, and we have started something called Health Environment Leadership Platform, which is also a co-sponsor of this program. And here we are focusing only on the health sector and climate change. And over the years, we have done some activities. The first ever national level conclave on healthcare, health sector and climate change was done in 2019 in Delhi. We sent recommendations to the government. Many of it has happened. Some of the NABH standards have also come in. That was one of the recommendations. We brought out the first book on the health sector and climate change. Many hospitals are using it. It's available as a free download. And through this help, we hope that we'll be able to actually impact this very important issue. And I'm thankful to Dr. Palin and his team for organizing this. As you can see, it's very well organized. It's been a wonderful experience. We've got a packed audience, excellent sessions. And as Dr. Palin was discussing with me, I think having a meeting like this is good. But I think the next step, what are the action points? I think Palin and his team are actually presenting an action plan based on this and other inputs that we have given. So once again, thank you to AHPI Northeast. Thank you, Dr. Palin, James, and the other members of the team for organizing this. It's been a one of its type kind in the entire country by a state chapter. And we wish you all the best in these and other activities. Thank you very much.
Heartfelt gratitude to Alexander Thomas, sir, for your insightful and inspiring speech. Your words truly made an impact. Thank you very much. And may I now have the privilege to request our respected chief guest, Professor N.G. Bijoy Singh, former Director of REAMS, former Vice Chancellor of Manipur University, and ex-MLA, Kurai Assembly Constituency, to address the August gathering.
Respected members on the dais and of the dais. To mention few, I would like to mention Dr. K.H. Palin Singh, Organizing Chairman, Dr. K.H. Ratan Kumar Singh, Organizing Secretary, Dr. M. Achumba, Organizing Treasurer, Dr. Dhavali Thangjam, Dr. Madhu Mongol, Dr. C.H. Chandramani, patrons of the association. My warm greetings to the esteemed delegates, experts and participants gathered today over here of AHPICON NE2 2025 Manipur chapter. It is a great pleasure for me to be the chief guest of the inaugural function of first conference of Manipur chapter of the Association of Healthcare Providers of India NE2 2025. The theme of the prestigious conclave is impact of climate change on human health. I am delighted to know that the conclave aims at bringing health professionals, policymakers, researchers, academicians to deliberate on the critical challenges posed by climate change to public health and explore sustainability solutions. The Northeast region of India, with its unique geographical, cultural, and ecological diversity, is particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. Rising temperature, changing rainfall patterns, and increasing frequency of extreme weather events pose significant challenges to public health. These environmental changes exacerbate health issues such as vector-borne diseases, respiratory illness, and mental health challenges, necessitating a focused approach to address the health impact of climate change. Recognizing the urgency of these issues, I am extremely happy to know that the Association of Healthcare Providers India NE2 Manipur chapter is in collaboration with other stakeholders is organizing the first AHPICON NE2 2025 Manipur chapter. This pioneering conclave will provide a platform for expert policymakers, healthcare professionals to deliberate on strategies to mitigate the health impacts of climate change and hence the resilience of healthcare system in the region. With these, I thank the organizers of the conclave and sincerely wish the conclave a grand success. Thank you.
Heartfelt thanks to our respected chief guests for gracing this occasion and for inspiring us with your warm and enlightening words. Thank you very much once again. And now, may I have the privilege to request our respected President, Dr. Palin Khundongbam, to deliver the presidential speech of the inaugural ceremony.
Good afternoon to all dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, esteemed guests, healthcare professionals, policymakers, environmental experts, students, delegates, all the award winners of essay writing, debate, example speech competition, all the member organization of the AHPI, media friends, volunteers, welcome to this great event, the first AHPICON 2025 NE2. Association of Healthcare Providers of India Manipur State Chapter was formed 2020 during the Corona, and we have done awareness program on Corona, COVID vaccination, palliative care awareness program, and patient safety spread. These are some of the activities, and recently we thought of, because of after the violence in Manipur and also after Corona, we thought of conducting a bigger platform, bigger event. That's why we have conceptualized, and all our team members have contributed to make it happen and make it a grand success. I'm honored to be your organizing chairman today. In this event, you might have observed that we try to reduce the use of plastics as much as possible. We try to avoid flags. Even the souvenir, we have printed only 100 for the more than 600 delegates. The remaining will be soft copy. And we have made our lunch vegetarian also. And the conference itself is being telecast online right now. Our theme, the impact of climate change on human health, could not be more timely. As we gather here, our planet is facing unprecedented challenge: rising temperature, extreme weather events, and shifting ecosystem are redefining the context of human health it has become a threat to our existence. World Health Organization estimates that between 2030 to 2050, climate change will cause approximately 2.5 lakhs additional deaths per year. This is alarming and demands our collective attention. In Manipur, we are already witnessing the devastating effect of climate change. Warming temperatures are altering the distribution of disease and food chain, while extreme weather events are straining our healthcare infrastructure. But today, we are here. We are not here to merely diagnose the problems. We are here to explore the solutions, to share knowledge, and to forge partnership that will help us build a more resilient healthcare ecosystem. Throughout this conference, we are discussing innovative strategies for mitigating the impact of climate change on human health. At the end, we are going to recommend some of the points to the government of Manipur to be incorporated in the policy making. I would like to extend my gratitude to our esteemed speakers who have traveled across the country as well as abroad online to share their expertise with us. Your contribution will enrich our understanding of this complex issue and inspire us to take action. Let us work together to create a healthier, more sustainable future for all. Thank you very much.
Sincere gratitude to our respected President, Dr. Palin Khundongpum. Your leadership and inspiring words added great value to the event, and it's invaluable. Thank you very much. And yes, to conclude the inaugural ceremony, may I now request Dr. James Elangbum, Joint Organizing Secretary, AHPICON 2025, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Priyalakshmi. It is indeed a great honor for me, Dr. James Elangbum, to propose the vote of thanks of this great event. Leadership is inspiration. With adversity, with increasing adversity, the rising resilience comes in. Dr. K.H. Palin is one such person who has made it possible and brought the topic of climate change to discussion in this particular August gathering in Manipur. I would like to thank the chief guest of today's function, Dr. N.G. Bijoy Singh, for sparing his time and being with us and share some beautiful moments here. I would also like to thank the guest of honors of today's function, Dr. G. Sunil Kumar Sharma, Dr. T. Brajakumar Singh, and Dr. Alexander Thomas, who have made it possible and shared their insights in this particular August gathering. I extend my hearty thanks to Dr. K.H. Ratan Singh, who, as an organizing secretary, has pulled out this particular show, the Conclave of today, in a huge success. We have registered more than 660 delegates today. We had to stop the online delegation 2 days before. We thought the auditorium will not be able to sit in the capacity. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have seen today, the starting of something new, I would like to welcome and thank the reception committee chair, Dr. Jugendra Surakaivambu, bringing in the wonderful initiation of the watering of the Tulsi plant, I hope it will bear fruit and more actionable plans of today's conclave will be given to the government of Manipur. I also would like to thank the Pena artist, the Moibung artist, for being here in our midst. I would like to thank the respected and well-known faculties from outside the state for being here with us despite the challenges of today's Manipur. So thank you so much for being here and sharing with us your beautiful thoughts. I would also like to thank the chairpersons of all the sessions who have shared today and also will be sharing with us in the next panel discussion for being with us. I extend my hearty thanks to the President of Manipur Medical Council, Dr. L. Ranjit Singh, for being here and has been gracious enough to offer 3 credit hours to this particular conclave to all the medical delegates attending here. My thanks to the 3 reporters of today's event who are writing down all the minutes of today's discussion, bring about an actionable point and submit to the government of Manipur. Mr. Salam Rajesh, Dr. K.H. Ranjana, and Mr. S. Sobabati for doing the honors. Thank you all. I would also like to extend my thanks to Dr. Mamuti Meiti from the NABH, the media partners of today's conclave, Neopath Technology, Kutsem Team, Notice Window Live for sharing today's conclave live. My thanks to all the print and electronic medias for gathering here, covering this particular important event and sharing it to Manipur and the world live. My special thanks to all the delegates gathered out here, the volunteers for working tirelessly for the past 3 to 4 months and bringing out various events in places like Manipur University and the Indian Medical Association House Lamphel, and arranging wonderful events for spreading the news of climate change and an impact on human health. The special thanks from the AHPI Manipur chapter to our generous sponsors of today's function, the platinum sponsors, the diamond sponsors, the gold sponsors, and the silver sponsors of today's event. Thank you very much. I may not be able to spell out individual names, but please bear me with that. Thank you so much for your generous offer. I may have missed a lot of important names, but please excuse me for doing that. I have not done it intentionally, but due to want of time. My special thanks to the Master of Ceremony of today's function, Ms. KSH Priyalakshmi, and also to the 2 host ladies of the scientific session. Thank you so much. Over the last 4 to 5 hours, we have come to know that life is fast, but climate resilience demands our life to go slow. So I leave you with the question, have we gone too fast? Should we slow down to save Mother Earth? Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
And that brings us to the end of the inaugural session. A big thank you to all our esteemed guests, speakers, and participants for being part of this meaningful gathering. It's now time for lunch. We invite you all to proceed to the designated dining area and enjoy your meal. The scientific session will resume at 2:20. So please be back in your seats on time. See you all. Pumna Magpu Kurumjeri. Thank you all.
in the Department of Urology, Regional Institute of Medical Sciences, and Dr. T.H. Bijoy Singh is the head of the department in the Department of Forensic Medicine, Caesar Academy of Health Sciences. So now I request our chairpersons to kindly chair the session. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. After a sumptuous vegetarian lunch, as our Dr. Jugindra has announced, we are going to this vegetarian lunch, which is more with the environment friendly. Anyway, please don't go in slumber after the lunch. Interesting topics are coming up. The first topic is National Climate Change Policy and Healthcare. That will be delivered by Dr. Karan Thakur, Group Sustainability Lead and Vice President Public Affairs for the Apollo Hospital Group. Dr. Karan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, other chairpersons, for introducing and starting this session. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here today, and also for the organizers for having me to speak and address this August gathering. What I intend to do over the next 12 to 15 minutes is to talk about, we've heard in the morning about the impact of climate change, why we need to take action and its impact on human health, and what we need to do in terms of the health system. We've also seen that there is a national program on climate change and human health, a lot of activity that has happened on the policy front. So logically, what emerges as the next step, what is it that we need to do as the healthcare community, is the question that I seek to address over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Now, we've already discussed this, but the graph on the right is quite indicative for anybody who feels that a lot of work has already been done on the issue of climate change and mitigation. You would see that there is a steady increase in the annual carbon dioxide emissions worldwide, and this is from 1940 to 2024. You will see that except the blip that came because of COVID, there has been a secular rise in the amount of emissions that have been emitted mostly by human activity over the past 150 years. So we know that this crisis, even after all the efforts that we have made, continues to be something that is sort of eluding us. And we also know, and this was discussed, that 2024 was the warmest year in human history, and was also discussed, that what was earlier agreed upon, that we should not increase by 1.5 degrees centigrade, is today either already breached in the last year in 2024, or it will be this year. So we are really looking at this crisis, and for the health sector, we don't talk enough about this. As healthcare people who work in healthcare, we should be the ones championing and saying that the climate crisis is actually a health crisis. But if you see, there is also some very encouraging changes that have happened. One, we are seeing that an increased focus has come on the issue of climate change and human health. We have good data now, and if you see, it's a slightly busy slide, but things like 26% of WHO states improved health emergency management in 2023, while 29% reported a decline. Similarly, we know that, heat wave exposure, we have better data now. For example, for 2023, we have data which says 13.8 days per person was the exposure globally. So we have very good data now to back actions that we need to take as the healthcare community. So nothing stops us from understanding that there is good data out there. There is a need to do this, as you saw in the previous slide. And what is it that we can do? So whichever sector one works in, even within the healthcare domain, there is a lot that can be done. And it's not as if the world has not done enough. So there has been a lot of movement, and it started really from the late 1980s when the first phraseology of and real definition of sustainability made its way, where under a United Nations mandate, the Brundtland Commission defined it as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the needs and the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So that is where, this is not a new concept. This is something that has been there with us for a long time. A lot of you may have also heard about sustainability and sustainable development goals called SDGs, which are basically very broad goals, 17 goals, which have 169 targets, and countries commit themselves to them. And then obviously the Paris Agreement in 2015, we celebrate the 10 years of the Paris Agreement. And this really gave us the definition of net zero, nationally determined contributions and other commitments. And then came 2018, came COP26 in Glasgow, where India put forward what it wants to do in terms of climate ambition. And that was the Panchamrit, the 5 principles where we talked about energy, reducing energy intensity, increasing renewables, and how each sector, including the health sector, needs to contribute. And very happy to report that last year at the year previous, in fact, at the COP28, there was a special Climate and Health Day. So the world is watching, the global governance structures are responding in a fair manner, we can say. And very proudly in 2023, when India was the host of the G20, the New Delhi Declaration actually enshrined this, which was taken up by all countries, which says there is a collective commitment to prioritizing and mobilizing resources for inclusive, adaptive, resilient, low-carbon, sustainable health systems. So the world is moving towards this, as is India, and we should do more. And now, why should we do it? And the reason is very evident from this chart and the slide that comes after. We know that if you look at global emissions, China and the US are dominant in terms of all emissions that come out. But if you see India, while it is a small part of the bigger picture, it still is a significant contributor. And mind you, we need to grow at 8-9% for the next 3-4 decades. So this emissions profile that we have is going to increase, something that we cannot afford. Now, if you see on the right, you can see all countries in terms of what they emit within their health system specifically. And here again you see the United States and China dominating and having close to about 40% of the global emissions for the health sector. India is only at 2%. But we know that India needs to create 1 million new beds. It needs to rapidly expand into tier 2, tier 3, urban, semi-urban, rural areas. How is that going to be possible without green growth? So any growth that comes, given that we don't have any emissions headroom, either general emissions or healthcare emissions, would need to be green. So the health sector per force needs to grow green as we go ahead. And we know, and this has been covered by previous speakers much better than I can ever summarize, but we know that this impact on human health is also real, and it is impacting everybody and every part of the health system. And it's not as if, as has again been pointed out, this is bi-directional as well. So it is not just the impact of climate change on human health. We are a very polluting sector. 5% of global emissions come from healthcare. And within that also, if we see, there are areas of pollution that we are contributing singularly towards. For example, biomedical waste. No other sector generates biomedical waste except us. And we've seen post-COVID, our learned behaviors are such that biomedical waste has increased exponentially. And we can see that when we look at studies done in the NHS, which I'll talk about as a case study that we should focus on, and the Indian healthcare system, a lot of this also comes from the supply chain. But just to summarize and bring this home, if you were to ask or think about what emissions actually look like, because there is a lot of conversation around it, and graphs and data sometimes doesn't make sense. Well, just think of the emission that comes out of one procedure which I have highlighted here. A single CABG, a heart bypass, which is done in any hospital, any tertiary care hospital in our country, it leads to emissions equivalent to about 200, a petrol car traveling 250 kilometers. So that is just one procedure happening in one hospital. If you multiply that by the amount of work that healthcare does, you then get your head around the need for action to take place. And I would like to actually point all of you towards what one country has done very admirably in terms of actually getting laws and mandates and a national policy to drive that change in the years ahead. And as I said, it is the National Health Service, and it is one of, as we all know, it's a remarkable service in the UK. It's a publicly funded health system, and it comprises of 4 parts, which take care of the 4 countries which form the United Kingdom, and really established, after the Second World War. And this is very different. It is called the beverage model. It's very different from other models that you see. The Indian model is a mixed system. There's private healthcare, there is the publicly funded system and the not-for-profit system. There's a US model which has mostly a privatized delivery of care, but then has other models, Medicare, Medicaid, which provides coverage to people from deprived communities. And then you have the beverage model, the Bismarck model, which is a social insurance model, which you see in France and Germany. But this is very singular. The NHS is the only one which currently exists. Others have sort of tried to copy it, but it has remained true to what it set out to do. So it provides comprehensive services. They are universal and free at the point of care. It's a very large employer, and if you see, it has its own issues which are highlighted in the press, and if you read about it, you know that there are issues with wait time, so on and so forth. But even such a complex system, they were so far-reaching in their thought process, and the government actually backed them, that they became the first health system in the year 2020 to have a roadmap for sustainability and net zero. Mind you, this is not one hospital, this is not one association, this is not a group of hospitals like mine or others. This is the entire health system. It is as if the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare mandates that the entire health system moves towards net zero. And that makes it a singular example within the advanced nations and others. Now look what others were doing at this time, and this seems dated after the current US president has taken over. In 2022, the then administration, Biden administration, asked hospitals to have some pledges that will actually set out some targets. So it was not even very clear in terms of what it wanted, let alone it being binding. And now we've seen the collapse of the entire climate policy in the United States. And you would see that even in Germany and France, they don't have a mandate which expands across the health system. So that makes an NHS for all of us, although it's not an apples to apples comparison, but something that we can learn from. And as advocates here for health sector reform, we all should start talking about the need for a specific law that brings in this sort of a mandate into the Indian health system. After that, after laying out those commitments, the NHS then actually went on to the delivery of it, and the graphic that you see is actually the cover of the report which came out, which is called Delivering a Net Zero National Health Service, and this laid out what is required for each hospital across the length and breadth of the NHS to start delivering on that mandate of net zero. And it's a very good document, even if you're a hospital administrator or somebody who's starting out in creating a program for themselves on sustainability. This is a very good starting point, because it covers every part of the operations of a hospital and the health system, starting from what you can do from waste management right up to supply chain. And this also ensured that the NHS is now committed that it will control scope 1 and scope 2 emissions and bring them down to net zero by 2040, and that it will make sure that it gets all emissions, even the supply chain, by 2045, and that is only 20 years from now. And this is a health system-wide, impact that they're talking about. So this is something that we also should take inspiration from and move forward. So what is it that we can do? the legislative process in the NHS was changed. They actually brought in a binding mandate, which you see here, and said that the NHS itself will have to contribute towards compliance towards the Climate Change Act. Now, why is this important? I'm sorry I'm going into so many details, but India also has a national plan on climate change, and that action plan needs to be linked to our national health policy. We know the previous national health policy came in 2017, and we await this decade's health policy, and it should be the onus is all on all of us to say that what the NHS did, where they brought in a new law, or rather their parliament brought in a new law, where it now has to comply with the climate change law of the country, we should also be looking at doing something like that. And this is now something that most countries are looking towards as they try to bring in similar legislation. I've already touched upon this, and it has been previously touched upon by other speakers, so I will not talk about what we need to, where the Indian healthcare system stands in terms of sustainability in the interest of time. But I'll come to this slide, which is really the operative slide about what now we need to do. We know that India is amongst the first few countries to have a dedicated national body, and we had a wonderful exposition on the Manipur chapter of that national program, and you saw the type of work that is already being done. So we have a program that exists, but it needs a legislative and legal mandate. So that is what we need to work towards. And we know that, as I said, the last health policy came out in 2017, and we have a chance now for this decade to actually make that happen. And this will need that, we will all need to work together as a community. We will need a cross-functional study to see the impact of bringing in such a legislation. What does it mean? And I strongly urge organizations like AHPI to actually start thinking about what that law or the draft of that law could look like. And we must create consensus by reaching out to political parties, to the government and others, so that this becomes an issue that goes beyond just one political party or the other and becomes a national issue of concern, just like we heard in Kerala, where irrespective of the government coming in, we always have a focus on health and education, and you can see the impact that they've been able to do. But also let's bring in adjunct sectors. Today we are only healthcare people talking to healthcare people. In the future we must bring in things like people who are working on cities, building, design, energy, and bring them into this conversation so they realize the importance of why we need to do this. And I'd just like to end with this thought for all of us, that the greatest threat to our planet is the belief that somebody else will save it. Rather, it is the responsibility of each individual, whether you're a doctor, nurse, administrator, or beyond. We all can contribute in our own way towards this crisis. We know why it is important to do so, and I really hope and urge for all of you to devote some of your professional energies, if not all, towards this very important issue of climate change and human health. And with that, I'd like to thank the chairs once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Karan, for a nice, illuminating, enlightening talk. Any question from the audience? Karan, there is an Indian Administrative Service.
Sir.
About the Indian Medical Service, what is the status as on today?
Sir, this was actually debated in Parliament, sir, and it is still in abeyance. In fact, the other issue which was more important, which was about any physical attack on doctors having a specific law, unfortunately was also not passed. So I think we need to do more advocacy.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Karan Thakur. For India, we have started a carbon credit system in 2023 in December. So anyway, I will ask it later on. Now we go to the next session, that is international cooperation and the climate change. That will be delivered by Dr. Rajasankar Ghosh, convener, Health and Environment Leadership Platform, that is HELP. So now the podium is yours.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. And at the outset, I really wanted to thank the organizers for giving this opportunity to present before you all about international cooperation on climate change. So when we talk about climate change, you will see that at the global level, there are multiple agreements, there are multiple forums, but the contradiction of cooperation on climate change is that in that global forum, every country that participates has an agenda, has their own national interest that must be taken care of. Therefore, when we talk about international cooperation on climate change, it begins with a conflict of multiple national interests that different countries have. From there is a compromise that is reached by the countries. They agree to do something that will benefit all the countries and yet pursue their own national interest. And finally, they come to a consensus. There's a very nice quote that UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon in the Paris Summit in 2015 had said. He is a visionary and he had envisioned the conflict that would happen between countries, between global powers, in order to address the climate change as one globe. He had said that, I urge you to instruct your negotiators to choose the path of compromise and consensus. Bold climate action is in the national interest of every single country represented at this conference. The time for brinkmanship is over. Similarly, another philanthropist, industrialist, George Soros, had said that I think it is natural that every country has to take care of its own interests. But there are some interests that are common to all countries, and those interests are human interests, and climate change affects every human residing in every country. Therefore, it has to be a collective consensus in order to take action against climate change. Unfortunately, today we are living in a world where one of the global superpowers has decided to move out of the Paris Agreement, to move out of the cooperation that was committed, and therefore the entire global cooperation is in a very evolving stage at this point of time. We are fortunate that we have a leader in our country who has committed to climate change and is pursuing with all the various global leaders on the issue of climate change. India has committed and India is putting policies and programs in place. We have heard that throughout the day. But most importantly, it is not only about what is being done in India, but our voice is being championed globally across various forums, and that is a light of hope for us in India. The way that we will structure the conversation today is that we will talk about the framing of international cooperation approaches. We'll talk a little bit about the goal, vision, and objectives of international cooperation. We'll talk about an approach that we call the REACT approach, and a little bit we'll talk about lessons learned and the way forward. The frame for international cooperation on climate change stands on this acronym called the FRAME, which is the framework, regulations, accountability, measurements, and evaluation. This is what has come out of the Paris Agreement, that there is a framework, a uniform framework, through which every country pursues the progress it is making in addressing climate change. There are regulations that each country are putting in place based on a globally agreed upon, consented upon framework. There is an accountability that every country has because they have to present the data at a global forum, and therefore those who are making good progress, those who are not making good progress, is transparently, publicly, the data is published. Measurements, we have tools for measurement which are uniform across the world. Therefore, in terms of the global progress, there is a standardized measurement, learning, and evaluation, and that process is followed. Now we come to some of the principles of the international cooperation on climate change. We talk about the 4 E's. The first E is about equity. We know that climate change affects every human being living in every country, but we also know that there are vulnerable population, we heard today morning, and these vulnerable population are discriminately affected by the effects of climate change. All of us know that there are nations in the world who are contributing to the environment which is becoming more toxic, but because of that, countries which are very minutely contributing to it are probably suffering the most. So therefore, equity is a fundamental element and composition of the global cooperation dialogue that we do on climate change. The second is about efficiency, that every country must put in policies, programs, and practices that will make them more efficient in delivering their service. Climate change is a universal phenomenon. It is not a vertical thing, it is a horizontal phenomenon that crisscrosses every program, be it health, be it transport, be it tourism, be it agriculture. All sectors of our lives are affected by climate change. Therefore, we must put in policies, practices, and programs in place which will make all these programs efficient. The third is about economics, and this is the crux, that we will have to put in very clear policies and programs in place that will help us economically do better while having the climate change measures in place. And finally, the environment, primarily around the greenhouse gas emission count, the carbon footprint, all of these need to be taken care of. The Paris Agreement remains the universal agreement on which various countries have agreed upon. We know that the Paris Agreement is a legally binding international treaty on climate change. It was adopted by 196 parties at the UN Climate Change Conference in Paris, France on 12 December 2015, and it was entered into force on 4th November 2016. The overarching goal is to hold the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, and to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels. However, in recent years, world leaders have stressed the need to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade by the end of this century. There are other frameworks also which are in place. There's a Katowice climate package, which is a complex package achieved through in-depth technical discussions and political compromises, and contains operational guidelines on the implementation, evaluation, and measurement of the progress made in the Paris Agreement by the countries. There's the Kyoto Protocol, which came into being on the 11th of December 1997. This is about the complex ratification process, because of which it was much delayed in terms of adoption. It came into adoption in 2005. 192 parties to the Kyoto Protocol. The Kyoto Protocol operationalizes the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change by committing industrialized countries and economies in transition to limit and reduce greenhouse gas emission in accordance with agreed individual targets. This is about the greenhouse gas emission primarily. And finally, the UNFCCC, which consists of multiple bodies tasked with implementing the convention, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. As I said, there are multiple regulations, there are multiple frameworks, and all of these happen because every country has to pursue its own national interest. So therefore, having a blanket global agreement and a blanket global framework becomes very difficult. Therefore, each of these policies that are made, they have to be worked upon, and more policies come up. So measuring progress 10 years since the Paris Agreement in 2025, where are we? Climate change is making economic sense. This is a very good news. $2 trillion flow into clean energy and infrastructure in just 1 year. That's twice as much as was invested in fossil fuels last year. And to reap the massive rewards, stronger economic growth, more jobs, less pollution, and far lower health costs, and more secure and affordable energy. However, this boom is moving at very different speeds. Massive influx of capital in major economies, driving economic growth. But many smaller economies not yet able to fully share in the boom and its vast benefits. So disproportionately, countries are being benefited by the measures that are being taken for climate change. And several major economies, including the Brazil and the UK among others, send very clear signals that they are stepping up climate action by submitting bold new climate action plans because it's entirely in the interest of their economies and their citizens. In India alone, estimates suggest that increasing clean energy investment by 2% of GDP every year for 20 years will generate an average net increase of about 13 million jobs every year. So how do we react? We talked about the REACT strategy. The REACT stands for, the first is about research, that we need to continue to do more research to get further evidence of how we can take unified action against climate change. The second is about educating communities to create demand within the communities. The communities must be the vanguard of the change that must come in climate change. Third, advocate with policymakers, influencers, investors, and communities for accelerating investments in climate change resilience, as is happening today in Manipur, that whatever comes out of this meeting will be advocated with the policymakers, influencers, and investors. Communicate the progress and lessons learned, good practices and challenges to adoption of resilient practices. We will learn from each other. Countries will learn from each other. Communities will learn from each other. And finally, the technical assistance that countries and communities need will have to be provided for implementation of climate change tools and practices with speed and efficiency. In summary, this is what was said by UN Climate Change Executive Secretary Simon Still at the Instituto Rio Branco in Brasilia on 6th of February 2025, 10 years from the Paris Agreement. I will end by quoting a Brazilian proverb which says, "Soft water on hard stone hits enough until it breaks through." We have broken through, so now let's mobilize and pick up the pace so everyone is brought along with us. Before I conclude this, I want to leave you with an imagination of where our health systems can be vis-a-vis the world becoming greener, the planet becoming more environment friendly. And so we will just see a few slides of our imagination. This is from the UK National Health Services and adopted by the Healthcare Without Harm globally. Imagine a time when going to hospital is seen as a failing of the health and social care system, when most of the care and support you need can be offered at home, when you can get instant medical help online, by phone, or at a local health center, when health inequalities are low and well-being is key. Imagine a place where the few buildings that support the health system are in tune with the environment. They use almost no carbon and are integrated into the community and with nature. They are inviting for patients and a pleasure to work in. Imagine a world where friends, family, and society help promote healthy living, where we all support the local health and social care system to recycle, reuse, and minimize waste, where we know that delivery of services takes the long-term financial, social, and environmental costs into account. Imagine knowing that we have done our best to improve health and minimize our impact on the environment. With this imagination, we will go, but this is not just an imagination. Hospitals across the world, across developing nations, and I encourage you to go and look in the internet of how they are making small changes so that one day this imagination can become a reality. Today morning you heard about the small hospital from Udupi, about how they are taking these measures. I'm sure in Manipur there are hospitals taking measures. Many of our hospitals in the health network are taking these measures. So this is not just imagination, it is doable and it is being done. I leave you with this picture. This is the person who is a folk singer from Rajasthan, travels from village to village, singing about how we need to protect the environment. I had the fortune of hearing his song, brilliant songs composed, and educating the community, awareing the community about positive changes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions or any? Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, sir, for that excellent. Here, I'm here. Excellent talk and very inspiring thoughts towards the end. Really appreciate that. My question was, we know that America has now distanced themselves from all these activities of the world. Do you think it is due to climate change that they are taking such decisions? And also, the question is that the Guyana president, Irfan Ali, has very strongly reacted to the journalist from BBC and given him a class on climate change and effects. So what do you think about his approach, the president of Guyana also?
Thank you, sir. So two things, I thought I said this in the beginning, that climate change per se, if we look at it being something that we want to make a green world and everything, is not going to be the selling point to the politicians and to the policymakers. It has to boil down to economics. And I think the economics that Mr. Trump has done on his part overshadowed the benefit and all of the other parts. So there's a very clear understanding about this. About the Guyana president, I have seen that interview that you are speaking about. I really would not be in a position to talk about, what he has done or not done. What I can tell you is that I am seeing the positive end, that there are very strong, powerful leaders at this point of time, including our own Prime Minister Modi, who is advocating for the climate change policies and programs vis-a-vis maintaining the economy of the country. I have been speaking to Dr. Alex about this again and again, that I think the only evidence that is required at this point of time is to show the policymakers that investing in climate health is going to give a good economic return. Otherwise, climate health dialogue is at a failure from the start. It has to be related to economics.
Hello. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
So,
May
I have one question, sir? Dr. Kos.
Can you plus first? Yeah.
I was just wondering, would you like the budget which is for India, as we have known that it's the percentage of carbon emission, global emission has become 8%. That is a huge rise when America has gone down from 19 to 11. Do you think that the budget, which is only 1.5% of the total budget, which is being slated for climate action, do you think it is enough, and do you think that we need to prop up the budget more?
Sir, in terms of the budget, and in terms of the carbon emission that you are talking about, all of this is based on models. The models that are being done, Niti Aayog has every year developed their own budget in terms of proposing and recommending to the government in terms of what should be the investment. The challenge is not probably in the budget. The challenge is in three things. One is about integration. The different kind of departments and the sections of the government of India who are contributing to this do not speak to each other. So there needs to be an integrated, unified approach. The budget for health alone will not solve the problem of climate. It has to be an integrated thing. The second is about our impact assessment. You know that there are various contradictions between India's measurements and global measurements and all of that. We need to have a standardized measurement in which the government of India will agree. Government of India has now started working with Niti Aayog and various IITs across India to come up with a framework which will give a proper monitoring and evaluation of the different kinds of contributors to climate change and what can be done for mitigation. For very long, we have talked about mitigation. The focus is now moving towards adaptation. That's also a very big change that is happening in the site. So I don't think that I am in a position to talk about whether the budget is enough, because that is being modeled by experts who have good intentions. The challenge is that whether that is having the impact that we are looking for, we do not know. And the third eye, sir, we talked about integration, we talked about impact measurement. The third eye is about institutionalization. Unfortunately, in our country, various departments are working in silo. There needs to be one department which will really look at the climate piece, and that currently is located within the environment and forest, and which is not properly linked to the various other departments that are working on this. So therefore, integration, impact assessment, and institutionalization are the ways that are being proposed by Niti Aayog in terms of moving forward. And obviously, the fourth eye is investment, and the investment needs to be, obviously increased. But at what extent it needs to be increased, that is something that we'll only understand from these models.
Good afternoon, sir. May I have one question, sir?
Let it be the last question.
Yeah.
Dr. Ghosh, I just wanted to understand one thing. You were talking about Paris Agreement.
Yeah.
So now if US is backing out, what is going to happen to Paris Agreement 2015 and Dubai last year? There were a lot of negotiation.
Right. Sir, I do not know what will happen, but I can only say one thing, that various countries are stepping up. I think that it will very much delay some of the processes that would require US support and US's economy, investment and all of it. But, I would say that climate change is such a threat to the whole globe that there will be other institutions and other countries which will step up. And I still believe that the US decision is an evolving decision. There will be smarter decisions taken. We have to be optimistic that, this is a problem that we cannot ignore, in spite of being the largest economy. The only challenge is that probably the current administration did not find the economic value in terms of the current policy. So we'll see as to what they come up with. But climate change is a reality that is everybody understands. But there may be difference of opinion in terms of what is contributing to it and what investment needs to be made in it. That is an evolving discussion. I think I am too small a fry to talk on that.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a small request. Yes. If we call the whole world to become a vegetarian, I am told that to produce 1 kilogram of beef, you require 15,000 liters of water. And vegetable-based food, it is very climate friendly, except for the lunch. No speaker has mentioned about the vegetarianism. What is your take on that by you?
That's a very interesting point, sir. I am not the expert to talk on it. Dr. Alex has written a book. You should read that book on various plant-based recipes that are coming out. My only point, serious response to it would be that while we talk about quality, kind of work, when we talk about equity, it is also very important for us to be inclusive. Inclusive of the choices, the practices that various sections of the communities have. So therefore, before taking a decision in terms of a blanket decision, we will have to ensure that we include the various practices, policies, beliefs, and habits of the various communities that are there. With that, sir, I will rest.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. When we talk about this climate change, and it's not only today we are focusing on the health sector. For example, the fashion industry, it contributes 10% of the carbon emissions. So there are a whole lot of other departments. So today we'll focus only on the health sector. Meat industry, many are there, so we won't talk too much about that one. But I just want to make a point.
Just about, hold on. Those who are eating non-veg meat, cancer is more prone to them. It's a health concern. It's a fact. Because of your tongue sensation, your special sense, you are indulging. Otherwise, vegetarian, your sleep is better, your health, your mental faculty is much better. Not that I am a pure vegetarian, it is a fact. I propagate.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to make a few comments regarding the, I don't know all of the world, we are focusing, or we are more concentrated on the US. When US pulled out of the Paris, this one convention, that's a long time back, not only new one. So also WHO before he was there, the first one, second one also he pulled out. I'm thinking, why not India and China, who is a major economy now, why they don't step in and fill in the gap and be the leaders of the world? Why we are just waiting for the US? I don't know. This is, I think it has an opportunity for the other countries in the world to step in, and so that we also can do that one. This is something, it's a thought. Okay, coming to the next session, I would request Professor Bijoy to.
A very good afternoon once again. Next speaker will be Dr. Taurangbam Brajakumar, Director, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Manipur. He'll be talking on climate change adaptation, policy and development in health sector. Now I request Dr. Taurangbam Brajakumar to present his topic.
A very good afternoon to all again, respected speakers and respected friends. I will try to connect with the previous talks about policy in India and as well global level, trying to continue in that manner that how the climate policy convert into action. But before that, I'm starting to talk of that. It's very unfortunate to say, as being a government employee, that we are very lagging behind of the good policy. I should say that research-backed policy is looking behind on, especially in our state. We need a strong policy which is backed by the scientific facts and findings so that we can practice really in the ground. In my last 25 years executing practitioners, this experience, what I feel is that, so we need more and more research to bring out good policy. That's my humble request to all my dignitaries and all my experts. In fact, we will talk about the climate change. What I would like to start with what of confidence level and this acceptance. If we do accept that climate change is happening here in this world, in this globe, then we can do something on that betterment of the future generation. If we do have the confidence in certain sectors of the facts, the climate impacts, then we can able to do some of the facts on that. With this word, I will start with one of the picture which is captured from this World Meteorological Organization, and NASA has recently brought this picture of the this aerial view of this globe, that the temperature of the globe, how they could see that this 2024 has been already accepted and confirmed that this warmest year since 1880. So this is very, very much alarming to all this globe, and it has crossed always that 1.5 degrees Celsius has been already crossed during this 24. So they have already continued again the word that 1.28 degrees Celsius above the baseline, that means during 1951 to 1980, it has been already observed. Again, 1.47 degrees Celsius warmer than average of the 1850 to 1900. So now, what we accepted that it will be definitely increased than 1.5 degrees Celsius, which has been already declared in the Paris Agreement, that it has been experienced now in this last year. So we have to accept it. We have to keep the confidence on that it has been proven by the WMO as well as the NSA. Then even it has been already approved by the United Nations, UNCCC also. So what happened in the 2024, that half of the 2024, that average temperature were above 1.5 degrees Celsius above the baseline. Half of the year, then maximum has been crossed away with the 1.5 degrees Celsius above. So what the next? This is the question, big question to all. If we look into, zoom in into our universe again, if we zoom in into our India again, you see the Himalayan range having a very hot area, and it has been red zones almost. And again, if we zoom in into our northern state, again, you see the bordering of the Myanmar and the bordering of this China border, we are having some big, more than that of the 1.5 degrees Celsius to 2 degrees Celsius, it shows that. So it is too alarming to this, especially northern state as well as Himalayan states in the world. So what to next? Then we have to have some preparedness on that. This is my humble appeal to all, to the dignitaries. During this COP20, that what held in the Dubai, where I physically attended this COP, this is the only, since COP24, I had been presented in this COP seriously, but this is the special COP28, because in that COP, there was declaration of the Health Day on this December 3rd of 23. Then on that Health Day conference, Health Day declaration, that there was lots of declaration regarding the health sector that integrate with the climate change and the health and well-being. So they had one commitment in the declaration that advancement of the climate resilient development is one of the declaration, that committed declaration. Then the second commitment was that strengthening of the health systems to all the world. Then third commitment was that building to resilient and thriving communities for present and future generations. That the 3 points was very strong committed by the all United Nations delegates in the COP28. With these committed words, they were one ensuring that they have already ensured that transformation of health system to be climate resilient, then low carbon should be taken off, then sustainable and equitable to be considered, then better preparedness of the community, especially for most vulnerable peoples. So these are the answering during the declaration of this COP28. Again, they have only categorized on the 6 important common objectives. There was lots of objectives, even though that I speak up only 6 common objectives, which was very important towards our northern state, especially in India, that strengthening the policies with climate change mitigation and adaptation action is one of the very strong objective. How that previous talker was also mentioning about we should have integration on those things and we should have a policy. So this objective, I think, can integrate this good policy on mitigation as well as adaptation. It should be through indigenous people, where we are confining here, then local communities, women, girls, and children and youths. Then second objective is the facilitating collaboration on human, animal, environment, and climate health challenges, which is more closer to the environmental sustainability. Then it focus about the strengthening of the research work also, so that we can have a very good policy on that based on the research work. The third objective was the healthy populations is effective of climate resilience. That outcome of adaptation, maybe food and agriculture, what our chairperson was severely asking about the vegetarian. So it may come under that, the sanitation, housing, urban planning, and environmental sustainability. This is one of the good objective. Then fourth objective was the adaptation intervention on climate sensitive diseases and health risks, which is we need very much of the health information system related to climate change, surveillance, early warning system, response system, and climate-ready health workforce, etc. Then fifth objective was the promoting and comprehensive responses on climate change on health, which includes the mental health problems, psychological well-beings, lost traditional medicinal knowledges, which we have very much rich in Manipur, loss of livelihoods and culture, and climate-induced displacement or migration. Last, sixth objective was the strengthening trans and interdisciplinary research. That's why I'm focusing in starting my talk that we need very integrated approach of the research work, working together and having a good policy. This is one of the sixth important objective which is declared by this Health Day in COP28. If we look into climate resilient, it is given by the WHO as a guideline that to bring a climate resilient, we need to have much different components to bring it together, that climate building blocks and health system. So how we integrate to the sustainability of the environment with the climate resilient, if we look into this two picture, that there's lots of common things, that health workforce is one of the common issues to be taken care of, this environmental sustainability also, as well as the climate resilience also. Then facilities is very important component, where we look into the climate resilient facilities, including energy facilities. Then science service delivery is an important factor, how we can integrate with the sustainability of the environment. So we can look into these guidelines given by the WHO, and we should try to practice in field. Now we come down to our static context, that if we know that the climate is changing and the temperature is increasing every day, if we look at the maximum temperature, the bar here, it shows that the maximum temperature is showing that it is increasing from since 1970 to till today, this in a higher level. Likewise, the minimum temperature of this state having also increasing trends. Due to increasing of the temperature, we have the impact in the water rainfall. There's a lots of uncertainty of the rainfall, shifting of the rainfall pattern we have now. So it followed with the frequent floods and frequent droughts here. You see the record of the frequent floods that 1966, 1976, these are the frequent flood reported years. Likewise, it is followed by the drought, frequent flood. That's why we have experienced that frequent flood and frequent drought happening in our state. So we are very much vulnerable in this water-induced disaster. It has already reported by the INCCA also previously. So the high intensity rainfall having a very big problem in Manipur now. So key messages with this fact, science facts. So by drafting in our action plan on climate change on the state level, in revising also, we have some certain key messages that due to lacking of our preparedness for current climate variability and future climate change, we are very much consistent to bring our impact of climate change. So the first adaptation step is reducing vulnerability and exposure to present climate variability. The risk is the interaction between hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. So based on that, we are just focusing on some certain points that like warming and increasing rainfall intensity leads to flood and drought. This is one of the prime area to bring out our action plan in the state. Then projected for increase in rainfall by 15 to 35% during 2030. Then projected for negative impact on rice and maize productivity, which is major crop in Manipur. Adaptation strategies and projects for agriculture, water resource, health, and forest sector. Lastly, the preparedness for climate resilient healthcare facility to reduce health risks. So with focusing on these points, the state government has already developed our state action plan on climate change during 2013, but it has been again revised to the second version recently. And we are the only state to include a dedicated chapter in our state action plan for health during version 1, that it was 2013. After that, on 2018 only, the government of India has already reflected that health mission come up as a climate change policy. So we have already dedicated for the health sector in the climate change. We are working with the health fraternities, health services peoples about the climate change on health. These are some vulnerability index of the government of Manipur. We are already assessed with all the line departments, with all the experts from local peoples, and we have already reported for the vulnerable districts where is very much vulnerable in different sectors like agriculturally, water induced, then forest, as well as the health sector also, we have already found out. So the researchers can use these findings and we can integrate these things and we should try to develop the good policy based on these specs. We can update this also time to time. Likewise, the rainfall pattern, how it is very importantly we look into that rainfall as projected during 2030 is there by increasing of this 15% to 25% under RCP 4.5, and if we look to the RCP 8.5, it may be 35%. If it is increased by 15, even 15% or 20%, then what will be our policy? That is very important to consider on that, and what may be the impact of health if it happens. So this is the recently we do find out, we have already developed this risk assessment on the drought and rainfall, having all informations. We just have already identified the risks, most risk district and most risk villages of the rainfall as well as the drought, flood and the drought, sorry. So based on that, we have already determined that human health is directly or indirectly linked to the climate change, directly maybe due to heat wave, extreme weather events, etc., indirectly consequently relating to the loss of poverty, displacement, and mental health problems. So we should look into that wet bulb globe temperature also, where the red zone mostly in our India as well as the northern part. And we should consider on the hypothermia also, how the temperature and the humidity relationship has bring out to bring over the hypothermia also. So this is the vulnerability assessment for health system due to the climate change. So we have already identified the district level vulnerability on the health sector. So this is my last slide, that we have already drafted focusing on these 3 strategic important points, that strengthening and the implementing in the health sector, then technological advancement in health, the knowledge gap in climate change and the health resources has all been included in our state action plan on climate change in version 2. So this is our state action plan of the state government in version 2. And lastly, will be my message, that we should think for the persons, we should think for the generations that who is born this 2020, because since starting when he is born in the universe, he has started to expose in the climate impact. So we should prepare, make the preparedness for the generations who are coming up now. So this is my last message, and let's try to do work together to bring a very good policy on climate change in the state context. Thank you all.
Dr. Brajkumar, now the topic will be open for discussion. Before we go ahead, I just want to know from you about this research work going on in climate engineering. What is the status at present, and how far it helps to bring down the situation?
Of course, climate engineering, in fact, engineering will come for the management part. Before that, we should have the findings, facts. So evidence-based fact is very important to know about, because since climate science is very new science, so something may not be available in the research paper or some static book. So we need to have collected all the evidence base, and then if we have the scientific fact, then we can go for the engineering part on that. I think it's better that, even though there's lots of people come up with the climate engineering also, we could, but unfortunately in Manipur it is very few. Of course, may not be, I have not my knowledge in that part, but I could see from the IIT peoples in many across the India, across the country. So there's lots of people who are working in climate engineering also.
Okay, now the topic is open for discussion. If there is any clarification, any.
Looks like there's no question. So we'll go to the next session.
Okay.
I have a question, of course, I will address it with you later on, is regarding your map on the health system vulnerability, where Imphal seems to be in the very dark red, which I have a question about it, but we'll discuss later. Coming to the next session, that is in ethical issues in health intervention. This will be delivered by Professor T.H. Mira, Professor and Dean now of the Regional Institute of Medical Science. Oh, sorry. The role of media in climate change by Salam Rajesh. And Salam Rajesh is a climate journalist and member of the IUCN Climate Crisis Commission. And he will be delivering on the role of media in climate change. Mr. Salam Rajesh, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope not to take long time. Like Dr. Brajakumar just placed before us that climate change, when we are talking of climate change, the science which is very new, and very, very new to people like us in Manipur. Even in India, it's very new. And when we talk of climate change, sometimes it's so complicated that we can't understand 80% of what is being discussed in the COP sessions, national and international. So for my presentation, I would like to keep things very simple, because I'm sure that many of us who are here in this convention may be new to the discussion. So I'm starting with a very, this picture is a very latest picture which was very closely related to the extensive wildfire in Los Angeles very recently. A wildfire, we have wildfires in Manipur also, but that type of wildfire doesn't impact so much. But if people have been following what was happening in Los Angeles very recently, the type of wildfire that is happening, and the type of wildfire that is happening in Australia, it's going beyond human capacity to handle this because of issues like when we are talking about this slide, and when UN General Secretary Antonio is saying that climate catastrophe is hammering health, widening inequalities, harming sustainable development, and rocking the foundation of peace. He is putting into just one frame the multiple dimensions that we are facing because of the triple issue of global warming, climate change, and extreme weather events. And when through our Director of Environment and Climate Change, we have monthly interactions with many communities. And when we open up this subject matter, like Dr. Brajkumar has said, that it's new and so complicated that most people can't understand what is the linkage between these three issues. What is global warming? What are we talking about global warming? Then what are we talking about climate change? Then what are we talking about extreme weather event? Are these three phenomena related to one another, or these are isolated? That is what we are trying to tell people here. Tell people here in the sense that when you are taking climate change issues directly to the common people, like in Manipur, it goes overhead. Not many people can just take in what is this issue we are talking about. Many people are confused about what is the interlinkage between global warming and climate change. Is these two processes the same thing, or these are different processes? So I'm not going into detail because my previous speakers, Dr. Brajkumar, Dr. Ghosh, you have explained so many things. I just like to keep things simple because when in the media, when we are trying to communicate things that is being discussed at Paris or in Montreal or at Dubai recently, what are the things being discussed here? So when you try to tell people, the average people here in Manipur, what are the discussions happening? Then it becomes very difficult to convince people that whatever is being discussed in the United Nations, whatever is happening in the Arctic Circle or in Antarctica is also impacting us. So the relation with glacial melting in the Arctic and climate variability and extreme weather in Manipur, when you try to link up and when you try to tell people there's a common link between these two, then people would not just, will not only digest it, but will take it very difficult to understand what is the relationship. So when you're talking of a graph like this, and when you, and Dr. Brajkumar also just showed Manipur's graph where the maximum and minimum temperature are increasing every year. So what is the correlation at a global context, at a Manipur context? So through my simple graph, I'm trying to tell people that, see, the discussion is that every year a global community is saying that 2023 was the hottest year in a century. Now it has come to the latest report that 2024 has picked up from 2023 and now is the hottest year in a century times. So that means that, like this simple graph is showing that climate, because of climate change, global warming, temperature is increasing every year. And the next slide, I think many people would have seen it because it's a very common and it's one of the most frightening slides that is, in the social media we can say that it has gone viral. This slide has gone viral because it's a projection. It's talking about different time periods. 2030 is that is between 2021 to 2050, and another time period of 2080 is that is between 2051 and 2100. So in these different time periods, you see the projection of the climate increase, temperature increase. And in the 2080s, there's an increase of 3 degrees Celsius globally. Then the big question is, what is going to happen to life on Earth? So through the media, when writing on newspapers, when we are writing on articles, features, we are trying to write in a very simple way that we communicate this very complex thing to the common readers. What is this climate change talks all about? And how is related with us? What is the talks at the UN related to people here in Imphal? How we are being impacted globally. So when I talk to people, I try to show these simple slides. Let's see what is happening in the Arctic. In 1984, there was so much of ice. Then in 2016, you see the ice has receded, and what is the fallout? In many places around the world, coastal areas, especially low-lying areas, they are getting flooded without any reason. And many low-lying countries are now being classified as likely to go permanently underwater. So, when we are talking to the average people who are not exposed to climate discourses and who are, not illiterate, but hardly having any basic knowledge on climate science. My simple thinking is that pictures like this, small pictures like this, tells more than what you try to tell them through all the scientific data. So, if you look at this slide, the comparison is 100 years back. What was there 100 years back? All the glaciers have gone. And for many of people sitting here in front, when we discuss in more detail, when we go deeper into the climate science, what happens when all these glaciers goes and all these landscapes are exposed? Then what happens? First question is, where has all the ice, when the ice is melted, where has all the water gone? The water will be somewhere there. So where has all the ice from the Arctic has gone? Does it have any correlation with seawater level increase in the Indian Ocean? And if there is increase in the Indian Ocean, increase in the sea level of the Indian Ocean, then what is the impact on the climatic region in the Indian Ocean area? So the discussion goes on and on. And for common layman, it's very difficult to understand all these processes. And so when media is handling climate stories, the best way is to keep it very simple at a level that people can understand very easily. So from the slide, I think many people have seen this photograph. This is one of the most viral photographs in the recent Los Angeles wildfire. So everybody, most of the houses have been burned, except for a small building. Because it was brick made, it survived the wildfire. Other houses were all built with wooden planks and all. And hundreds of houses in Los Angeles, then in neighboring Hollywood, they were all reduced to cinder. And it's not that people are losing their properties. The discussion revolves on the extensive damage caused by a wildfire that has gone out of hand. The discussion, when we go deeper into discussion, two factors come up. Then why is this wildfire happening so frequently? And why is the intensity of the wildfire increasing every year? So it comes down to, again, the discussion on global warming, interconnection with climate change, then going down to the extreme weather events. So like I'm saying here, the media stands in between policy analyzers, planners, and people in navigating through the maze of concerns and worries on the impact of climate change on every front, whether it's of health, like people are talking here, whether it's on agriculture, because in climate change discussion, one of the most diverse and intensive discussion is on the impact on agriculture, how it's going to impact our food security. Manipur, India, wherever, Africa, wherever. Education, economics, polity, even travels. So when reaching out to the masses, by masses I mean the general population who are not very exposed to climate discussions. So the general thing, the simplest form of statement we are putting before the public is that global warming, climate change are being influenced by human activity. Human activity basically of burning coal, oil, natural gas. So when this process, when humans are more concerned on developmental activities, we are emitting heat-trapping greenhouse gases. So people I think most people are aware of these three heat-trapping greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide, which revolves around all the discussion on Conference of Parties, Dubai, wherever, Montreal, wherever. So I'm not taking much time. I will conclude with this slide that what is the way forward? After all this discussion, after what Dr. Brajakumar has said, then after what Dr. Ghosh has said, so we come to my suggestion and what we have done in Manipur is that a simple solution that we are trying to address on this climate change issue is that why not put this issue before the press, the media? Why not bring the local journalists into the climate change discourse? And in 2019, Directorate of Environment and Climate Change, with the initiative of Dr. Brajakumar, we started this program on climate change reporting for local journalists. At the start of this program, we found that they were not receptive to this issue because they were not aware of all this discussion on climate change, and being a science, it was difficult to understand the basics. So from 2019 up to now, Directorate of Environment is providing fellowship to 10 journalists every year. And we are calling experts from outside Manipur. We have experts here. And we have an intensive discussion. We have monthly interaction programs. And our focus is on educating the local media, because it's through them, it's through their writing that they will reach out to all the average readers and make them understand what this discussion is all about. What is climate change all about? What is global warming all about? What is the extreme weather event we are talking about? So we have organized series of interactive programs. And these are just two of the photographs that I'm showing to people here. We have, through 2019, 2021, we had restrictions because of COVID, but we are still following with this program. And I can say that for the whole of India, this program taken up by the Director of Environment, fellowship on writing story for climate change, is one of the first, I could say the first program to be taken up by any directorate all over India. So through the media, because they are the, basically they are the people who stand between academics, the average people, they are the people who communicate between the policy planners and the common people. So whatever the media puts forward, specifically to the planners and the academics, is very important in planning strategies for Manipur at the local context and subnational at the subnational level, because Manipur says biodiversity transboundary with Myanmar, we share boundary with other northeast states like Nagaland, Assam. So when we are talking about a bioregion, we just can't talk about Manipur alone. We need to bring in these neighboring regions together. So thanks for listening, and that's just a simple assessment of my submission to you all. So what can the media do? That's what I'm trying to put in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. Is there any suggestions, any query?
Hello, I'm Professor J.S. Marangtham and Director and CEO of Karkilos Manipur Cancer Care Institute. I have a question. As Director, I do have round almost daily in my hospital. Here I find that cancer of the lungs is on the rise among the non-smokers. So what I learned from my medical oncologist that there is a particular chemical called radon or something like that, that the air we are breathing, we breathe daily. So I think that is one of the cause for this, high rise of lung cancer on non-smoker people. That means we are all exposed, especially climate of Imphal and Manipur like that. In this matter, may I get some information from our Director Kumar or what?
I think that is a question for Dr. Bogen.
Okay, yeah.
He's the right person.
Yeah, I think.
Sir, yes, there's cancer is increasing among the non-smoker. Not only that one, it is also increasing the women who are not smoker.
Yeah.
Women, in some year, it was #1 cancer in Manipur. I did conduct a study, but it's not yet finished. It's a case control study, and as of now, there is no evidence to say, empirical evidence to say that it is because of this. We have many theories are there, but it's not yet proved in that way. Genetic mutations are there, and then the cooking, most of the women are cooking inside, and use of these mosquito coils and other things. Many are theorized, but air pollution also, we didn't have that empirical evidence to say. As of now, it's inconclusive. No one can say definitely.
Any chemical that you have come across in the air we are breathing, that's what my oncologists were telling, some radon or anything, Bajakumar, any idea about that? No, not that.
Sir, I think in this regard, we really need to do some observation, like air quality measurement using certain devices or instrument. And I think the Director of Environment is also taking care of it, and the pollution control. Of course, in the education sector, the Department of Environmental Science, MU, and is also taking some studies on that regard. But things have not been established as of now. What is actually giving that kind of cancer? That is the lung cancer. So we really need to work on that for a few more years, and things may come up. In alignment with Dr. Brogan, we can just work on to that and how things are that still yet to be confirmed. If you permit me, then I have a question for the speaker. Councillor, okay, sorry. Let's continue with the medium of communication in English. We have done certain training programs for the, media person regarding reporting the climate issues in the local level. And of course, it is very appreciable that it is the first of its kind in the state or in the entire region of Northeastern. So my question is, how far it is useful in training the media person in taking care or in bridging up the gap between the common people and the educator or the experienced researchers, like how far it is being proved practically useful?
Yeah, first thing is, this is the first exercise all over India. Manipur is the first state to exercise this program, providing fellowship to journalists to write stories on climate change. It has been acknowledged by Ministry of Environment also, where Manipur is the first. Then, answering to your question, we found this program very useful. Most of the journalists who were not aware of climate change discourse, now we have given fellowship to more than 50 journalists till now. And out of this, I can say that at least 10 to 15 have, now they are writing very good stories on climate change related to local context. Then they are not writing on the scientific aspect. They are writing on the variability aspects, what they observe in field. For example, in Ukhrul, you know that 15 years back, there was no mosquitoes in Ukhrul. 20 years back when I traveling around Ukhrul, you don't find mosquitoes. Now you need to use mosquito nets in Ukhrul. And so we asked them, the journalists, that you have to understand, talk to the people why this is happening. And this was not there 20 years back, why they are using mosquito nets now. So what is the change in the climatic condition? Now, again, they are going back to the roots. They are talking to the local people, understanding why spring straits are drying up in Ukhrul, Senapati, Tamilong. What is the relation with deforestation, cutting down of trees, and the changing climate conditions? because like Dr. Brajakumar has shown, maximum and minimum, more importantly, the minimum temperatures have increased every year. So when you're talking of health risks, food security, whatever, the increase in minimum temperature is the most damaging thing. So because of this, there are a lot of changes. In Ukrul, you can see the changes. In Chandial, Tamilong, Senapati, everywhere you can see the changes. So now these reporters are writing back stories that non-scientifically, the stories are very important in understanding what is happening in our rural areas. That is one of the core focus of this program, trying to understand what is happening all around Manipur, not only in Imphal, what is happening in the interior areas of Tamilong, Ukrul, Senapati, Chandial. So when these reporters write back, we get very good feedback.
If I intervene.
With the permission of Chair, could I respond the first question?
Yeah, very quick one.
Yeah, quick. In fact, we have done one study, on the mapping on health and this environment. So we could find some indoor air pollution having some problem of this cancer problem. So that was one of the findings from our side. So in hill area, especially in this Tamenglong and that Ukrul, was one of the major problem on that indoor air pollutions, like from this cooking. And moreover, this one point I want to add, that media people, how we start that our media fellowship on this climate change reporting, because we need to have one communication in between science and the people. Because climate science, the word is very, very, very hard and very tough. And if it goes in the wrong message, then it will be difficult to manage it. That's why we are trying to transform it to the simple language through media. So they are very good communicator to translate the science to the common people language. That was the objective of our.
Yeah, that's true. It's not only the climate change. Everything, we need media to connect with the people in every branch. If that question is not addressed, you can do it in the tea time. So we continue with the next one. That is on the ethical issues in health intervention that I announced earlier. Sorry for that. That will be delivered by Professor T.H. Mira, Professor and Dean of Regional Institute of Medical Sciences. And the floor is yours, Professor Mira.
Thank you, Chairperson, sir, and a very good afternoon to everyone. My topic is a little hatke, thoda sa hatke from the main topic, the main theme of the conference, that is climate change. That is the ethical issues in health interventions, understanding, addressing, and navigating the ethical challenges. Those are the points into which this topic will be discussed. So first of all, we'll try to find out what are health interventions. Health interventions are nothing but programs, strategies, and policies designed to improve health outcomes. So it's all about promotion, prevention, and treatment and rehabilitation. That is the measures to promote and maintain health. Now, when we talk about the health intervention, why we talk about ethics again? Why is safeguarding ethics is so crucial in health interventions? Number one, it ensures that if we protect ethics, it ensures that the individual's choices are respected. That is, it protects the patient's or the individual's rights. Second is it kind of builds a rapport between the patient or the public and the healthcare providers. That is, it's all about promoting trust. And thirdly, very importantly, it also establishes a standard of quality care and behavior even within the healthcare community. That is, it ensures professionalism. So, while considering this, we need to know about the key ethical principles involved in health interventions. So there are basically 4 principles only: autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and the justice. So when we talk about autonomy, autonomy is nothing but the right of an individual to make decisions about himself, or oneself rather. Right of an individual to make informed choices. So while when we talk about autonomy again, the person should be provided with the comprehensive information about their condition and intervention option so that we know that an informed consent has been obtained. I'll talk about it in the later slides. And of course, next is about beneficence. The principle of beneficence is the principle of acting in the best interest of the individual. So whatever interests, our personal interests we have, institutional interests we have, that has to be sidelined, and their priority should be the best interest of the patient. The third principle is the principle of non-maleficence, that is the obligation to do no harm to the patient or the individual. So we have to do a little bit of analysis of what is the risk involved and what are the potential benefits out of it. So by doing like this, we can establish whether we can say that the person, no harm is done to the individual by giving such kind of interventions. Justice, again, the fourth principle of justice. Justice is about giving the proper resource allocation, fair resource allocation, regardless of the socioeconomic condition of the person. Poor individuals should not be deprived of what they are supposed to get. The status, the race, the geographical locations, all should be taken into account and should be given the right to equitable intervention and access to healthcare resources. Now, what are the common ethical issues in healthcare interventions? Number one is, as I have already said, about the informed consent. In informed consent, the most important thing is the communication challenges. We have to make sure that the person has understood to the consent that he has given, and of course the vulnerable population. Vulnerable population is like small children, pregnant women, those who are underprivileged, poor. These are considered as vulnerable population. So getting informed consent from them is often an issue. And again, the confidentiality issues, we need to promote, we need to ensure the patient has trust in the doctor. The challenges are nowadays, in the present times, we have those of electronic data being shared between entities. This is a major risk again. But we need to make sure that the confidentiality is maintained, because there's something called professional secrecy amongst the in medical practice. That is, whatever we come to know about the patient, it should not be confided, or it should not be breached to any other person without the consent of the individual, even after his death. So this is, the confidentiality is again an issue. The fourth one is the allocation of resources, as for example, organ transplantation or limited ICU beds to who gets the bed or who gets the organ. So balancing between the individual needs with the societal outcomes is again an issue. And then cultural sensitivity is an area, because chances of mistrust and the non-compliance with the medical recommendations are there if we defy those cultural, or if we don't take into consideration those cultural practices and the beliefs of the people. So having said all that, I just want to highlight some case studies here regarding the informed consent so that it becomes a little easier for everyone here. Number one scenario is, as for example, a non-English speaking patient is offered a treatment and intervention. The ethical dilemma is language barrier is the main issue here, because we need to understand whether this person has really understood to the procedure that he is going to get or the potential side effects. So this is one ethical dilemma. So when we have obtained consent like this, there's always a question, has the true consent been already obtained in this case? So the actionable insight, that is the solution for this cases, could be use of the trained interpreters. This is very, very effective. Then simplified consent documents, please don't use medical jargons, very difficult medical languages, technical terms. And to simplify things, we can use diagrams, then we can use illustrations and for easy explanation. But the best thing is asking the person to teach back so that we know whether he has understood or not. This is teaching back approach. The second case study for easy understanding is confidentiality breaches. Now suppose a hospital employee shares some data, medical information on the public platform by mistake. The dilemma is violation of the person's right to confidentiality. I have already said the person's right to confidentiality. It should be there because if that confidentiality is breached, that is, it will amount to that we are not respecting that non-maleficence factor. So the trust issues between the doctor and the patient and also may cause harm to the individual. So in such cases, actionable insights are like we need to develop very strict social media policies, develop clear guidelines like what is not to be shared on the public platform, then regular training of the staff, of the persons concerned, all the stakeholders, and a clear understanding of the information sharing that should be also there to avoid just type of issues. And of course, it's very important to have a legal framework. The third scenario is, again, an example resource allocation. During a pandemic, as for example, a hospital has shortage of ICU beds. Now, the ethical dilemma is to whom to give the ICU bed, to establish the really needy person without any prejudice or any discrimination. So here, the solution is we need to develop a clear triage guidelines to ensure the fairness and equity. That is, we need to establish what is the medical need, the actual medical need of the person, the potential recovery of the person, the vulnerability, etc. All should be taken into account before giving the bed to the right person. And of course, engage all the stakeholders, ethical discussions, like staff, the ethicists, the community representatives. These are all very important aspects. The fourth example is that of cultural sensitivity. There are, say, blood transfusion. Sometimes this transfusion is, some community don't allow blood transfusion, Jehovah's Witness, or some community may not be accepting some particular type of diet. This is just an example. So the dilemma is, if we ignore the religious context, then there is very high chance of the person not accepting the health intervention that you want to give. So we need to involve all the community leaders in the health designing programs and ensure that the health intervention are acceptable and align. They are aligning with the cultural and religious practices of this individual, and we need to train the healthcare providers also in cultural competence. And also adapt whatever interventions that we're going to give, we need to adapt and align with the cultural beliefs of the person. So evidence-based kind of approaches to ethical challenges are required. So that means we need to have frameworks. We can use already established ethical frameworks like the Belmont Report, frame principles, which has only 3 principles, or maybe the 4 principles that I'm talking about: autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, justice, to guide all the decision making. And it's good to have and it is mandatory to have the ethical committees also to decide, to review and to give guidelines in case of any ethical dilemmas. These committees are there in every institute, and this is a body who shall be deciding for any ethical dilemmas. Regular training of the healthcare providers in cases of ethical dilemma, including the case discussion, ethical reasonings, is very important. All the stakeholders may be taken into account and can have continuous education. And the stakeholder engagement, actively involving the patients, the families, the community, everyone to align with the community values in planning and implementation of any health intervention is also a very, very good step or, sorry. And then next is the monitoring and the evaluation. Mechanisms for assessing the ethical adherence should be found out, and we can evaluate those outcomes so that we can incorporate these findings into practice for improvement, so that we don't face such ethical issues in health interventions. One slide is not coming. How come? So to conclude, all we need to have is this good practice, safeguarding all the, in case of any ethical dilemma, safeguarding the 4 basic principles of ethics. No matter what in any ethical dilemma if we stick to these 4 principles and if we go ahead with any type of health intervention that we want to give, I don't think there will be too much of a problem that we may face. So please share your personal experiences regarding ethical dilemmas encountered in health interventions. If any of the healthcare providers here, if they have their own personal experiences, please do that also. And thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Professor Mira, for finishing just in time, exactly. Is there any question which?
Again, Professor J.S. Marangton, to comment. Yeah, Professor Mina, thank you so much. You have presented very well. And there are 2 religious belief.
Yes, sir.
Religious belief coming on the way of taking concern. So when in 1983 I was doing MS in PGI Chandigarh, one sick patient, he had come to our hospital with a step injury abdomen. His abdomen is full of hair, thickly, sick, and he refused to be saved. He refused to be saved before we do laparotomy and everything. So there is one condition, where we lie, where we stand. Another, you have mentioned Jehovah's that witness. This sect of Christian who believe in Jehovah, they said that thou shalt not bleed. So even if splenic injury patient came in shock, BP80, and he refused to be transfused blood, this type of situation where we stand as a surgeon. Professor Mina, please.
Can I?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks for the nice presentation, Dr. Mira. I just want to supplement some points other than what you have said about the 4 pillars of medical ethics, that is beneficent, non-maleficent, autonomy, and justice. Fine. Now, regarding, we must ensure that no nepotism is done to safeguard. And secondly, no discrepancies regarding age, sex, race, and religion, as Sir Ghulam Sir has already mentioned. And thirdly, regarding access to resources, that has to be maintained properly to the concerned doctor. Otherwise, that will crop up legal issues. And lastly, the conflict zone or situation, we should ensure that there should not be any conflict situation between patient and healthcare givers. So let us all keep these things in our mind with the practitioners so that we don't face any legal or ethical problems.
Absolutely, but I think most of the part was covered in the principle of justice already.
I think you have already covered now.
Yes.
I'll try to finish the session by connecting the dots of the speakers.
Thank you.
So we have started with the national, but I'll start with the international cooperation that we have. So that was on the international cooperation and coordination on the climate change, specifically about, not specifically of the health. So that was started in the 1970s and 80s, according to Dr. Ghosh, with the IPCC, and then it went on to having the Rio conference we had, and after that we had the UN framework, and after that we had the 1997, again we have the Kyoto, and after the Paris Convention. So all these things is a move towards reducing the climate change all over the world from all the organizations and countries. And coming to the India again, India ratified that one Paris Agreement, And then they had a policy in 2008, ratified again, updated in 2015, and again in 2022. And lastly, India has a policy under the Ministry of Power on the carbon credit. So that is the policy framework. And they also emphasize, Dr. Thakur and Ghosh also emphasize on having a coordinated effort of amongst all the departments to talk about the climate change, reduction in the climate change. And again, it was forwarded, going a little forward to the local context by Dr. Brajakumar, based on the empirical data on Manipur, having different empirical data. And he also talked about that Manipur also had a policy on the climate change, especially including the health. And he was also saying that Manipur is the first in the country to have that sort of policy. Later on, India has it. In 2019, India has that national program on climate change and human health, which I think Nivedita is carrying on in Manipur. With that one again, Salam Rajesh was talking about how this information is a sort of advocacy awareness to be made not only among the policymakers and the politicians to the common people, and how that initiative has been done in Manipur through the media. That has been highlighted by Rajesh. And now what we need, I'm coming to the ethics again, and now what we need to do as a healthcare administrators, healthcare managers, or healthcare providers is, first of all, we need to conduct research to have empirical data and whichever aspect of the climate change related to health. That's very important. Recently, 2 days back, China has the artificial sun. If it really happened, then climate change is going to be a boon for the climate change. So in that way, we need this empirical data, possibly borrowing the word of the Professor Dr. Ghosh, try to convert it into costing it, convert it into money. For what? For advocating to the politicians, to the policy making, to make climate change a proper policy on that sense. Meanwhile, as healthcare provider or as healthcare administrator, what we can do is we can make small changes in our own setup by avoiding unethical practices, because unethical practices also, we use lots of equipments and it will leave some carbon footprint. So we need to avoid unethical practices, and we can make changes in our building which is environmental friendly, and we can start advocating to people as well as to the public. In that way, I think by taking these small steps in future, even at the local level, we can make certain changes. So now, with this one, we end this session. Thank you very much, all the speakers, for the wonderful talks. And this.
Thank you all the respected speakers and our chairpersons. I request our volunteers to kindly felicitate our chairpersons at the felicitation area. Please kindly guide the chairpersons. We now move towards one of the highlights of our conclave, the panel discussion. Each one of our esteemed panel members, Dr. Alexander Thomas, founder and patron API, Keho and NBI, Dr. C.M. Bhagat, Director Bhagat Hospitals and Regional Lead, North HALP, Dr. K. Khel Chandra, Associate Professor, Department of Environmental Sciences, Manipur University, Dr. Mamoni Maiti, Accreditation Officer, National Accreditation Board for Hospitals and Healthcare Providers, NABH. With this, I have the honor to invite our moderator for this panel discussion, Dr. Raj Shankar Ghosh, convener, Health and Environment Leadership Platform. Thank you, sir. Now I hand over the session to our moderator.
One for the other hand. No, this doesn't.
Hello? Hello?
So good afternoon once again. And now we have this session where we will try to come up with some recommendations following the large conversation that we had today, the long conversation, the large number of presentations that we heard, very rich conversation. So before I request each of the speakers to speak, I will talk a little bit about what my public health teacher in college used to teach us. He used to say that science, in whatever form, must be followed by art. Without art, science is meaningless. Today we heard throughout the day about climate change, and climate change is all about science. This must be followed by art. Art is an acronym. It stands for action. It stands for roles. There are, we know, 4 kind of large players that are there. There are the investors who will put in the investment, the resources. There are the bureaucrats and the politicians who make the decision. There are the technocrats who run the programs. And then there is the community who actually, at the end of it, owns the program and makes it their own. So therefore, across all these 4 sections, the investor, the bureaucrats and the politicians, the decision maker, the implementer, and the community, action must happen, and they must know what role they have to play. And finally comes to the T, that it is not just about the role, but it is also about each one's individual task. What does a policymaker have to do? What task does the policymaker have to perform in order to ensure that the policy is being made? What task must the implementer do in order to ensure that the program is implemented with efficiency? What task must the investor do in order to ensure that there is meaningful investment? And finally, what task must the community do in order to make this program a success? So now in the recommendations, what we will do is we'll hear from each of them, but I will request that we try to talk in terms of actionable items, try to identify roles, and try to identify tasks. So I will begin with Dr. Alex, and Dr. Alex, your views in terms of the recommendations that we must take.
Thank you, Raj. Now, I've been working in this space now for quite a while, and so I think I have some impressions made which I thought I'd share with you. I think the first point, and this has been mentioned even in the session on media, that if a person is not aware of the subject, inherently is not interested and may be against it. So I think among healthcare workers, and I'm keeping my the target audience, the target sector, healthcare workers. I think that's where we work in, and that we will get more results. Start as a first step. So I think the first step is that we need to get all our healthcare workers aware about climate change, especially in relation to the healthcare sector, because each one of us can make a difference. Unfortunately, I think if you look at it today, we are better off than a few years ago, but in my assessment, only about 3 to 4% of healthcare workers are aware of the relation between the climate change, the healthcare sector, and what we can do to actually improve this. So I think one of the first actionable items which we have been doing for some time is to ensure that our workforce is well informed and proactive. Second is, and this again working with HELP, we have realized that one of the major issues that our colleagues face in hospitals, once they become aware, is what next. They really are grappling with how do I take it forward. So I think that's where it's important to facilitate an institutional network and start sharing best practices. I think today's event, where we're hoping that at least 500 of you would be sensitized, we've shared best practices, we shared how it's not too difficult to start. So by creating a robust network, we can share the best practices and we can foster a culture of continuous improvement. And I'll talk a little more about HELP and a little later. But what we are saying is that guiding institutions in implementing these sustainable practices not only benefit the environment, but healthcare administrators, hospital owners look at cost savings, and this will definitely result in a cost savings, as has been shown in many areas today. And then once we have a network, I think it's important to, so this is the second action item, that we need to have a mechanism. It's already there. One option is HELP. Third is, how do we advocate for policy development and public-private partnerships? Now, very happy to say that the government is very proactive and the policies they are very open to suggestions, so there is something that can be easily done. But I think the fourth action point is that in my experience, especially in Karnataka and in some of the other states, public-private partnership is very crucial. And if the public and the private get together, the outcomes can be, will be absolutely excellent. There are some experiences in Karnataka, I don't have time to tell you, but working together, we've been able to create a huge impact and outcome. So I think these are some of the important points as far as action is concerned. And maybe later, if we have time, I'll talk to you about how there's already a structure and how all of you can just join it, the HELP network. Thank you, Raj.
Thank you, Dr. Alex. Dr. Maiti, if I can request you next.
Good evening, everyone. So before we begin our discussion specifically on the action points and recommendations, I would like to highlight some alarming facts that we must acknowledge. As said by the UN Secretary General in his speech in July 2023, the era of global warming has ended and the era of global boiling has arrived. As unsettling as it might sound, this is the reality we are actually living in each day. Since the morning, we have had detailed discussions on the impact of climate change on human health. Now, I would directly like to shift the focus to the impact on the healthcare system. As healthcare providers, we are playing a dual role here. At one side, we are responsible for catering to the adverse health outcomes on the human population. And on the other side, we are also the contributor. We are contributing approximately 4 to 5% into the global emissions. So we are playing a dual role of being affected, affecting, and taking care of the effects as well. According to the XDI Global Hospital Infrastructure Physical Climate Risk Report released in December 2023, nearly 2 lakh hospitals worldwide are currently at risk due to climate hazards. And shockingly, the report says that 1 in 12 hospitals globally is facing the risk of partial or complete shutdown due to climate-related disruptions by the end of this century. As India's National Accreditation Board, NABH, we have taken the responsibility of developing guidelines for healthcare organizations to become more climate resilient. In our guidelines, we aim to cover the sustainability framework of healthcare organizations, giving them a strategic framework for implementation and guidelines on best practices. So to start with, some of the very key steps would be the first thing, like Dr. Shelja has been talking in the morning. we need to assess ourselves. We need to see where we stand today. In order to improve anything, in order to bring up a betterment and improvement, the first step is to understand the baseline. So we have developed a checklist, as ma'am was talking. Probably we might improvise depending on the feedback, the inputs from the industry in our next edition, but currently we do have a checklist for the healthcare organizations to identify where they stand today, what all areas they need to improve on. We are also helping with providing a framework where we are urging the top management to be cognizant of the importance of this entire climate change thing and taking accountability and action. So unless the top management, the leadership is involved into this, we cannot actually bring about a change. So this can be as basic as including short-term and long-term budget goals, like the hospitals develop their annual operation plans, their annual budgets. They should include basic budget goals into their annual budget, where they are talking about what all are they going to plan for the coming year related to short-term and long-term goals towards climatic condition, towards sustainable development within their healthcare facility. And of course, as we have heard Dr. Sushil talking about in the morning, it is not impossible. Even the smallest of healthcare facility can do it. The remotest of the healthcare facility can do it. So definitely it is doable. It is just that we need to think on those lines. We need to start thinking on those lines to bring about a change. And most importantly, the awareness among the healthcare providers, the awareness and training and retraining of the healthcare professionals that this is the need of the hour, so that this becomes inculcated, this becomes something as basic as probably the 5 moments of hand hygiene. It becomes so ingrained into the system of the healthcare providers that everybody is involved, is equally participating in this change. We can start with something very basic, maybe just providing electronic e-vehicles, like Dr. Sushil was talking in the morning. He has done this in his hospital. So hospitals which are providing transportation facilities to their staff, they can start with having e-vehicles there. Having LED lights, something very basic, very small, but actually makes a lot of difference. Like we have been saying, it is one facility doing a lot would not have the impact where that can be done by many smaller facilities working together, doing their own bit. That would actually add a lot more value to this concept than one individual facility doing. That would be my suggestions.
Excellent points. Thank you. Dr. K. Chandra, your thoughts.
Is that working, or do you want this?
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you, Dr. Ghosh, for giving me this opportunity. So hearing from the morning, from the environmental science perspective, I would like to raise a few facts and figures so that we can come over to the action points and the recommendations. So I think from the morning we have been hearing, and I think one basic thing that is required, I think it is the strengthening of the healthcare facilities and this infrastructure, that is upgradation of the available healthcare facilities, and also enhance the disease surveillance and monitoring. This is what I have found that is required at one stage. Then second part would be like talking about, I could hear in the morning somebody mentioning about the particulate matter. I think there was from the person speaking from US. He was talking about 20% about particulate matter role plays about 20% increased incidence of lungs cancer, something like that he said. And also air pollution, in fact, it is very much related to climate change. So I would like to highlight few important points regarding how it is affecting everyone. And it is said that more than 6.7 million people have already been affected, leading to premature deaths. That was also there in one of the slides in the morning. So I think combating air pollution, reducing air pollution and greenhouse gas emission is of utmost importance. There is more, Dr. Ghosh also highlighted the international cooperation on climate change, where we need a very, very concrete consensus and collective agreement between different countries to bring about a consensus on all that. So as we know, how air pollution is related to climate change. Because if you talk about some of the systems like
the major greenhouse gas, if you talk about carbon dioxide emission, we have seen in some slides also, if you see the concentration of carbon dioxide emission in the atmosphere, recently the most updated figure is the concentration is about 425 ppm. But if you refer back to about the pre-industrial area, about 125 years back, the concentration was only 280 ppm. So there is a jump increase of about 140 ppm, leading to what is known as the greenhouse effect and causing lots of problem. And if you refer back to the most polluted cities in India, I think if you're among the top 50 polluted countries in the world, cities in the world, 42 are in India, if I'm not mistaken, and out of 100, 83 are in India. So that means approximately 84% of the polluted cities are in India. So I think we have to take some concrete measures on this, even though the IPCC report, the 6th assessment report released on 23rd, 2023 has clearly highlighted how the global temperature is increasing by 1.1 degrees centigrade overall. So there's very alarming figures. So we have to take some actionable points towards this, like Dr. Maiti has also mentioned about transitioning into to clean energy technologies like use of e-vehicles, or so that our reliance on the fossil fuels it is drastically reduced. So because fossil fuels, if you rely on that, lots of problems are there, because emission from combustion or burning of fossil fuels leads to mass scale release of the greenhouse gas emission and other gases, which is creating a lot of problem. So I think we have to transition toward completely clean alternative sources of energy, and also we have to strictly imply on the air quality regulations. At the same time, we have to go for promote a sustainable transportation system overall. And that is regarding the air pollution part. Then the third part that I want to highlight on is on strengthening or enhancing the climate change research and development. Because we need, there are lots of evidence out there, but we have to conduct more research on these by pumping in more fund research on climate change and health impact, so for better understanding, to have a better idea about the relationship between climate change and health impact. And also we have to promote innovations and entrepreneurship in climate change and health. At the same time, we need to foster some sort of international cooperation for climate and health initiatives, like what Dr. Kos has highlighted on that. So these are some points that I think that is important, and in the next round I will come to some other points. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have been involved in this healthcare and climate for almost more than 2 decades, in making notes of various activities which have been there. First, I would like to make a comment on Manipur. Manipur has 280 plus sunshine days, but still it is dependent on hydroelectric and gas turbine electricity. They need to do more about solar electricity here, since the sunshine days are more. There's a lot of sunshine days. Now, why it happens? At the same time, I'll make another comment that the last tender for fossil fuel turbines was floated in 2014, commenced last year, and unfortunately another tender has been floated this year for gas turbine, not in Manipur, but in India. So we are still not learning from the mistakes done in the past. Now, why does it happen? It happens in the name of development. Now, why this global warming hasn't post World War I and II? Because the greed of the human beings to subjugate the surroundings and the neighboring countries. Now, that's a basic human character, to subjugate the surroundings, even in your household also. One person tries to dominate, and so the one neighborhood tries to dominate the other, the one state tries to dominate others. They want to go ahead in the development process, and it keeps on happening. So these developed countries, they increase the energy consumption, release a lot of greenhouse gases, and now they are discussing with us, or we are trying to discuss with them how to bring it down. So That is the major problem from where it started, the post-World War development agenda which everybody went for. Now, that led to a situation where we started talking about planet, people and pollution. That's a major problem, but industry, guard it, industry is going to push you for major development activities. I'll give you a couple of examples how they do it and how it keeps on. Gas turbines and other turbines I just mentioned. In healthcare also I'll mention. I was told in the assessment in NABH that you cannot use ammonia because it is proven to be carcinogenic in a particular strain of mice under laboratory conditions, and the speaker in the morning also mentioned about carcinogenic. I searched and searched and searched, I couldn't find any other evidence except this particular statement. Now what was the problem with ammonia? It is so cheap that industry is not getting any profit of it. So let us bring in new chemicals so that they get profit out of it. So we have to guard against such things. They'll keep on pushing you. Now talking about ammonia, why specifically I brought it? Because when we talk of greenhouse gas effect, the first thing which we heard about was break in the ozone layer and all those things because of the release of the coolant from the air conditioning units. That was the first thing we heard about it. Now look into the data. Out of the best coolant available with us on the earth is ammonia. But they will not use ammonia because it does not give any profit to the industry. Now they have started some larger air conditioning units. They have started using ammonia as a cooling agent, forgetting about the carcinogenicity which was pushed against its name. So we have to be very careful about the industry, what they keep on pushing for their own profits. We are all intelligent people, but they are more intelligent than us. So when it comes to industry, you have to guard against their financial viability, the economy, but at the same time the environment also. So all projects which you are going to clear, the policy makers are going to clear in the future. The third factor, that is environment impact of that particular project, must be underlined and thoroughly discussed before it is released for the public. It is released for the development. These are various things which are there, which have been bugging me. Of course, many other things have been discussed, but human behavior to go for development, forgetting the small damage which is there, but they insist on getting more and more things. I learnt about triple baseline, again talking about the same thing, economy, social equity and ecosystem. Now this is something the management people know. Management people know and the industry people have to, they also know about it to some extent, but we as a healthcare worker, when we develop the hospitals, we don't think much about it. Now we are discussing about it. One more thing I would like to mention about is when you are developing climate resilient healthcare system, don't forget about the foundation. Let us go back to the Kashmir floods. Why the buildings there collapsed? Because Kashmir had never seen the floods, so they never built sound foundation for their buildings. So once the water was there in Srinagar, many of the hospitals were submerged or they collapsed. So that was just a learning point that one system cannot be copied everywhere else. But the foundation has to be taken care of. Whatever you are developing in healthcare, whatever new technologies you are building, but look into the very basic foundation and keep environment impact in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Babil. We will Sorry for the interruption. So we heard from all the four speakers very pertinent points. I will try to summarize those points and then again go back to them for their last comments on this. Before I do that, I just wanted to share with you a brief anecdote. When I was in the World Health Organization, I was in charge of the eastern part, the eastern part of India and the northeastern states. So in one of the districts, Bokaro district of Jharkhand, the program was not going on well. The district magistrate was changed. There were a lot of polio cases reported. He was changed. And he came back and he completely transformed the program in 2 months. So I went to meet him, congratulated him on the success of changing the program. And there were a lot of gaps in the program prior to this. So I asked him, how did you address the gap? He smiled and told me that I addressed the gap by addressing the gap. The gap stands for an acronym: governance, accountability, and teamwork. So these three things, governance, accountability of who has to do what, and the teamwork, are essential to any of the public health interventions that we take. So with that anecdote, I will just try to briefly speak about what we have heard, and then I'll again go back to the speakers. Dr. Alex spoke about two things among the various things that he talked about, highlighting about the importance of awareness of the healthcare workers, those who deliver health. And the second is about institutionalization, the importance of ensuring that all the learnings that are happening, they are institutionalized within the system so that they can be further developed. Then we heard from you about three things. One is about the urgency, that it is no more about warming, it is about boiling. We have to take immediate actions. The second thing that we heard was that action must be taken at every step. Big actions will be taking place, but small actions, like what is happening at the Lombard Hospital in Udupi that was cited again and again today, such small actions must happen. And the third is that the government institutions, the various institutions in India, have recognized the fact that we have to build capacity within our workforce within the country, and organizations like NABH are coming up with new tools, with new guidelines, new training formats, so that the capacity can be built. The third speaker spoke about many things, but primarily I have noted three things. One is that this cannot be a standalone intervention. It has to be a part of the larger health system strengthening initiative. We cannot be doing climate action separately. What we will have to do is integrate this into the larger health system. With a strong health system, we can deliver this. The second, a very important point that you mentioned, is about the investments that we must make in our research and development. Unless we have good deliverable products, we will not be able to take this forward. It is very important for us to invest in research, to know the gaps, to come up with the solutions, and then implement this in the program. And the third, a very important thing that you mentioned about, was about the importance of innovations. That we just cannot continue to do what we are doing and progress slowly. We will have to speed this up. We will have to do things differently. We will have to innovate. And finally, Dr. Bhagat spoke about his large experience over the last 2 decades, and three things that I am taking from you. One is the inherent tension between development and putting in policies and the different types of tools that will adhere to the green health and to address the climate change. The second is the importance of bringing about change in the human behavior, what we call as behavioral change communication part. Third, he spoke about the importance of having policies which are tuned with having a greener world, about ensuring that they address climate change. And finally, the talk about Kashmir, that we must remember that we have infrastructures which will probably not be suited to the world that we are moving towards. We have to take into consideration our foundations, our infrastructure. So with this background, I will now again go back to the speakers and hear from them their final comments on this. After that, what we will do, I will speak after we have heard the speakers, beginning with you.
So I would like to reiterate on the fact that the awareness, the training has to go beyond this hall. It has to reach each and every healthcare organization. If there is an accountability at the top and an understanding at the bottom level, the ground worker level, the middle part can be taken care of. We need to bring that awareness, we need to bring that sense of ownership among each individual in the healthcare facility, that they are the contributor and they are going to be the people who can actually help stop the further adverse effects of the climatic changes. So with that, I would pass it on.
Okay. So regarding the awareness point, I think it is very important to promote, in fact, climate-informed behavioral change. I think that is very important to encourage individuals to adapt to climate-resilient behavior. That is very important. And one more thing that I would like to add, overall, this thing is we have to support climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts, the ongoing efforts, and what are the other things. So from all the these things, what I want to add is that we have to protect and restore the natural ecosystem. That is very, very important, because we have to preserve, conserve, and restore the natural ecosystem. That is very, very important, like the forests, the wetlands, and the oceans, to maintain the carbon sequestration and the air purification functions. If I, from the environmental science perspective, I would like to highlight some key facts. For example, if you talk about forests, if you say the Amazon rainforest in Brazil, in fact, it is the largest forest in the world, and it is in fact contributing to about 20% of the oxygen from the land through the process of photosynthesis. So that is a very, very important. So we have to conserve the natural forest ecosystem. At the same time, we have to conserve our wetlands. Wetlands, as we know, in Manipur context, we have seen that recently we have observed the World Wetlands Day through the Directorate. They have given the, focusing on the conservation of wetlands. We have to protect the wetlands, because in fact these wetlands, they are just like the human kidney. They are functioning, doing the filtration. So they filter the polluted water and they convert it into a cleaner water. And also wetlands, they are just like the ponds, like in the when there is a lot of water, they store the water, and in the lean season, when there is scanty rainfall, they release the water for recharge in the groundwater. So I think we have to conserve the wetlands, lakes, rivers, and also the natural ecosystem like forests. And also we have to see that all these are in the natural state. For example, if you talk about the ocean, the entire world, the land mass is about 71% is covered by water. So in that, if you see the oceanic environment, the blue carbon, it is like they are the main sink for carbon. That means carbon storage and carbon sequestration, which is like helping in the tackling global warming and climate change. So we have to see that all these are properly conserved, so that we can keep a balance about the changing climate. So that is my comments.
Yeah, thank you. My suggestion would be, I just want to say that over the last few years, many of us, many champions of environment and sustainability have got together, and we have set up an organization called HELP, the Health Environment Leadership Platform. We've got 20 chapters. Dr. Palin is the in charge of this area. So actually we are, whatever we spoke about, recommendations, awareness, institution, networking, advocacy, empowering not only the healthcare workers but also the general public. I think all these things happen through HELP. I'm not promoting HELP, but it's an organization with a good network. It'll be very easy for you to plug in here even the proceedings of this conference, which you will be submitting to the Manipur government, we can take that and use that to submit to our other state chapter presidents. So it's an offer for all of you. There is no membership fee. All the hospitals in Manipur, please contact Dr. Palin. Most welcome to join us. And I think for the time being, it is an organization which will be able to help address most of the objectives, most of the action points that we spoke about just now.
I think we have spoken whole day about the same issues around us, but we have to think planet as a total thing, which should include wet bodies, as he mentioned, and at the same time the animals, the entomology, and the diseases. Somebody was talking about the lung cancer. Of course, with the so much pollution, the mucous membrane is going to get damaged, and the chances of carcinogenicity are there. So it can be anywhere. But we are going in the right direction, and we need to push people. At the same time, involve the society also, like they did by involving the media persons, training them. And I think that's a very good initiative. Let's hope for the best.
Thank you. So we will conclude now. What we will do as next steps is that we will come out with a brief recommendation so that you can submit it to the government and obviously add your viewpoints because you know best in terms of what should be the recommendations from the state. I just want to also conclude by saying that there is a very nice saying these days that the future of healthcare in the world and also locally will be driven by 3 T's. The first T is about technology. All of us know artificial intelligence, digital health. Technology will be the prime driver of everything that we do in healthcare. The second T is about teamwork. The public sector will not be able to do it alone. The private sector will not be able to do it alone. The non-governmental sector will not be able to do it alone. The community will not be able to do alone. All must join hands, all the different sectors as one team in order to deliver good health for our communities. And the final T, and I think this is one of the most important T's, is the trust. That we must develop trust with the community because ultimately whatever we plan, it is for the people of this state. So therefore the community must trust what we are telling them, and they will only trust if we are transparent, if we are able to bring them the evidence that they want to see, will make a positive change in their life, and if we can show that this is really making some sense and economic sense to their lives. So therefore, we will submit to you from the panel the recommendations shortly, and with that, whatever support you require, as Dr. Alex said, through the Health Network and also through anything that we can do collectively, please let us know, and we'll be very happy to work with you for the future. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Hello. Yeah. As we come to the close of this insightful panel discussion, I want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed panelists and our moderator for sharing their expertise, their perspective, and thought-provoking insights. I would like to call upon our volunteers to kindly guide our panelists and moderator for the felicitation. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you all. I would also like to call upon Dr. James, Joint Secretary of AHPI, NE2, for the valedictory ceremony and closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Asid. It has been a wonderful day right from the start. The presence of more than 750 delegates, both inside and outside, made a conclave of climate change and environment a huge success. One topic which was difficult to draw, around 50 to 60 delegates, has been drawing around 700 plus today. Thank you so much. And this shows the initiative that we can make more additions to, especially the panel, when they give their recommendations and action plans. And this is, as our organizing chair has already pointed out, the conference has been named as the first AHPICON. This is not the end, so there will be second and third and fourth and so on. So wait for it. So we come to the valedictory function. Valedictory is some time out we take in order to give our thanksgiving to all the people who have come here, gathered here, made it possible today. To initiate the valedictory function, I would like to call upon Dr. Alexander Thomas to kindly share a few words on his experience in Manipur and our first AHPICON 2025 NE2.
Thank you, James. I'll try and keep it brief. Sitting here, I was just looking back on the origins of Northeast AHPI with Dr. Palin and James and how we have grown, and I think today is a day of great satisfaction, personally for me, seeing such a strong state chapter. See, at the end of the day, what AHP is looking forward to is, yes, AHPI Central will be there, but it is the state chapters which are actually going to do most of the work, because state is a health is a state subject. So I'm very proud that Dr. Palin and James and the team have, this has been actually a very mammoth event, 700 delegates, excellently planned, wonderful speakers from all over the country, probably the best in this subject. So I want to say thank you. We hope on behalf of AHPI, on behalf of CAHO, and on behalf of Anbai, that AHPI Northeast branch grows stronger, and that you will be able to work for ultimately for the citizens of this country. And I think this is, as I said, one event where the impact is going to be felt outside this hall. I think 700 of you have been now sensitized, empowered. You will go and do the same for your families, and the message will spread. So thank you once again, and all the best to AHPI Northeast. And thank you for making me part of this program.
Thank you, sir. I would call upon another lady faculty, Dr. Sefali Tetali from Public Health Foundation of India, to kindly share a few words of her experience from yesterday till today.
Yeah, I would just like to reiterate Dr. Alex's point that it's been a wonderful experience being here and being part of, as they say, every event that's held on climate change, and the message going forward to the young people as well as outside this hall is a small victory. And it's very nice to be part of this little victories that go a long way in putting climate change and heat and all the impacts on health that we are talking about since morning. So thank you again for inviting me, but I would really like to be part of discussions, be part of deliberations, and how this chain can be moved forward, because I think that's why we are all here, because we don't want anything in climate change and heat to be a one-off kind of event. We want it to continue, and as many of us as who will be involved in this, moving this whole thing wheel forward, the better it would be, because as was said, no one person, no one entity or organization can do anything by themselves. It's all people coming together, just like what happened today. So thank you once again for the invitation, as well as good luck to everyone in this field and in this room and outside to take this forward. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam, for your kind words. As organizers, I felt today's program was wonderful. But again, I took a second opinion from Dr. Jugendro. He said, we did a good job. I thought we were still lacking, and then I asked Dr. Asid. He said, Tamo, because we have organized today's program is very good. I would like to call upon Dr. L. Ranjit Singh, who is from the Manipur Medical Council, and who is responsible for accrediting the medical credit points. I would call you, sir, to kindly say a few words of your experience on today's conclave.
Thank you, Dr. James, for the opportunity given to me. And I also would like to thank the organizers for bringing such a wonderful conference in this part of the country. In fact, I was just a learner about the impact of climate change on the healthcare and healthcare delivery systems. But after listening to many of the intriguing discussions from different speakers, including someone from USA, I'm greatly enlightened, and I'll take the candlelight to move it forward along with all of you sitting particularly in this hall. And now I'm quite sensitized, and I stand up here, standing in front of you for advocacy to spread the message far and wide, impact of climate change and healthcare, and we have to make a positive change on this negative impact of climate on healthcare. Thank you very much. I stand here, standing in front of you. I stand for what you have spoken today, deliberated today, and discussed today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, may I call upon the final speaker from a non-medical delegate faculty, if he's around, Mr. S. Subhabati, can you please come here and share a few words on today's. Being a person from the media, we are expecting some pats on our back from him.
Thank you everyone. Thank you AHPICON for this opportunity to share a few lines, because at the end of the conclave, I don't need to say much, because everyone has listened what the speaker is talking about the climate change, and as most of the speakers in the day's gathering already narrated the issues relating to climate change, and especially to the climate change's impact on health. But as a media man, primarily we keep listening, and we report on the next day after hearing all the speeches of the speakers in different diverse fields. So I don't need to explain much, as you have already learned at the last discussion as well. One of the panelists already spoken about the 3 T's. So I definitely rely on these 3 T's, and we'll keep in going. We'll keep going on this pace, and nothing to say much. I will say again that like the healthcare workers also comes up with the idea of discussing and sensitizing on climate change, which is another dream for us in the state of Manipur, where the people are living in a different state. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now we would like to give our special thanks to our generous sponsors for today's function. May I call upon Dr. Raj Shankar Ghosh from HELP Foundation to kindly do the honors. Our platinum sponsors, we have 5 sponsors. I would like to call upon any representative from Babina Hospital. Babina Hospital, sir. What we are going to give is nothing to the generosity that you have showed to us to make it possible today. Kindly accept a token of love and thanks from our side. Any person from Babina to kindly come forward. If it is not there, I would like to call any representative from Mother's Care and Child Hospital. Mother's Care gi lakpiro, Asitla kananoma, Ariara kananoma lakpiro. Thank you from Mother's Care and Children Hospital for being our platinum sponsor. Any representative from Caesar Hospitals? Caesar Hospitals? Madam Bonila. Oh, Pambai. For showing us the way and also paving us through the whole initiation of the conclave. Thank you so much, Mr. Pambai, from Caesar Hospitals, to receive a token of love and affection from our side. Next, I would like to call any representative from Raj Medicity. Raj Medicity, if no one is there. Any representative from JCRE Meds? Another one of our platinum sponsors. I would like to call upon Diamond sponsor, Action Coach, Business Coaching. Any representative from their side? Otherwise, I straight away go to the gold sponsors. Mother's Care, Maipakpi Maternity and Child Hospital. Any representative from Maipakpi Maternity and Child Hospital? Wangkai Eye Hospital, Sangai Healthcare, Wangkai Eye, oh, Sangai Healthcare, JR Hospital, Acme Fertility and Healthcare Center. Oh, Dr. R.K. Vikramjit is an oncologist. He's actually from Trevi Hospital, but he's coming to receive from Sangai Hospital. JR Hospital. Dr. Rakib, thank you. Acme Fertility and Healthcare Center. Dr. Mrinalini. City Hospital and Research Center. City Hospital. Any representative from Isen Diagnostic? Isen Diagnostic. Rashtriya Rog Niyantran Kendra. Any representative? I think we don't have it. I think Raj Medicity representative is here. They are one of our platinum sponsors. Please come up, Loya. Thank you so much for being one of our generous sponsors. Next, we come to the last category, the silver sponsors of today's function. Others Hospital, any representative, Others Hospital and Research Institute, MG Motors, Jeevan Hospital, Kaching, Imphal Hospital, Sir Madhumangol Ibiraman, Imphal Hospital, thank you, sir. Kripadarshini Advanced Hospital. Kripadarshini Advanced Hospital. Saibo Hospital. So I think there are no representatives. Thank you so much, Dr. Raj Shankar Ghosh. Sir, one final few comments from your side.
Thank you. This has been one of the most rewarding experiences and day, I must say, hearing not only the science, but actually feeling the passionate intention to do something in the state for the state's people in terms of environment and climate change, mitigation, adaptation. I am going back to Delhi very optimistic that the recommendations that will come, the conversation that we have heard will be put into action under the leadership of all of you and most importantly you, sir. Some things start small and somewhere I have a very strong feeling that the way that the state of Manipur has shown in terms of the intention to do something very positive about climate adaptation, mitigation for human health, will actually make a change in many other states. From our Public Health Foundation of India, I do commit that we will document some of this that is happening and some of what you will do, and working with you and also bringing in my own startup institution at IIT Delhi, Public Health Foundation, IIT, APHI, CAHO will together document this and ensure that reaches a much larger audience. It is not only about the scientific conversation that we had today, but so much of local culture, custom, and everything that was brought into the whole event today is something which is exemplary. I really go back a much, much enriched person with the passion, knowledge, and the determination that you have showed. Thank you, and I look forward to coming back and seeing all that has happened positively in the state. Thank you.
Asit has told me there are two left out. National One Health, any representative from National One Health? Okay, our two hosts for the scientific program. Please welcome, thank you so much. Neopath Technologies, our media partner. Any representative from Neopath Technologies? There you go. Okay. Mr. Priyo Brata from Neopath Technologies, all the glitch work, all the advertisement, all the drum works that we have done to make it up till here. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. To close up, I would like to express my sincere thanks to some people which I have missed in my vote of thanks in the afternoon. I would like to acknowledge the important part played by Mr. Rajan Haubijam, our Vice President of AHPI Manipur, Dr. Achumba Moirangthem, a Treasurer of AHPI Manipur, I would like to also acknowledge the former Honorable Minister of Mahut, Shri Yumnam Khemchand, and the former Director of Mahut, Mr. N.G. Bhogendra, for giving this wonderful site, the city's convention center, for making it possible of today's function. Also like to acknowledge Ms. Kumantham Daina, IAS, DC Imphal East, for making it officially possible to hold this function of these humongous nature today. Next, I would like to acknowledge our scientific committee chair, Dr. Asit, none other than Dr. Asit Kumar Devnath, the young and vibrant person out here, for bringing all the galaxies of speakers from both inside the state and outside the state. Thank you so much, Dr. Asit. Also like to mention the souvenir committee chair, Dr. Shamkumar Laishram. Thank you, sir. And also the assistant editor, Mr. Pramod, for bringing out a wonderful, colorful souvenir of today's program called the Nongobi. I'll just take one interruption. I think we have JCRA and Exxon coach representatives to kindly come forward. We'd like to give you a small memento as Thanksgiving from the first AHPICON organizers. Exxon coach ka JCRA ga tungan na lagpiro memento amumang pinaba. JCRA Meds. Thank you very much. I would also like to make a word of mention for the never tiring person who is looking after the hospitality of all our faculties out here, Mr. Kuleshwar Chongtham. A big clap for him. Mr. Suresh Tokchom for catering committee chair and his team. Also like to mention Mr. Rohit Sharma, Mr. Premjit, Mr. Santosh, Mr. Loya, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Arya, and all the other group of volunteers who have been tirelessly working with us all throughout for the last 3 months. My special thanks and gratitude to the team members of AHPI Manipur. We started off AHPI Manipur under the leadership of Sir Palin in April 2019. It's our 6th year running, and we now have, we started with some 13 or 14 members. We now have 40 odd members of diagnostic centers and the private hospitals. The first of its kind, which Dr. Palin had made it possible to bring all of us private partners together in one platform. I think this is one initiation where we can go forward. Now we have Dr. Alexander, Sir Raj Shankar from the Health and Environment Leadership Platform to take forward to make it more fruitful and positive. I think I've missed out on the convention center team, Mr. Suresh and his whole team of workers for the light, the camera, the sound, and all the people who are running up and down to make it possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Suresh and Tim. On the closing remark, the conclave has been so much successful that we had some problems with our lunch. Because the enthusiasm was so overwhelming, we expected 660, it turned out to be 750. Kindly bear with us, the extra 120 food falls less for the lunch which you had to wait. Thank you so much for making it possible. conclave close.